out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
We live from the boxing section, you dusty ass niggas. What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. We waiting for some folks to come on in, man. I'm at work right now, so if you want to join the panel, link is in the chat. If you want to join the panel, link is in the chat. Feel free to join the panel. Yo, yo, yo. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, what's up, bro?
Yo, it's good, man.
Man, you know I'm at the workhouse, man, slaving
Ah,
and
you over
shit,
there?
trying to make a shake. Yeah, that's why. That's why it's like this. That's why it's been going on for hella long without nothing going on and shit. You know, it
I
is
know
what
you was
it
like, we
is.
live. I was like, well, they didn't even know what he doing.
Yeah. Hey, hold up, fucking dog, man. I can't wait to link up with my nigga again, man. We back at it. Uh, we back at it, man. We
Hey, I couldn't even see what
126.
Deacon was talking about in the chat because he got me blocked, so I can't see his comments.
Yeah, man. Fuck you, Max. You don't know shit. Fuck you.
uh,
That's what he was saying to you.
I ain't tripping.
Yeah. He said you ain't shit. Fuck you.
Oh, hey, well, that was a nigga ass moment. So whatever, call it what you want.
Hey, hey, listen. The Boondocks said it best, bro. It was a nigga moment.
Like the fuck? That's funny. Where's Michael Fuller and DJ, man? I'm trying to have them talk to each other.
Man, I thought I thought Delonte was coming through here, man.
Either one of them two will slide through, man. Hey, you got on early today trying to capitalize on the momentum. I see you.
Always, always,
He
man.
said, man, let me get on right now.
Yeah, man. Just in case they want to hop on and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just in case they want to hop on, be ready for the next step. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, man. Hold on, bro.
Yeah. So the chat, my guy L Dub, big old 581, round 1980. Holla at the three homies that left comments. What's up, L Dub? What's the next fight you pulling up to, dog? Let's figure this out. Oh man. Kyle want me to hold some shit down, man. Ain't nobody here, dog. Fuck. Where's all the homies at? Shit. Where's DJ? Where's Santos? Where's Steph? Where's all the partners at, man?
I came on too early, bro. I was too overzealous.
You
I
were.
was too overzealous, my
You
man.
know what I'm saying?
I was too overzealous, man. I knew it was too good to be true, dog. I knew it was too good to be true.
Hey, you tried though. You was like, "Come on, rock station." He said,
Yeah,
"You
man.
definitely,
I
you
normally start
definitely,
at 11, man.
yeah, you definitely caught a stray in that though."
Man, like, fuck the boxing section. Wait a fucking minute, my boy. Hold on, dog.
Hey, your shit's right on screen too. So it's like, how he ain't putting two and two together? Shit.
Man. And he was mad as shit at Delonte, man. Cussing and all the shit. They was going at it, dude. Yeah, tell him Vegas Vic, man. Tell him, man. Hold it the fuck down, man. Shit. You hear
What?
the music in the background?
Nah.
All right, we're good then. Okay, cool, cool, cool. If
I
you
hear like
can't
I
hear
hear
that, you
like the
fucking
clap.
deaf.
I hear like the clap, but you can't hear like the song and nothing.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, man.
Man, I'm
I'm
trying to
trying to.
hold it down, man. But I'm public enemy number one out in these motherfucking streets, dog. So
Yeah. A motherfucker see you by yourself on this motherfucker. They like, oh, hell no. Fuck him.
yeah, like fuck that. This ain't a black platform no more.
It immediately turns into the race section, dog. For
I be
real.
trying my hardest to avoid the combos, bro, but sometimes it's too easy to troll, bro.
Hey, that nigga friend was like, man, I ain't doing the shit with you tonight. He did that shit to Bud so quick,
Hey,
dog.
I'm just saying, like, yo, like it was just one of them moments,
Yup.
bro. Like, yo, that's all I could say. After hearing all that shit, after hearing not even that, but just everything tonight, everyone just going crazy on each other. It was just like, this is why we can't have nice things, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why. This should get carried out of hand every time. Yeah, that's right, baby. Gang. Bulls, baby. Let's go. Let's go for the chip, man. We gotta get another one. We had to show them Hornets what was up. We doing what it do. 5-4. Not the best start, but not the worst start. You know what I'm saying? All I know is we only got to be a top 8 seed in the East, and we good to go. Right now, we like number 6 or 7 or some shit. So we good. We good. We over 5. The Cavs came out swinging though. Cavs is looking kind of crazy right now. You know what I'm saying? The Suns looking like front runners again, but they ain't gonna do shit in the playoffs. You already know, man. It's
Man,
crazy
shout
how
out to
Suns.
Russell Westbrook, man, coming off the bench, man, looking great.
He said what?
Russell Westbrook coming off the bench looking great tonight.
That's what it needed to be. Coming off the 6 man. Just let him go, just shoot as much as you want, do whatever the fuck you want. As a
Yeah,
starter
man.
sit.
Feel good, though.
Nah. I hope the Lakers keep being trash though, so I get some cheap ass tickets, man. So it's all about.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm not even mad. Levine can sit his ass down for a little longer. I just want to make sure the whole team's healthy when we get to the playoffs, man. That's all I got. That's all I hope, Vegas Vic. For all I give a fuck, they can sit everybody's ass down to the playoffs. Just let
Chilling.
it sneaking
Nigga,
Hey,
ass
look who it is,
nigga
man.
be all the way chilling. Where's
Ah,
he at? Nigga be all the way chilling. And then when I'm in the paint, niggas don't. Where's he at? Where's he at?
oh man.
New Jersey zone, nigga. Brick City. Where's he at?
Yeah, where's your boy at? He didn't
Oh,
want to
that's
come through.
it. That's it, Kyle.
Hey,
About to turn into Ben Israel. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, man.
Hey,
Talk your shit.
Kyle.
Talk your shit, dog.
Hey, you gonna have to smoke a lot of meth to get there, dog. You have to be on the Pookie pipe to get on the Ben Israel
Hey yo,
wave.
hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. Where is he at, bro?
Motherfucker is not coming, dog. He didn't even know what the boxing section was. He said, "Fuck it."
Damn. How he didn't know what the boxing section was? He told me he was gonna be here. Nah, what was you saying about the Lakers, Max?
I just said I hope they keep being trash. So I get cheap tickets later. I need tickets for March.
You ain't ever gonna get. Well, I mean, you from Cali. I don't understand. To me, Laker tickets ain't ever cheap, fam.
Cheaper if they suck.
Damn, the nosebleeds is that bad.
Yeah, I mean you can buy those, but just walk down. Usually, what I do, smile down a little bit.
That's crazy. LeBron James ain't selling out. That's crazy.
No, but that's the thing. He's chasing the scoring record, so the tickets will still be worth something until he breaks it. But hopefully, he breaks the scoring record before March, and they still suck. And then that would be my best bet right there.
Yo, Max, I ain't gonna lie. Even when that nigga break it, even when he break it, he not he top five, but like where in that top five is debatable. He probably like
Yeah.
fourth or third. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's third, but I think third is pretty locked in for now. But
Who you got him third? Who you?
I got Jordan Russell Magic.
Max, shut the fuck up, man. Come on, man.
What?
You ain't old. Don't hit me with no Russell bullshit, nigga.
What you mean?
Don't hit, nigga. You didn't watch one fucking Russell game, nigga. Get that bullshit.
I've actually watched every Russell game that's been available on the internet.
Right. So you don't Russell can't be in your top five, fam.
Why can't he?
That's not a bad three though, bro.
Why
That's not
can't
a
he?
Nah,
bad
if you
three.
Hold on,
ain't
Russell.
seen,
Hold on. Russell dominated a whole era against other Hall of Fame players, right? Fastest pace ever played in the NBA history, ever to this day, right now, in chucks. Fastest pace with a bag of ice as recovery.
a man against a bunch of mailmen, bro. Cut it out.
How against Wilt Chamberlain?
That's the only nigga.
There
Name
was only 9 teams. They played each other like 10 times a year.
okay then. Even
Russell
more.
actually Russell and Chamberlain have played each other more times than any other NBA rivals in the history of the game.
Yo,
More than Magic and
Russell.
Bird, more than Ewing and Jordan or any of those other motherfuckers. So, if anything, Russell actually played a top tier opponent like 90% of his fucking career.
Yo, Max. If
That can't be
Russell,
said nowadays, bro. When the Lakers play the fucking, I don't know, the Orlando Magic, LeBron ain't playing fucking nobody. Motherfuckers play good players like 5 times a year now to 82 games, bro. And then the playoffs where it cracks off at.
wait,
Russell had
what?
never lost a deciding game in his career. And he never lost a game 7 or a game 5.
Bruh, miss me with all that shit, bruh.
You
You
know
know
what I
how
mean?
the league when he was playing is not as thick as it is right now. It is thick. You hear
No,
me?
it's not. It's top heavy.
No, it's thick. It is not top
Bro,
heavy.
if you were to chop the league down right now to the top 12 teams, you would have a stronger league. So less teams actually means better competition.
Yeah, but this is the most comp we've seen in a long time. Long time. Like Memphis, that's a legit threat.
Yeah,
That's a legit threat.
things are shaking up right now. We're coming to the end of eras, so it's gonna be some new talent taking over.
You know
But
what I'm saying? It's thick, bro.
Russell would dominate every center in the league today.
You crazy as fuck,
He
man.
would. And
Bro,
that's just straight,
stop, bro.
and that's just off foot speed, bro. He can outrun
Stop.
any center in the league today.
That don't matter because they can out jump him.
No, they can't. He's a
Yes,
high
they
jumper. He was an Olympic high jumper or Olympic fucking trials high jumper. That's what
No,
people
no,
forget.
you tripping,
Chamberlain
bro.
and Russell were doing
Oh,
hurdles, hundreds, high jumps, long jumps. They were actual athletes, bro.
Yeah, I know. But amongst a bunch
No,
of
there's not one. Okay, who's the best center in the league today? Who you got? Jokic and Embiid, probably 1 and 2.
yeah,
They will
and
get
they
ran out the fucking
you're
gym. Embiid will be
bro. You
injured.
don't believe what you're saying.
Embiid will be injured. We already know that.
You don't
Embiid will be
believe what
injured.
you're saying right now. You
I
don't believe what
promise you.
you're saying.
Put Embiid in some fucking chucks
You,
and tell him to go run 82 games. That motherfucker gonna be
bro,
on
I
the
want you to
bench.
tell me. I want you to tell me you putting your money on Bill
I'll
Russell
put
against
all my
Embiid.
money on Bill Russell.
Against
All of
Embiid.
it
You fucking
against Embiid. And I love Embiid. I've had high hopes, but that motherfucker can't even stay healthy, man. So
bro. Niggas like Giannis would have Russell having nightmares, nigga.
nah.
Russell can't handle Giannis, nigga. Are you crazy,
Giannis wouldn't even be allowed to be Giannis. It depends on what era you're talking about. The era. What you talking about putting Giannis back then, or you talking about putting Russell now?
nigga? That's the thing about Giannis. Russell can't survive now. Giannis would
Yeah,
though,
actually now works better to Russell's skill set than back then did. But
Max got a he got a point because look,
Oh, that
bro, I
sound like a
know my
good
shit
voice.
when it comes to basketball, bro.
Max
You
got a
can't.
point because like I said, these guys today aren't playing in Chuck Taylors. They aren't playing 5 days a week. These guys today
Nope.
they're complaining about playing back to backs. Bill Russell them play 5 days a week.
Who is this I'm talking to right
It's
now?
All
all positive.
positive.
I know my basketball history.
I
These guys,
I
hey,
I
the NBA season was condensed. It was about 4 months. The NBA season, 4.5 months, and they played 5 days a week
In Chucks.
in
Bus
Chucks.
to bus.
And these guys played hurt because if they got hurt, they lost their contracts. So a lot of these guys had their injuries. They didn't have guaranteed contracts.
That's why you saw a lot of them with ace bandages wrapped up on different places on their
Yeah.
I
legs.
tell you, bro.
yeah yeah
Russell.
yeah yeah yeah
Russell,
yeah.
my number two. Dominated the whole era.
Time out. The same way y'all want to give credit for these niggas having to play ball 5 days a week in Chucks is the same reason I'm giving credit to today's athlete who isn't playing 5 days in Chucks, but at the absurd level of athlete, like the absurd. You want to talk about Bill Russell? That's fine. Talk about his contemporaries.
I will.
Talk about his
Okay. Who you
contemporaries,
want to talk about? Will Chamberlain, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, Big O, Bob
bro.
Pettit. Who you want
Them
to talk
niggas,
about? Nate
bro. Them niggas
Thurman.
not fucking
Who
with
you
them
want to talk
niggas,
about?
bro.
Hey
I
yo,
hear you.
hey yo, my
I hear
man.
you.
When you find somebody today that can serve time in the Army and still in the same season and still average 40 a game and 15 rebounds, holler at me. while playing part time in the NBA, while being in the
Right.
Army full time. There ain't nobody there that can do that.
No, they
Yo,
won't.
listen,
They won't do it.
but that tells everything about the athlete, because that's not possible in today's league.
I know because these guys are soft.
No,
Here's the
because
thing.
no,
I
because
know.
all these niggas are doing is hooping.
Yo,
That's it.
but here's the thing too. The athleticism remark, though, I think it's a myth. I think the average athlete today is better, like the
Okay,
15th versus 15th for sure. But
okay.
I think top like starter Hall of Famer versus Hall of Famer. I think it's about the same. And you can look at Jesse Owens' record. How long did Jesse Owens' record stand the test of time? There
Hey,
Long
wasn't a
time.
faster
Max,
athlete on earth until
Max,
way later.
Max.
Decades.
Let me ask you. Max. In the evolution of basketball, from those old niggas that was wearing Chucks days, did they move the free throw line further?
No, the field have always been 15 feet.
It's
It's
same.
always
It's
been
still the
50.
same.
What
It's
the
still the
fuck
same.
took why we have to wait for Jordan to leap from it then, nigga?
Hold
Jordan
on,
wasn't the first to do it.
hold on.
He wasn't the first to do it.
Will Chamberlain was jumping for the free throw line doing his free
Yeah,
throws.
yeah. Jordan wasn't the first.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Jordan,
Well,
Jordan,
Yo,
yeah,
Jordan,
y'all niggas is
Jordan
yeah.
wasn't the
they
And
had
first.
to
then
make a
yeah,
rule. They had
Dr.
to
Yeah.
make
J
a
was
rule
jumping
that
the
you
line in the
couldn't
70s.
Matter of
Was
do it.
fact,
jumping
Dr. J did it way
in the
before
70s.
Jordan even thought about doing it.
Yeah, it was the
Dude,
70s.
Will Chamberlain used to back up to the to
Yeah.
where the top of the key and run and take off and do his free throws like that.
And that's why they
Yo,
changed the
Max,
rule
am
that you couldn't
And
I
they
pass the free
changed the
throw
rule.
line. You
hey,
couldn't pass the free throw line when the ball's in the air. Yeah, Bill Chamberlain was doing that.
I'm
Jordan
telling.
not the
Hey,
first to
hey,
bro?
jump
hey,
in the line.
hold on. There's actual video footage of Bill Russell jumping over another man on the fast break.
And Chuck Taylor's.
Yeah.
He just finger rolled it instead of dunking it because they didn't dunk
Yeah,
back then.
I'm sure.
They outlawed
Bill
the dunk.
Russell wouldn't want to see Dwight Howard, man.
But Russell went
He
manhandled
would.
Dwight Howard, bruh. What?
Bill
He
Russell wouldn't
would.
want to see Dwight
Dwight
Howard.
Howard was a child.
Bro, he was seeing Wilt Chamberlain, bro.
What do you
What are you talking
mean?
about?
You know
The
what?
strongest NBA player to ever
But
been in
Dwight
the NBA.
Howard couldn't even deal with an old Shaq.
Hold on. I know my basketball too. Bill wasn't. He kept my man from getting chips when they met, but nigga, he was not shutting down Wilt
Well,
Chamberlain.
No,
nobody
he
You ever
never
shut
look
shut
at
him
him
them
down.
down.
numbers?
Yeah, but Wilt
Wasn't
had more
shutting
moves
down
than
Wilt.
Dwight though. Wilt had more moves than Dwight. If he can
Fact.
somewhat contain the Wilt, he couldn't shut him down.
Bro,
But
you
even with
can't be
Dwight,
serious right
The
now,
White
bro.
wouldn't even been a center talked about
But
with
you,
the way he played, the way he plays the
yeah, you got
center
to remember the
position. He
rule
wouldn't even been
changes.
talked about back then. Those
Because
he
guys
wouldn't
was
even talk about
in
it.
the
overshadowing him
60s,
crazy.
if you had the ball and you dipped your shoulder on offense, it was offensive foul. You couldn't post people up like that. That's why Will Chamberlain developed a fadeaway and a finger roll because he had to learn finesse. He couldn't just bully his way through. He couldn't
The,
shack the shit.
what
That would have been
the,
offensive foul.
the stuff you see today in the NBA, you talk about you put these guys back in the 60s, they would dominate. A lot of this stuff wasn't even allowed, like the carrying and the palming of the ball
Yep.
that Kyrie Irving does. You couldn't even do that in the 90s. They wouldn't let you do that. Like the hanging crossover when you put the ball to the side, take 2 steps and jump back to the right. That doesn't happen. Tim Hardaway's crossover. A lot of these guys today can't even do Tim Hardaway's crossover because it's legal. The stuff Kyrie does, he wouldn't be able to do in the 90s because they wouldn't allow it. They would have called palm and
Much less
travel on
the
every play.
60s. Shit. Much less. And then if you want to reverse and put them in today's league, less physical, better recovery, better equipment, they'd be just as good, if not better.
You're crazy, bro.
And then,
They
you
would
also
be better.
gotta
They would be
realize
better.
it was 12 teams, it was 8 teams, then went to 10 to 12, then eventually they got 22 in the 70s. So you're playing it's a 10-team league, and you're playing 5 days a week. That means you're playing a Hall of Famer 5 days a week.
Salute to the
Every
panel,
night.
man. Salute to the panel, though. But y'all
being
can't do this.
disrespectful.
Y'all can't do this Dwight Howard slander, man.
No,
Dwight
Dwight was a
Howard
good
would
player, man, but
demolish
Dwight couldn't.
that
The
nigga
Dwight
would
couldn't.
demolish them old
Dwight,
heads
no
No,
way,
you
in the
would
man.
60s
No
not,
way.
bro.
off his
No
strip,
way.
bruh.
Dwight Howard
Time
could just
out.
demolish his own era.
Yeah.
Time out. Time out, cuz. Time out. Time
Dwight
out.
Howard was never the
Dwight
best
Howard
center
was
of
the
his own
best.
era, ever.
That is not true, Max.
He
You
was.
lying.
Ever.
Yes, he
You
was.
lying, Max.
Yes, he was. He was the
For
best
3
center in his
years
era.
straight, man.
Who was
Do,
better than
do, do you
Dwight?
guys
Who was
remember?
better than
No,
Dwight? Who was the
defensive.
Let me tell you something.
who was
Dwight Howard wouldn't even been mentioned during the Olajuwon
better
era.
than
He wouldn't even been mentioned then.
Wouldn't have
He
been
wouldn't
mentioned
have been mentioned
at all.
during the Olajuwon era or the Moleheads era.
Do,
Y'all,
do,
y'all,
do,
y'all got it
do,
all
y'all,
messed up. The boy too soft to play during them times. He's too soft to have played during them
do y'all
times.
remember
that
Dwight
man's
Howard?
top 70.
Do y'all remember Dwight Howard in his prime in 2000 in 2013? Dwight Howard. Who's on that?
Who was that,
Come
man?
on, man.
Who's
With
on
with
that?
Turkaloo was his second best
Hey,
player on
hey,
that team.
your sound
No, it wasn't.
sound
No, it
jacked
wasn't.
up, bro.
No, it wasn't. It was on. It was Jameer Nelson was out. It was on Ashton
But he
Ray
was
for
hurt.
Austin.
He was
while
hurt
Jameer
during that
Nelson was out.
playoff run.
Yeah,
I'm
so it
talking
was Ray
about
for
doing.
Austin. It was Ray for Austin and during that
Nah,
playoff
Ray for
run in
Austin. Ray for
2009,
Austin wasn't.
2010.
Ray for Austin wasn't better than
Ray for Austin
Turkaloo
was
that year.
killing.
No,
Yes,
he
he
wasn't.
was. He was
Bro,
better.
that's my
Yes, he
favorite team.
was.
Orlando Magic
He was because
is my
Jameer Nelson
favorite
was out.
team even on the team, bro. Jameer Nelson was the
Man,
second best player. He got hurt.
Jameer Nelson was
Then
out during the
Turkaloo
playoff.
stepped up. Turkaloo
man,
stepped
you
up,
couldn't
and he didn't
put
show up
none
in
of
the
them old
finals.
dudes on Shaquille O'Neal,
Bro,
man.
Dwight Howard knocked off LeBron, bro. When LeBron was in
Shaq
his
will
prime
kill
in
Bill
Cleveland,
Russell.
Dwight kicked him out the playoffs.
Actually, it
The only
wasn't
reason
Dwight.
why
It was
he ain't got a
actually
ring,
it was actually a team effort. It wasn't just the White and on that team. It was actually a
Bro,
team effort.
bro, Dwight was the best player. He
He
was
was
the
the best
best player
player.
on
Bro,
that
there was never,
team.
bro. There's
Yeah,
never
He
been
was
a
the player.
time,
I
bro.
don't
There's
like the
never
whole
been a
thing that this
time. There's
player
never
knocked off
been a
his
play
game.
call for Dwight to win a game. There's never been a play call
Never.
like, all right, clear it out, give it to Dwight in the
Bro,
post. He's gonna take this home. Don't
basketball
happen.
isn't just offense.
He's a
Basketball isn't just
rebounder. He's a
He's
offense.
a great.
The most
rebounder, a
dominant.
hooper,
He was the most
I agree.
dominant defensive player his whole era.
defensive,
In his prime, he was
defensive.
the most
Let
dominant
me tell
Bro,
you
defensive player.
something.
what you mean defensive,
And he was
nigga?
giving you
That's
22 points a game. He's
That's
giving you
But I
22
would
points a
tell you,
game.
I would tell you
What are
this:
you talking about?
7 foot.
Dwight dead in his
If you
prime was
7
getting
foot, you
outplayed by
should
a
be
38.
dominant. You should
Well,
be
name
dominant.
me
You shouldn't be
another
anything less than
name me
dominant if you're
another
7 foot.
defensive center
And he wasn't.
averaging 20 points a game. Name me
Shaquille
another
O-
defensive center giving you 20
Hakeem
points a game.
Olajuwon. Hakeem
He's
Shaquille
Olajuwon.
not no
O'Neal.
dude. Come on, that's cap. That's cap, bro.
Hey,
Hakeem
He was an
Olajuwon averaged
all around.
25.
He was an
man,
all around center, bro. That nigga had offensive skills and everything. He wasn't considered.
Olajuwon
He
was one of the
wasn't
best.
considered a
Olajuwon would have put
defensive.
that boy to shame,
He
man. Let me
wasn't
tell you
considered
something.
strictly defensive.
Olajuwon won
intimidated
Defensive
Shaq.
Player of the Year. He won
He's the only.
Defensive Player of the Year. What you mean he's not considered
He's the
defensive
He wasn't
center?
considered
Olajuwon
strictly
is the only
defense. He
center
was an all.
that intimidated Shaq. He's the only one
I'm
that intimidated Shaq.
He
Olajuwon.
won Defensive Player of
No
the Year in
other.
'94. How is he not considered defensive center? If you've
I'm
been
not
Defensive Player
saying.
of the Year?
I'm not. Bro, this is what I'm saying.
Yo,
Dwight
Dwight won
Howard
defensive
game was
player of the
predicated.
year
Dwight
3
Howard game
years
was
straight.
predicated on
3
defense,
years
bro.
straight.
That's what I'm
3
Yeah,
saying.
years straight.
Olajuwon had the offensive game.
yeah.
It wasn't
3,
predicated off
3 years
straight
straight.
defense. Dwight Howard
3
game
3 years
was,
straight.
Okay.
and he
Well,
was
check this
still
out.
giving you 20 points a game.
Well, Olajuwon was
That's
giving you
what I'm saying.
25 and one defensive player. He was giving you
Because he
25
was an
a game,
offense.
defensive player of
Because
the
he
year.
was an
For 1 year.
offensive.
For 1 year.
And you talking
So,
about one of the greatest centers of all time.
hey, so
So
you
how
don't
you
think
gonna
that's
say?
harder? Hold up.
So how
You
you
don't think
gonna
that's
say
harder?
Dwight ain't shit? But you saying you comparing him to Olajuwon?
Hey, bro.
You
That
can't.
was your
No, he ain't
that was
he ain't comparable
you
to
ain't compa-
Olajuwon.
You can't
He's
compare it to
nowhere close.
Olajuwon.
He's
Nowhere
nowhere
close.
close,
But I'm
bro.
saying
Nowhere close.
that was your example.
No, you said
When
name
I
another.
said
Name another
exactly,
defensive
and your
center that averaged 20
example,
a game. That's what you said, and I gave you
yeah,
Olajuwon.
and your example was an all-time great center.
I get another one. David
I said,
Robinson.
I
David
mean,
Robinson won Defensive Player of the Year, and he averaged 29 a game.
He didn't win it
Who?
3 times straight.
No, he didn't win 2 times straight. But
Okay,
Yeah,
then.
Dwight the only one that can do that. Dwight the only one that can
well,
say
the
that.
White was in an era that nobody played. That defense
Yo, you
Now
was not
look at
going
that.
that.
Now we about to
asterisks on
discredit the
shit,
era.
man.
Now we
God
about to
damn.
discredit the
Yeah,
era
because the
now.
NBA got soft.
he only had one center. He
Nah,
had to learn
hell.
from. That was Shaq.
Man,
only had
Dwight
one team?
Howard kicked out the prime LeBron. What about that when he
But
kicked out
let me
LeBron?
tell you about Dwight. Dwight dead in his
What
prime
happened
in
with that?
2013. He got
When
outplayed
every
by a 38-year-old Tim Duncan in the first round of
Yes,
first
he
round of
did.
playoffs.
Yes, he
Again,
did.
you're talking about one of the
38-year-old Tim Duncan.
greats. Again, you're talking about one of the
38.
fucking greatest.
There's no 38-year-old center that would have outplayed the prime Tim Duncan. I guarantee you that.
Shit, it was just a 40-year-old quarterback in the NFL
Bro,
out playing
don't you know we was
everybody.
fiending
What
LeBron,
you talking
Kobe
about?
in the finals? You know who kept that from happening?
Yeah, Dwight. The
You
Dwight
know,
team.
Dwight
I'm
kept
happy
that
they
from
won.
happening.
I'm happy they won.
Yeah.
I'm happy
That's
they
what
won.
I'm saying. So this is all I'm saying. The Dwight Dwight slander got to stop. I think he need to
I'm
be
not
top
saying Dwight's a
75.
bad player. I'm not saying he's
Y'all
a bad player.
saying
He's a
he
Hall of
wasn't
Famer.
gonna be able to bang with 6'9" little Bill Russell.
No,
Bill
I don't
Russell
think
is
so.
6'9". That
Niggas trying to
motherfucker,
retire.
his little shit. Dwight Howard will post his little ass up.
6'9" with about 13 rings though.
Yeah, but you do know that Ben Wallace
Playing against mailmen.
Hey, you know Ben Wallace is 6'9" as well.
It was
You know
9
Ben Wallace
NBA teams with nothing but white boys.
No, that's not
It
true.
was 9 teams with nothing but white boys.
That's not true.
Nope.
That is not true.
Come on, man.
Hey, just to throw this out there, if you don't know what you're talking about, it's okay to just say, hey, I don't know shit about 60s basketball. I don't pay attention.
Bro, it was nothing but 9 teams.
Just say that. Don't act like you know what you're talking about.
So the NBA was a majority white boys back then. It wasn't majority white boys back then.
No, because
I don't know how everybody can talk about
okay then.
And not mention Shaq being
it was majority white boys, bro.
But not at the center. Hold on. The big men though were not. The big men were not though. The big men were not. Bill Russell wasn't guarding guards.
It wasn't nothing but two big men. It wasn't nothing but two big men.
That's why I'm saying if you don't know what you're talking about, just say that.
Hey, you have Nate Thurman.
Thurman.
You have Willis Reed.
Bob Pettit.
Wilt Chamberlain. Bob Pettit. And these are not 6 foot white. These are not 6 foot guards that he was guarding. These are 6'9", 6'10", 6'11".
And they're not white.
Bob Pettit is the only white one.
Bob Pettit is white.
Exactly.
He's the only one to get a ring. He's the only one to get a ring.
And these are all Hall of Famers.
These are all Hall of Famers. You don't.
And they too little. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all need to go back and take this.
Wilt Chamberlain 7'3", 275. How is he too little?
That's what I. You're naming one. Out of all them niggas,
Nate Thurman was 6'11".
Wilt Chamberlain is
6'11".
1. Bill Russell was 6'9". And he was the most dominant out of all of them. Bill Russell was the most dominant out of all of them.
Guess what?
Will Bellamy was 6'11". Jerry Lucas 6'9". Thurman 6'11". Like, bro, that's what I'm saying. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Are they top 75? If you look at the top 75, all these niggas, all these people you naming are top 75.
Most of those are top 75. Yes, some of those are top 75.
Well, I had to.
And then you also add in
West Unseld.
Add in Willis Reed, who won two championships with the Knicks in 71 and 73.
And he was hurt. One of those.
Man, it wasn't number 9 NBA teams, bro. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't number 9 NBA teams.
That means
exactly. So every single night he played against a Hall of Famer at the position he was guarding every night.
And we not doing it now. And you're not
doing it now. Against the Hall of Fame. No.
Bro, you know how easy it is to get in the NBA Hall of Fame? That's the easiest Hall of Fame to get in is the NBA Hall of Fame.
Do me a favor. I'm a Spurs fan. Name the Hall of Famer we got on our team right now.
Oh, yeah. Y'all ain't got shit right now. Y'all in rebuild mode. Y'all in rebuild mode. Y'all in rebuild mode.
That's my point.
Whoa, how said that?
That's my point. It's not a Hall of Fame on every team.
Damn near.
Who's the Hall of Fame on Sacramento Kings? Who's the Hall of Fame on the Kings?
Who the Magic guy? Who the Kings guy? Who's
the Hall of Fame on the Magic?
Trash.
Who the Mavs guy? Luka on his way.
Gonna make a whole league.
I said Magic. Orlando Magic.
Who's the Hall of Fame on
Paulo
Orlando Magic?
Banchero on his way.
No, if he retired right now, he would not be a Hall of Fame. He would not be a Hall of Fame.
He's rookie of the year for sure.
Of course, if he stopped right now, he wouldn't be Hall of Fame. He's a rookie.
Rookie of the year don't mean you're a Hall of Famer because
who the fuck the Rockets guy?
NCAA Rookie of the Year.
He on pace. Rookie of the year. He on pace.
Listen.
We know how to draft over there at Orlando, man. We get rookie every time we draft first pick. It's a superstar.
Show me an NFL, an NBA player that can do what an NFL player can do.
Shit, you gotta thank that to Jordan. Hell, Orlando would have been had a ring.
Well, that's the problem.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is what Deion Sanders is doing with football.
What?
Man, there wasn't nobody back there fucking with Dwight Howard. Dwight Howard throw him in the 60s.
There's not one fucking thing, dude. There's not one fucking thing. There's not one fucking thing Dwight Howard can do that Wilt Chamberlain can't do.
Not one thing.
Period. Not one fucking thing.
He doesn't jump higher. He's not stronger. He doesn't have more movement.
Nothing.
Now, Wilt Chamberlain, you got me
better.
But listen, who you talking about? Wilt Chamberlain is a top.
Okay,
10
now,
let
me bring it home for you. Will Chamberlain and Bill Russell played each other more than any other two players in the history of the NBA, bro.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yo,
I
Bill
think Dwight
had
to
a
get them
lot of
boys. I
help.
think
Bill
Dwight.
had a
I think
lot
Dwight
of
to be able
help.
to bang with
That's
them
just like
boys.
we said we want to see the best fight the best. Those
Bill,
two were the best.
Bill had a lot of
But at
help to
Yeah,
get
he
them
did.
time,
Yeah, they
victories.
had help.
Best of his
Bill
era.
had a lot of help.
Dwight was the best of his era.
Oh shit.
Hey, but Bill made his team better too, though, because don't forget he also won two championships as a player coach, and the last one he won as player coach, he was a severe underdog against those Lakers, and they still won.
Yeah, the Lakers team was actually better because you had three guys on
Yeah,
the
stop
team.
talking
Yes, you
about
had
this old
Chamberlain,
ass
West,
Yeah,
and
basketball.
Baylor.
And Bailey. You got three guys with
Clear
their career
favorites.
highs in the 60s.
And what they do, Bill even said, we might not be better than them, but we can outrun them. And they just ran them into the dirt. Track star.
And I'm gonna let you a little secret. That
I
69
want to ask
Laker
y'all.
team, they could have beat the Bulls team. That Bulls 72
Hold
win
on.
team.
Hey, somebody
They would have
get
beat
some
that team,
soul.
man.
Hold
They
on.
would have beat that team.
Don't go too far. All
Dude,
right?
you had Chamberlain, Baylor,
I ain't gonna
and
agree
West.
with that.
Nobody's guarding Jordan.
Jordan was
Yeah.
older, but thing is, Jordan wouldn't be hit on defense against him either. He wouldn't be. He couldn't guard Jerry West either. That's the
But
thing about it.
Jordan would have
Yo,
confused a lot of
listen.
people still though.
Jordan
You
was
gotta remember Jordan was doing some stuff. that No one I never seen people a
Right,
person
because
do
y'all
what
weren't
Jordan did on
creative
the court
enough.
before
No, but
Dr. J.
Jordan was
Because
older
y'all
in
Dr.
weren't
J did a
'96.
lot of
creative
things.
enough.
Jordan was older in '96. We're not talking about the
Jordan
'91.
took
Yeah,
it to a whole different
somebody,
He's
level.
a little bit older in
somebody get
'96.
soul.
And he changed his game up when he got older. Just
Yeah,
be
but I'm
even
just
more
saying.
effective.
But
So I
you
don't know
know,
about
but the
that.
thing about Jordan, he was always hit on defense in the later Bull championship. Even Phil said it. I didn't say it. I said it, and people thought I was hating. Phil wrote a book, 11 Rings, and he said it himself. He said the same thing I've been saying for years. They said they developed a team with that's why they got rid of B.J. Armstrong in the expansion draft. They didn't protect him, and they said they kept Ron Harper because Ron Harper's taller. And Phil said it with his own mouth. He said with the starting lineup, but you have Ron Harper, Dennis Rodman, and Scottie Pippen. This gives Jordan a chance to rest on defense and save all his energy for offense. Jordan wasn't playing no defense.
Yeah. I mean, he was a defensive minded player.
Yeah, he could play
Really,
defense, but he
first
just
half of his
he just
career.
wasn't.
But I
And that's
mean, he was getting older, man. I mean,
Hey, hold
No,
on
he
though.
won
That
defensive.
last year,
He
Pippen and
won
Robin were
defensive
injured
player of
majority
the
in the fucking
year.
playoffs, bro. Jordan put the team on his back.
Hold on,
Jordan
Max.
was
Hold on,
stealing
Max.
the ball from you in a heartbeat.
Jordan got defensive player of the year.
88.
Yeah,
In
Jordan the
88.
GOAT.
Not 96. He got it in 88.
It don't
It was
matter. He
88.
got it, so you can't say
I'm
he's
not
not a
saying he
defensive
couldn't play
player.
defense. I'm saying he wasn't
No,
during
but
the later
what
Bull
I'm saying
championship.
is in '96, Pippen missed like half the fucking year. Rodman
No,
missed
that was
half the
98.
playoffs,
That was 98. 96 Pippen was there. That was 98.
and Jordan put the team on his fucking back.
Well, Rodman was still there too. Rodman just was suspended for a few games, but Rodman was mostly there too with Jordan. And then you had Tony Kukoc as well, who's a
I
Hall
ain't
of
gonna
Famer.
lie. Kobe is guarding Jordan.
No, well, nobody could guard Jordan. Nobody could guard
Kobe
Kobe.
is guarding Jordan.
No, he couldn't guard
Nah,
Jordan. He couldn't even
Jordan's
guard
too
Gilbert
Kobe is
strong.
Arenas.
guarding Jordan.
Jordan's too
Gilbert
strong.
Arenas got him for 60. What do you think you can do with Jordan?
Yeah, he is Jordan.
Who?
If anyone can stop him, it's him.
Nah, Kobe couldn't stop Jordan. No way.
Jordan couldn't stop Kobe.
I
That's
agree
for
with that.
damn
I
sure.
agree. Jordan couldn't stop him either. I agree. They couldn't stop either, but neither guy would guard each other. They wouldn't guard each other.
Yeah, but one player is a lot more efficient than
Early
the
in
other.
Kobe's career, he tried to get on Jordan a few times, but
Yeah.
it didn't go well.
It didn't go well for him. And Jordan was old then. He was like 34 back then.
Hey, but look, can I ask y'all?
Yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question?
Damn, that nigga ain't
I'm new to the channel. Hold on. I know how I know how it go down.
To what?
Ah man, you see, I'm hearing myself talk.
No, I didn't hear you. What you say?
All right, so I'm trying to ask the person who's in charge of me.
I can't
All
hear
right.
Who's in charge of what?
I'm literally listening to myself talk.
Maybe turn your television
I'm trying to ask
off
a
or your
question.
other
I'm like,
device
how
off.
did I get involved with this, with this channel?
What up?
Do you have another device playing this YouTube platform right now? If you do, you need to turn that one. You need to turn it off, or you
Man,
need to turn it down.
Dwight
Man, I was trying
Howard.
to see Delonte fade, old boy, man. What
Nah,
happened? Where'd he
I think
go?
I know Dwight Howard, a
one of
top
y'all might carry.
probably a top 15 center all time, man.
Hey
Top
Yeah,
15.
man,
I don't
Dwight
know,
Fuck
man.
Howard,
no.
I don't
top
know about top
15
What?
15.
center
He
all
might be.
time.
I gotta do. He might be. I don't know. I'm just saying, but I don't know. He definitely ain't top 10.
I mean,
So I gotta take
stat
this with a
wise,
pinch of
yeah,
salt.
probably. Stat wise, he might
I
be.
He
don't. I don't
might
But
be
know.
top
He
10
See,
for
might be,
real.
but
He might be top 10
but
for
is
he
he
ain't
real.
top
gonna
10.
draft big
He's
men?
not top 10. I'm
Hey,
telling you right now, he ain't top
I'm
10.
Nah.
gonna tell you.
He
I'm gonna tell
might
you
Yeah.
what
be.
he's number one.
He ain't
I'm gonna
top
tell you
10.
what the White is number one at, in my opinion, from what I've seen. He's number one at grabbing the other men's Johnsons when they sitting on the bench.
Yeah, I ainn got nothing to do with that. Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do with that one. I
Yeah, I'm
can't.
just telling you,
Yeah, I can't debate him.
he the only center they got video of grabbing people's
I'm
penises.
laughing too.
Hey,
Hey,
hey, hold on. We can go through this real quick. I mean, we got Shaq, Dream, Will, Captain, Moses, David Robinson, Bill Russell, Patrick Ewing, Bill Walton, George Mikan. I mean, then you
hey,
might.
Wait a
I would put
minute.
him. I would put him over Bill
Talking about
Walton.
George.
I'll put it.
Who?
I'll put him over
George
Bill Walton.
who?
Bill
I
Walton
never
was
heard
great, but
Elijah
he didn't have a
wrong.
long
What the
career.
fuck?
Yeah,
He didn't have
yeah.
his
Get
career
him
wasn't
out
long.
of here.
I'll put him over
George
Walton.
who?
Yao Ming, Lonzo Mourning.
I wouldn't put him over Alonzo. Alonzo's better.
Like, what are
Yeah,
we talking
yeah.
about?
Give me Dwight over Lonzo. When y'all were talking defensive
I actually
centers,
played college
that's who y'all
ball,
should have
so
named. I
it's
think
good.
Lonzo may have dropped 20 a game, 1 or 2 seasons.
Yeah, he did. He
Yeah,
did, but
Dwight's
he
the
didn't win.
better.
He didn't win defensive player of the year. Yeah, he did.
Hey,
He
Steve
won defensive player of
Francis
the year.
got a story for y'all. Steve Francis got a story for y'all. I don't know if y'all know about Steve Francis back when he was a
Oh,
killer.
that's one of my favorite point guards. I remember Steve Franchise when he was
Yeah,
coming
he's
out of
dope.
Maryland.
Yeah,
When he
I
went to
remember
the
he's dope.
junior college, he went to a junior college and went to Maryland for 1 year and got
Yep.
drafted second pick. I remember when
Yep.
that nigga he
Well,
cried at the NBA draft. The
Yeah,
nigga
he won.
cried
I
because he got
played with him.
drafted
He
by
won Coach
Vancouver.
Rookie of the Year with Elton
How
Brand.
about that?
Yeah.
The nigga cried when he got drafted by Vancouver. That's how he got to Houston.
Yep.
I remember that shit. Yeah, Steve Franchise was the truth.
Yeah, he's
Before he
dope, man.
traded him to Orlando.
Yeah, franchise got the dream, got the old dream traded.
That boy was there.
the dream didn't want to be there with him, so he got traded to Toronto. But he was past his prime anyway, though.
There you go. Well,
That NBA Live with Steve Franchise on the cover might be one of the greatest NBA
I think
games
this
ever,
come
man.
from. I think this come from. Talk your shit. I know that boy to be one of the greatest point guards to ever touch the basketball.
Ooh.
When you talk about athletic point guards, you got to put Steve Franchise in that discussion. After you talk about after D Rose,
Yeah, athleticism.
after D
Don't
Rose
get
and
carried
Westbrook,
away.
I agree.
Steve Franchise.
I
After
agree.
Westbrook and D
Athletic
Rose,
point
Steve
guard.
Franchise might be number three. He might be number
You
three.
got John
Athleticism.
Moran up in the mix too,
Yo,
though.
can I tell you?
I mean, he
Can I
new
tell
to
y'all he
the
went to
bunch. He new
JUCO?
to the bunch. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
I'm just
I'm
talking about accomplished. I'm talking about
Yeah,
accomplished.
nah.
I'm
He
scared for
John
John
Moran.
Morant, though, man.
Yeah,
I just
John
have a
Moran.
feeling.
Right.
I just have a feeling
John
John
Moran.
Morant's not gonna have a long career the way he plays. I'm scared
Yeah,
for him, man.
yeah. That's what I said too, man. Playing like that shit gonna take a toll on him.
It's
I
like
hope
Derrick
not. I hope I'm
Rose.
wrong.
Yeah, I hope I'm wrong too. But he reminds me of Derrick Rose, man. He's just out of control, man. He jumps too high.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't know how to land
He
right.
don't land right. Yeah, all
Yeah.
that shit gonna take a toll, man. Like I said, I hope I'm wrong. When niggas be asking me who I would rather draft first, I say Luka, because his game don't predicate a lot of athleticism.
Yeah, but
You know,
Luka gonna eat
he
he
gonna
gonna
be
eat
able to
himself out
last
the
a
league
long
if he don't stop, man.
time. He gonna be the last. He gonna be able to last a long time, Luka
I'm
though.
just saying, but Luka gonna end up eating himself out the league, man. He gotta slow down in the summer, man.
Oh yeah. He gotta stay. See, that's his problem. He gotta stay in basketball shape.
Hey, all positive. Where you been, man?
Oh man, I was hanging with my homegirl, man. We was getting some stuff straight, man, and helping her with some. She was helping me with some stuff.
I feel you.
Yeah.
She helping you show your face?
No, man. She just left not long ago. She left my career like an hour ago, man. That's my homegirl, man. and no, it's
That's your
nothing going on.
homegirl or that's your homegirl?
Nah, man,
Hey,
you know, just like my
hey,
best
you
friend,
lied
man.
to the people, bro. You lied
What?
to the people.
I
You
highlighted
said you was
people.
gonna show your, you said you was gonna show your face tonight, bro.
I said tomorrow.
No, you did not. You said today.
I
You
said
lied,
today.
bro. You lied to the people. Just
I
say it.
said
Say I
today.
lied.
Well, I ain't got my lights. I ain't got no lights on right now, man. I gotta go to
You said
Man,
come.
fuck out
tomorrow.
of
You
here,
said it
man.
yesterday.
Yo, look, I got no. I ain't got no lights on right now. I gotta go to the electric company tomorrow and pay a bill, and you won't be able to see it.
Hey, well, I wanted to tune in to the conversation that I heard, and y'all don't get mad at me. Somebody turn this shit down.
Dang, what's that in the background?
What's wrong with your sound, bro?
Dang, somebody sound like a
I'm just,
TV
I'm
going.
just a fan. I'm a fan of this channel, and I would always subscribe.
Okay, your sound is going in
I'm
and
not
out,
gonna
man.
be up in the middle of the night and be listening. You see what I'm saying?
We're not hearing everything you're saying. Your sound is going up and down, in and out.
Well, we'll check this out. I heard. Okay, my bad. Well, I can always say this, because I heard the night that y'all they got into it. I was like, wow.
Man, the
It
subject
was
of
an
your
old man
statement
who
are going
quit.
away.
You hear me?
We only getting bits and pieces of what you're saying, bro.
You say what now?
We're only
Hey, your
getting
audio's
bits
all
and
fucked
pieces.
up.
Yeah.
Your audio's fucked up,
So
bro.
that voice sound familiar. Well, and just reach out to me and we'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, cause you know, uh, I've been in the boxing circle. You can't-
we still we still not getting all your statement, man. We're only getting a portion, and then your sound gets all jacked up.
Okay. Well, I hear you. So I say that. Yeah, I get what you in the DMs. How about that?
just fix your audio, man, and talk to us. That's all. That's all. Just check your audio. Something's not right about your audio. You might need to go on the settings or something. I don't know. But your audio is jacked up. You straighten your audio out, we'll be able to hear you and we can converse with you. But right now, we don't know what you're saying to us because we're getting three words and then everything else is distorted and low and hushed. Like we don't know what you're saying.
Okay. Got you. Got you. I heard that.
Yeah, right now we can hear you fine. We want to hear what you're saying, but we're not able to get full statements out of you. We're just getting like 3 or 4 words. That's it. Now, if you can try now, maybe we can hear everything. We don't know.
Okay, so all I'm doing is muting it and bringing it back. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all gotta hear me.
Yeah, we're hearing you now. We're hearing you now. Say what you were trying to say.
It's tough to talk like that though. All right,
Do you have more than one device going right now? Cause you got some background sounds sound like you're in a
bro,
lab
I'm on
under
my
water or something.
speaker.
Okay, do you have Do you have some kind of Bluetooth or headset or something you can put on?
All right, let me try something different too. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but your background noise sound like you're in an underwater lab.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah. Now just go ahead and talk to us, man. Tell us what you're trying to say. If we can
Bro,
hear you,
all right,
we'll
so
let you know.
you in the game. All right, so I can hear you verbatim right now. You said what now?
Just go ahead and talk to us, and we'll let you know if we can hear you or not.
Okay. So yeah. All right. Well,
I think your
you know what?
background noise
Let me
might
just
be
say this. I met
your background.
both of them at the same time, right? I got
Yeah, what?
introduced.
Hey, no lie. We can't hear nothing you saying, bro. You going in and out like a bank robbery.
I think your fan is making background noise. The ceiling fan.
I be trying this shit sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Hey, try to turn since you're on a speakerphone, you might want to turn that fan off. Turn that fan off, the ceiling fan.
Hey,
It's making a hell of a lot of background noise. That might be what's screwing up your audio.
All right.
Yeah, you're on mute now. Yeah, man, I gotta get this load off. Slow down.
Well, it's tough to to talk to. Damn, I heard myself like 20 minutes later. It's amazing.
I was gonna tell him to try to go out and come back in.
Who's this LV right here?
What up? What up?
Oh, LV Slugger. Okay, yeah, that's what we've been talking to the whole time. Okay, I didn't know the names, man. But yeah, man. Yeah, Mex ain't got off. I wanted to ask Mex about a fantasy matchup, man, with Usyk and Jake Paul at cruiserweight.
Oh man, that ain't no damn fight, man. Well, Usyk get for Wilder. That's what I want.
Man, no, you
Beat
don't
his
want to see
little
that.
ass.
You don't want to see
Beat
that.
that little motherfucker.
You don't want to see that. No, you don't.
That's a night. That's
Yeah, because
that's another speaker.
it's one of them fights that I can see Usyk winning. Like the first five. No, I'm saying. Hear me out. I said I can see Usyk winning the first 5 rounds, 6 rounds, and then Wilder lands and puts him to sleep.
No,
That's what I can see happening.
Go.
But
Yeah,
he would have to fight the perfect fight and not get hit. Period. And Usyk's been getting hit a lot.
We all know that ain't happening.
He's been getting hit a lot at heavyweight. If he was getting hit by Chisora, I'm sure Wilder would not
Slow
have
ass
trouble.
Chisora.
I'm sure
You
Wilder
got you
wouldn't have
talking about
trouble landing one punch.
214 Wilder.
Yeah.
214 Wilder with all that speed, boy, his ass
He would not have
destined to
trouble
get
landing
lined
one
up.
punch, and then
Oh
all he
yeah,
need is one.
that's what I'm saying. Wilder
Like I said,
gonna have a hard. They gonna make it hard for him to get back at them titles, man. They gonna make it hard for
well,
him to get back.
Usyk claimed he wanted to fight, but he ain't stupid. Usyk don't want that fight, man.
Oh yeah. I
He
already knew. I knew he was gonna come to the fight when they said it. I knew that one. I knew he
don't want
wasn't
that
doing
fight.
the crap. Nah,
So
he gonna have to take the Andy route.
yeah. I think Ruiz got a good chance, but Ruiz just get hits too much, and I think he got a good chance to outbox. Look, if Anthony Joshua could outbox Ruiz, I don't think Usyk would have trouble doing that. But as far as Ruiz and Wilder, he gets hit too much. Wilder sleeps him too.
Yeah,
But just like
all
DJ
these
said,
niggas.
DJ said Wilder beats everybody at heavyweight except Tyson Fury. I agree.
And I still think he can beat him. I don't want it again, but I still think he can beat him.
Well,
Fuck it.
he got it.
It's
Well,
gonna take some work.
The ref got to do their job when he knocks him down.
I mean, oh yeah, we know that. We all know that.
The
Yeah,
ref
we
got to
all
do
know
their
that.
job.
I mean,
and I like Tyson Fury. I'm not making an excuse. I like Tyson Fury, but
man, they
it is
cheated for
what it
that nigga. They cheated for that nigga. That nigga ain't shit. Hell, how the hell you the biggest nigga in the whole division and you gotta cheat? Them niggas ain't fucking with Wilder, man. Real talk, them niggas ain't fucking with Wilder.
I like Wilder and Fury, man. I like both of them, man.
Man, fuck Fury. Fury need to get his ass knocked out. Somebody need to knock his ass out. I hope it's Wilder.
And now
I hope it's
Wilder's
Wilder.
the hardest puncher. Wilder could knock him out. I don't think nobody else gonna beat him. I don't think.
Yeah, you right though. You right, it's gonna be tough. Hopefully we get a 4 fight and we get us a Marquez Pacquiao ending. That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for. But man, it's gonna be a road to the back to the top though, because they're gonna make it hard for him to get another title.
I mean, I'm all about doing away with these titles, man. I'm tired of all these titles, man. I'm tired of these titles. I'm tired of these promoters. I'm tired of all
just tired of the promoters. I'm tired of the title too. As long as each sanctioned body got one belt, I ain't really got a problem with it. It's just all the interims and the diamonds and golds and shit.
I'm
That's
sick of
blowing me.
When you got the super champ, you got the regular champ, the super champ, the franchise champ. I'm tired of that mess, man. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, I'm tired of that. I'm tired of
promoters,
that shit.
And the promoters in the pockets of the sanctioning bodies. You know, Bob Arum owns the WBO. He in their pockets heavy. We know that.
Right. Al got a lot to do with the WBA too.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
He got a lot of pull with that WBA belt. So
and the WBC just cashing checks from whoever the highest bidder.
Oh yeah. It's basically wherever Canelo at.
yeah, whatever.
Wherever Canelo at, that's where they going.
Well, that's what WBC stand for. They said we back Canelo. Somebody put it online.
Man, they a trip over there. WBC ought to be a thing. I'm glad Devin threw away that franchise shit. I hope they don't never bring that shit up.
I mean, how you gonna have a belt that you can't lose?
But no, they changed it. They changed it when it came to Tio and Loma. Those, they changed the rules.
Sense. Yeah.
Change the rules.
Like you belt you can't lose. What's the point?
Yeah, get rid of that shit, man. That one number the trophy belt. Some bullshit.
These guys are just, man. It's just not. It's boxing, man. I mean, I just can't back these promoters be stopping these fights, man.
Yeah, it's promoters. I blame the promoters. I definitely blame the promoters more than I do anybody else. I blame the business.
Because Don King been doing that too since the 90s. It's been Don King.
But he made the fights though. But he was made the fighters though. But he was jipping the fighters.
He made fights, but he stopped a lot of fights too because during the 90s, the mid and late 90s, when it was 3 champions at 160, Don King controlled them. It was Bernard Hopkins, Keith Holmes, and William Joppy. And Don King would not let these guys fight each other. They was arguing over for years. They was going back and forth. It was like they wanted to fight each other. King did not let them fight each other until Trinidad got there in 2001 to the division. That's when he had the tournament because he had control of all of them. Then he had the big middleweight tournament, and all these guys fought each other. Well, Hopkins fought Holmes, and Trinidad fought Joppy, and the winner of that fought each other. But for years, like 5 or 6 years, none of these guys fought each other. They were just waiting on that.
Yeah.
Because the WBO wasn't a title back then. It wasn't a major title. Lonnie Bradley was the WBO title. It was
Oh,
the
that was the
But see,
WBO.
you
3 belt
know,
era.
Yeah.
That was the
back
3
then,
belt era.
Yeah.
back then, the business of boxing and the fights was just a separate situation. We didn't
Mm-hmm.
get involved. They didn't include us in on all the information,
Mm-hmm. Yep.
and it was better then to me. But let me correct you a little something,
Oh shit!
LV.
Hold on.
LV,
We gotta let Roundtable
let
talk real quick. God damn it!
hold
Fuck
on,
that.
hold on. Let me say,
Hold on.
hold on. Let me say something so fans don't have the wrong information. Devin did not give. He didn't throw away the franchise belt. He just don't rock it. He still have it. His dad just talked about it on another platform about 2 days ago. They still have the belt. They just don't rock it.
Oh, I don't blame him for still rocking with it. The way the WBC move out
He
here,
earned
if
it.
they was the,
He earned it. Yeah.
yeah, most definitely. That's what I'm saying. I don't mind them keeping the rocket because like how they move out here, if he was to get rid of it, they'll try to say he wasn't undisputed on some bullshit. So hold on to it. Yeah, I don't blame him. Hold on to it.
Brother want to speak? Just come on.
Oh yeah, I was just
The
coming
round
through, man. I was listening earlier, Cal. I just wanted to let you know, man. Niggas coming through supporting, man. I was listening to that conversation earlier about the NBA, man, the old school versus the new school, man. I personally believe that I always had this argument with people, man. I believe that the game has evolved so much that there's really no comparison. You had your special cake, special talents back then, but it was really like it was few and far between. Nowadays, man, these guys are so talented, man, and the game has evolved so much and at such a high level. It's like, man, them dudes back then couldn't compete. Of course, the Wilts. I don't even think Bill Russell would have been able to compete in this day and age. He would have been able to compete, but he wouldn't have been a big name. He wouldn't have been
Yeah,
a big
too damn
star.
little. Too little.
Um,
Well, number
and,
6'8".
and he wasn't athletic enough. And the main thing is competition. Like, I'm gonna be honest, man. Most of them guys, most teams, the star player was a black player. They had two players if they was lucky. But other than that, they was playing against guys that was 6'1" at the most, white guys that were very unathletic. Come on, man. I could score 50 points on them, man.
Exactly.
Oh,
Bro,
okay.
that's
Check this out.
exactly what I was
you know
saying.
what?
Hey,
But
since
That's
you
we're
know
talking
what?
exactly
about
what I was saying.
Bill Russell had more wins against Wilt than Wilt had against him.
since we're talking about unathletic white boys, please
Well,
don't
he
tell me
had
you think
about
Luka.
8 Hall of Famers on
Hey,
that team.
yeah,
Bill
It
please
played
didn't
with
don't
matter.
tell
about
me.
8
It
other
doesn't
Hall
matter.
of Famers.
Hey, do
Who
y'all think
cares? They went head to head.
Luka
They guarded each
Doncic
other.
is off
He had a
athletic? You
better
think he?
team though. He had a better team. Wilt didn't have no team like Bill did. He
Hey,
played
Yes,
with
he had
four,
some stars.
5 different Hall of
hey,
Famers.
hey,
They
you
whole
said
starting 5 was Hall of Famers.
yeah. He had
Name,
8 Hall of
name the
Fame. Yeah,
five. Name the
he had
five that Bill had.
he
Hold
had
on.
8
Name
Hall
the
of
five
Famers.
that he had. Name the
Yeah,
five Hall of Fames he had with him.
he had Cousy,
I'm
Havlicek.
about
He
to
had
tell you.
Sam
I'm about to
Jones.
tell you. I'm about to tell
Yeah,
you.
I'm going on top of my head. Cousy, Havlicek.
I wasn't asking you all.
Oh,
I
okay,
was asking
okay.
him because I know a lot of
Yeah,
times they be talking.
I
They be
already
talking.
know it was about 5. I
Y'all don't be
already
knowing the
know it was
history.
about
Y'all just
5
be
of them.
talking. Y'all
No,
going by
He
what
had,
y'all
he
was
had like
doing.
8.
I ain't
bro,
going
he
He
by
had
that.
8
did
Hall of
have
Famers.
5 Hall of Famers. That whole lineup was Hall of Famers on
Yeah. He had
that team.
he had 8 Hall of Famers with him.
Okay,
The
now
whole team was in the Hall of Fame.
name the players that Will Chamberlain had because he definitely had some too.
I mean, only one I know is Jerry West.
Now, yeah,
I
Jerry
ain't
West
gonna
Jerry
cap.
and,
West.
That's
and
the only one I know.
Jerry West and Elgin Baylor. Elgin Baylor.
Yeah, there you go.
Elgin Baylor
See,
was a
I
great
ain't
Them
gonna
player.
tell
dudes
you.
wouldn't do nothing in the league today.
Huh?
Them dudes wouldn't do nothing in the league today.
Hey,
They'd be
you do
destitute.
know that
Especially not
Elgin.
no
You do know.
Jerry West.
I don't know about
Let me tell you about Elgin Baylor. Dr. J, and David Thompson said they grew up watching Elgin Baylor and learning from him. Jordan grew up watching
What's
David
Dr.
Thompson
J?
and Dr. J. So who do you think Jordan moves come from?
And
Yeah,
where
but
you
the
think
game
Kobe
has
get his moves
evolved
from?
though.
All the stuff Jordan is doing with the reverse layups, Elgin Baylor was doing it in the 50s and the 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah, against guys that he should have been doing it against. That wasn't no
Okay,
surprise.
y'all claim the
Exactly, bro. Jordan
unathletic white
dominated a
boy.
big man era, bro. Jordan dominated
let me
when
tell
nothing
y'all
but
something.
big man
But what y'all don't
dominated the
realize,
NBA.
what you
And
guys
he
are
was a
not
shooting
realizing,
guard.
Jordan
What you
played
guys not
15 years and
hold on,
won 6 titles.
Alphonse. Jason, what you guys not realize? Back in those days, 7-footers were not a dime a dozen. They were not a dime a dozen. Nowadays, they got so much crap in the food, they're a dime a dozen.
Yeah, 7-footers everywhere.
It ain't the natural of it. It's what they're putting in our foods over here and throughout the world. 7-footers were not a dime a dozen around the world. They were an oddity. So when you had one, you had something.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have a center 6'7", 6'9", 6'11", or whatever back then, because they were giants back then. It wasn't necessarily 7-footers that was the only giants. It was giants were 6'5" or better. When I was a kid, if you made the height of 6 feet, you were considered tall.
Yeah, like in my
You're not considered tall now at 6 feet. So the height is different. The food we're consuming nowadays is different.
Yeah.
That's why we got, everybody's. There was in football, a 300-pounder was not that common. They pump them out like they hens in a factory. I mean, at Tyson or something, man. Shoot, man, y'all gotta understand, man. A lot of these bodies that we're seeing walking around wasn't the norm back then. It's the norm now because the foods have changed.
Yeah, because Julius Pepper was his high school played my high school. I'm a little bit older than Julius Pepper, but his high school played my high school, and Julius Pepper, he was considered humongous back then. But now it's a whole lot of them guys walking around now, man.
Yeah, man.
That's normal, man.
I'm 6'2.5". I feel like a shorty when I get around cats.
And that makes our point that today's players now are better.
Right.
They're not
Exactly.
They're not necessarily better. They're playing. That's what they're playing against all the time.
Hey, you guys made a comment
they
earlier.
better because
If a small guy cannot play a big guy, he's better. He's a better player.
They far greater in skill set that today than they were back then.
No, I wouldn't say that's better. I think they're allowing more
coming down the court.
The carries and like the NBA became N1. When N1 became popular, the NBA is like, okay, we're gonna allow guys to take 3 steps now. We're gonna allow them to palm the ball. We're gonna allow them to carry the ball. So there's not a lot of stuff these guys doing today. If you take Kyrie Irving and put him in a time machine, he couldn't play in the 60s because they would call everything he does. It wasn't allowed in the NBA back then.
Yeah, but he would have the ability. He would have the ability to be able to adjust.
He would have to adjust on the fly because he's been playing this way his whole life.
When you a top level player, when you got a top skills, you able to adjust coming, going down. But them dudes wouldn't have been able to adjust coming up because they were so far down. They just didn't have the skill set to adjust to this game today.
Hey, you guys made a comment earlier about slow, unathletic white boys. What is Luka Doncic? If he please tell me you don't think he's athletic and fast.
No, he's skilled. He's highly skilled.
He's highly skilled like the players was back in the day, but Luka Doncic is slow as molasses.
Well, them niggas wasn't skilled like Luka back then.
At all. Not at all.
So nobody can handle the ball and shoot back in the 60s. What you saying?
Man, they wasn't skilled like no Luka.
But not like this.
Luka does is handle the ball and shoot. He does nothing else.
He was very skilled with that ball. What do you think Magic got his? What do you think Magic got his?
Pete Maravich was real skilled.
There was
athletic.
Yeah, there was a small percentage of players that were special back then. Now, nigga, you miss too many shots and you have an off game and they do these little what are these little statistics they keep? What's that one? It's a certain stat that they keep. Plus or minus. You fuck up on that. Yeah, you fuck up on that plus or minus, nigga. You about to be out the door because it's another nigga waiting. Like the league is very competitive now. Like it's so many guys, man. Just look on Instagram, man. These kids jumping out the gym. They doing all kind of shit, man. It's just you didn't have nobody like that back then, man.
There was a lot of guys that jump out the gym.
This is another difference between today and yesterday.
Wasn't no guards jumping out the gym back then.
The resources that these kids,
Oscar Robertson was 6'5". He could touch the top of the
different than what those guys. They didn't have basketball camps back in the day. They didn't have private coaching back in the day. You learned to play.
That's the point.
You just named one dude in that era.
But listen, if they had those,
You got 100 Oscar Robertson.
We not talking about if though. We talking about
if these guys had the same resource when they were kids that the players of today have. They would everybody be.
We not talking about if though. We got to talk about what you see side by side. You compare the two. Come on, man. Let's be real. Like I'm not watching no game from the '60s I'm not watching the game for the '60s looking for no entertainment aspect.
That's the problem. Y'all ain't looking at your history. If y'all look at your history, you probably have a different tune of what you're talking about.
If you don't know your history,
a lot of stuff you see today, they were doing back then.
I don't know. I don't know why.
No scientific genius into the sneaker making it all. Just
look.
Watch this.
Watch this. I don't know why so many old cats or older cats from back then don't like giving credence or credit to like.
I'm not an old cat. I'm probably about your age. I just
but hold on. But hold on. Look, watch this. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm raising my kids to be better than me. I want them to evolve and be better than me. Like, why is there a problem with the older cats or people from that even have a bias towards the old school? Just to realistically understand that some shit today is better. I'm not saying all stuff, but man,
things are not better, man. Things get easier. It don't get better. It gets easier.
That's what I was just trying to tell you. Your school has better opportunities and resources than what our school had. But what I'm trying to tell you also is, it ain't us that don't recognize the new school. It's you guys don't recognize those because you're not looking at your history.
You gotta know your history.
I understand the history. When you play a whole bunch of white boys,
a really good player, it don't matter what era he plays, he's gonna be good.
Man, them niggas is playing
the NBA is predominantly black right now, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's predominantly black, and these niggas is athletic as hell.
If you're a really good, skilled basketball player with a great talent, it don't matter what color you are.
Side nigga, let me ask you this. Side nigga, let me ask you this. Back then, what was the league dominantly? What was the dominant figure in the league?
We know it's more whites than black then.
Okay, hold on. Describe that white athlete back then.
Jerry West. That was their prime white athlete. Jerry West.
And Jerry West was a quick defender. Jerry West is a better player.
Describe the average white boy back then.
Jerry West is a better player than Luka Doncic by far. It's not even close.
Get the hell out of here. You tripping, bro.
He's a better shooter.
That nigga was not better than no Luka Doncic.
Luka don't play defense. Jerry played defense. He's a better shooter.
I give you that. I give you that. But
he don't play no
bunch of white boys, bro. Luka is playing against a bunch of athletic ass black niggas.
You do know Jerry West.
He got to play up against.
You know Jerry West averaged 40 points a game in the finals.
Yeah, against a bunch of white dudes. That's what I'm saying.
Luka
got to play against 6'8", 6'9" niggas.
This was 1969. It was black players in the league in 69.
And jumping 50 inches out the gym, bro.
Pull up 1969 to 69 roster, and you can see.
Back in the day, skill dominated the win-loss records of basketball teams back in the day. Skills dominated. The Lakers changed that. When Magic got to the Lakers, they decided what's his name? What's the coach's name? The one that got sick.
Paul Westhead.
Yeah. Was that him? The one that got sick?
No, not him. I forgot.
The one that was there before. The one that was there before the real good.
Yeah, I know you're talking about before Paul Westhead. I forgot his name. But yeah, Paul Westhead took over.
Anyway, changed the game. He taught them to run. And the talent is what the talent became a more dominant situation, and your stamina as far as your ability to last.
That's because they had the type of player that could do that. Back then, they didn't have an athlete that could run that type of offense.
He had a lot of players that didn't want to do that either. But yeah, he had better athletes, and he knew it. So
that's what happened.
That's how you compete against the high skill level.
Hey, watch this. And you know where that athlete evolved at? On the playground in the black neighborhood.
There was always
that athlete.
There was always playgrounds in black neighborhoods.
But guess
That
what?
athlete,
That
it
athlete's
wasn't
already.
always that. It wasn't always
No,
that
those
because
athletes,
back in the
those athletes
60s, again, we just
always,
made the point. We just made the point the
always
league was
had those
dominated
athletes.
by little
Yeah,
unathletic
that's
white
true. That's true.
boys.
No, we're
That's true.
not dominated by little unathletic white boys. Look, there was players in the NBA since the 50s, since the first
Yeah,
place came
it's
in.
Man,
The
athletes.
y'all
NBA
can't
was loaded.
name,
The NBA
but
was
y'all
loaded with
name
black
about two
players in the
white boys
60s.
that was athletic back then. Pete
No,
Maravich and Jerry West.
Pete Maravich didn't
That's
come in
it.
until the 70s. He didn't come into the 70s.
I
Come
don't
on,
think
man.
they were so much very athletic. I think they were very skilled.
Yeah,
That's
they
what I
was skilled,
believe.
but they
From what
had
I see, they were
slight
more skilled.
athleticism. The shit Pete Maravich was
And
doing, he had some slight
well,
athleticism to
well
him.
Hey,
the
you know,
first white boy I ever seen win a slam dunk contest on a professional level was Rex Chapman.
no, it was Brent
I ain't
Berry.
seen no.
Brent
I
Berry.
ain't who
Brent Berry.
Yeah, Brett
who.
Berry, yeah, the daddy.
Yeah,
I
Brent
thought
Berry.
Rex
Yeah.
won.
No,
Yeah.
Rex didn't
Nah,
win. Rex
that's
didn't
the
win in
son.
1991. He didn't win that
No,
year. That was,
Rex was in it.
he was in it, but yeah,
I don't
but
know.
Brent Berry won it in,
Yeah, yeah,
in
Barry.
96. Yeah.
Man,
But Rex was the first white dude I saw slamming like a brother.
Yeah, Rex was, yeah.
The first one I saw slamming like a
Yeah, you
brother.
talking about that
Now,
nigga who had the mullet? Well, he rocked
Yeah.
like a mullet, didn't
Yeah, he played for
he?
Kentucky. Played for
Yeah, I know
Kentucky
who
with the
you're talking
Hornets,
about.
Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, I know who
now
you're talking about.
I'm gonna tell you. See, y'all gotta understand the NBA was based on passing that rock around, team play.
Yeah.
Then it evolved to where they started running, and it was fast breaking was dominant, and everybody was running hard. That's how the Lakers got past the Boston Celtics finally.
But
They couldn't run
man,
Chicago
that
didn't.
shit.
When Jordan started winning rings, he wasn't just necessarily
No, it
running up
didn't
and
have nothing
down.
to do with Jordan.
They
What I'm talking about
slowed.
didn't have nothing to do with Jordan, bro.
He
This way
slowed the
before
game
Jordan.
down. He
This
slowed
way
the game
before
down.
Jordan, bro. Way
That
before Jordan.
1960 shit, 1950
Not
shit, that
too
shit
much.
was
Not
whack as
too much
fuck.
before Jordan. When Jordan came in, 84.
Yeah.
Magic came in 79. So I mean, it ain't too
See,
far off.
the game
It
had
ain't too
already
far
changed
off.
before Jordan got there. The game had changed.
You know,
The game
that.
had the game
Jordan
It
had
got
was
it.
changed. The
about
Jordan
game
got
had
5 years
everybody.
changed.
off.
The
Magic
game
came in
started
the league in 79.
actually the game started changing before Magic got there.
Yeah.
It started changing with Julius Erving. When they brought the ABA over to the NBA, that's when the game changed.
Mhm.
That's when they brought the schoolyard play in the NBA. When
And
they merged.
at
That's when the
Started
game
point,
letting the
changed.
brothers play
1980.
and started letting these brothers play, and we started
Yeah,
dominating.
that's when they
Well,
became athletic.
black people have been in the league since the 50s. They didn't just start playing in the 70s. They've been in the
I'm
league.
talking about
We
they
not
started letting
talking
when they
about
did that
that.
merger.
We talking about the numbers.
When they did that merger, more black players was in the NBA, man.
Actually,
Absolutely.
the merger occurred in the 70s, and there was already a ton of black players before the merger. The
But it
merger
was
only brought over
predominantly white though. It was
the
predominantly
merger.
white before the merger.
No, that was in the 70s. No, because if you look at the first Finals MVP was 1969. That was Jerry West, and then if you look at all the Finals MVPs from 69 to the merger, it was like half and half. It was black and white. Like Rick Barry won one.
Yeah,
John
but that
Havlicek won
doesn't
one. It was
that
like
doesn't
It's
give
not
us
half now. It's not
and
half
that don't give us
now.
and that
We
don't give us
running
that
it.
don't give us a read of the population of black players versus white players because there was a equal number of MVPs. Like we know that Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain, they was multiple MVPs, but that
Well,
doesn't
Bill
mean that
Russell,
there was
I'm talking about final. Bill Russell never won a Finals MVP because it wasn't around during his era. The first Finals MVP was awarded Bill Russell's last year. They gave it to Jerry West, even though he lost because he averaged 40 a game without a 3-point line. By the way.
Okay. Even at that time, even when a black man was winning an MVP, final MVP, whatever, the league was still dominated by white players. 6'2", unathletic white players. You supposed to score 50 points on them niggas, man.
Y'all keep saying
And
dominated by white players.
ain't he the only nigga to win a Finals MVP without actually winning the Finals? Ain't he the only one?
That's what I just said.
That's what I'm saying, and we all know why that was. We know why that was. Come on.
But he averaged 40 a game with no
it's
3-point.
clear as day.
So
it's clear as
y'all
day.
talk about unathletic. So correct me if I'm wrong. Just like I said earlier, isn't Luka Doncic an unathletic white boy?
And look at who he's playing against. Look at what he's going up against every night.
He's dominating.
Look at what he's going up
today.
against. Unathletic. He's going up against niggas the same height as him. That's jumping 50 inches out the gym and running 4 flats in the 40.
And he's
That's
dominating.
What he's doing right now.
So you got an unathletic white boy dominating players today, but you're talking about unathletic
Jerry
white boys.
That's
and
one out of 1,000, though, man.
There's no comparison, bro.
He's 1 out of 1,000.
Exactly.
Have you ever seen a highlight of Jerry West play?
Bro, I
I mean,
seen
just a
him. He
simple
was
yes or
straight
no.
in his era.
Have you ever
He
seen
was
Jerry
good
West
in
game?
his era. But that nigga would not be dominant right now. He
Jerry
Man,
would
that
West
not
is
be
one
nigga
of the
be a
dominant.
greatest.
bench player.
Dude, Jerry
He'll
He'll
be
West,
a
be a
six man.
the
He'll be a
man
six
averaged
man
40 a
nigga.
game with no
A great
3-point line.
player is always going to evolve and play according to the competition. I don't care what era it is. This era, that era, it don't matter. A great
He
player is
probably
gonna rise to the occasion. He's gonna adapt and he's gonna play according to the
Well, why
level of
wasn't they
field he's
doing?
playing
Why
against.
wasn't none of them doing what we see being done today at the level it's being done at?
Because
What
they
do
had
you
never
mean?
seen
No,
they had never seen
y'all
it
haven't
before.
seen it. Y'all haven't looked
Once
at
it
it.
was seen, then it was duplicated. It's been duplicated
Man,
today.
that shit
There
It,
is
was
it, ain't, it,
nothing.
ain't, it ain't originality
There
today.
is nothing
It's
done in
been
the NBA today
duplicated.
that we have not seen
that
before.
that
There's like,
shit that shit that shit was a weak ass league
no,
back then
You
to
oh,
ain't
me,
you
man.
ain't
look,
you hadn't
there
seen
is
enough
nothing.
video, my
There's
man.
nothing
Go
you
back and
guys are
watch more
seeing in the
video.
NBA today
You'll
that we
see a
have
lot of
not
stuff
seen
that you
before.
didn't know that was
bro,
happening
you
in the
gotta
NBA back
be
in the day.
kidding me
Look,
right
Like,
I,
now.
I was
you know what? When
So
I
you
was a
telling
kid,
me it was
I
a
used to say the
Zion
same
Williamson
thing.
back
I
then?
used to say the same
Tell
thing
me
y'all
the
saying right
Zion.
now when I was a kid until I saw history on video.
I'm talking
When
as
I
far
saw
as
video,
I'm
let
talking
me tell
about
you,
as far as athleticism.
my school that I went to, Cameron Middle School, was a high school, one of the coldest high schools in the south region of this country. And I didn't believe it until I saw the film. Them cats were cold. The stuff we see today, they were doing way back when. Matter of fact, they had a traveling team that went around the nation playing. Look it up.
I, I
I'm
bet you
telling
they
you.
was black.
Yeah, they were black. They were black.
Okay, that's
I'm
the
black. I'm
point.
from a black neighborhood. But I'm just trying
That's
to
what.
tell you, you
That's the
guys are not
point.
doing
No,
anything. You guys are not doing anything new.
no,
You
being black
duplicated
doesn't
what's been done already.
being
Just like
black doesn't make
my
you
generation
athletic.
duplicated what we saw done before us.
Hey, being black doesn't mean
Duplication.
that you're athletic and automatically got a 40-inch vertical.
You
That doesn't
gotta work
mean
for that.
just being black doesn't give you a 40-inch vertical and
You're
athletic.
naturally athletic though. You're
No,
naturally
it's not.
athletic.
No, it's not. Because I got a
You're
bunch of people
naturally
I know
athletic.
black that can't jump worth nothing.
Hey, bro, I'm goofier than the summer gun. No, it don't even matter about
Being
that.
black does not give you a 40-inch vertical
I used
automatically.
to
That
make the
doesn't
It,
work
Super
it
like that.
I'm
don't.
telling you.
It
Hey,
don't. But you got to work on it. But at the
I used to
same
be able to
time,
super
niggas
ball
can
real
come out the
good. I
womb
used to be able to
athletic, bro.
dance real good, and then I got tall, and I lost my coordination. It don't matter what color you are. It's
Exactly.
all about the
Being
You
black
got to
doesn't mean
learn
you
how
can
to
jump.
keep it.
Being
If
black
you
doesn't
would have
mean you
kept
can
at it,
dance.
you
And
would have
being
been
black
able to
doesn't mean you can play
coordinate.
ball.
Who dominates the sport? Who dominates sports world today?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about right
I'm
now,
just
man?
saying, y'all
what
keep
kind of
saying the guys is black.
argument y'all bringing up? This ain't have nothing to do with Dwight Howard
No,
and what
we
era he
we
play in. Y'all just come up with anything to talk about.
Okay,
no,
I'm gonna give you another
making our
example.
point. We making
Tim
our
Duncan.
point.
Tim Duncan. Is Tim Duncan?
We making our
Does
point.
he,
When
what's Tim Duncan's
it's
vertical?
harder
That's my
to
favorite player all the
dominate
time.
a league predominantly black rather than dominate a league that's predominantly white, man. That's all the point we was making.
Well, think about
That's
it,
all we was
it's
saying.
really not a lot. Really not a lot of white players. It's more black players in the league now. But I'm just saying, being white, being black doesn't mean you're automatically better than a white player.
No,
That
Nobody
doesn't
said
make any
that.
sense
we're
to me.
not saying we didn't say that. We didn't say that. But we going off like I said, predominantly. If back then it was predominantly white, why isn't it predominantly white now?
More black players getting drafted. More, I guess white guys found something to
But
do. There's more
why
money.
though?
Hey,
Why?
look, check this out.
Something on you.
I'm
I'm gonna
gonna
drop
let you a
something on you that
little
y'all ain't
secret.
even thinking about. I'm gonna drop
Hey,
something on you
what's
y'all
the
ain't thinking about.
highest paid sport right now?
The reason the way things are the way they are now is because finally the racist people that was there before, their offsprings, have realized we're missing money. We're leaving money
Hey,
on the table.
not only that.
So they decided to let us in because they can make more money because they
And
knew
we're
they
dominating.
always knew we were more.
Hey,
They always knew we were more naturally
We're
athletic.
dominating.
They always knew that.
Since I'm gonna let you on a little secret. I'm gonna tell you what league white players and Latin players dominate. Baseball.
Bro, if we played baseball, we'll dominate that
they're,
too. If we play
we do play
baseball, we'll
baseball, but
dominate
it's
that
more white
too.
players
They
in
took the
baseball.
Negro leagues from us. They took the Negro league from
No,
us.
they did not
And we
take the
got
league. No, they didn't. Hold up. Let me say, they didn't take it from us.
nah. This is what they
Now
did.
this
They
is what.
let us in their
No,
league. They let
yeah,
us in
exactly.
their league,
They let
and
us
we
in the
got
league, and then we
comfortable.
stopped supporting black.
And
That's
we
what happened.
stopped doing it.
Stop
Yeah,
supporting.
that's
They
our
didn't take
fault.
it from
That's
us.
off. We should
Yeah,
have never
that's
got
our
out of
fault.
that. That's on
But
us.
the thing,
Yeah,
black people still play
but we'll
baseball,
dominate that shit too. We'll
there
dominate
are
that too.
it's more
If
black people playing basketball than baseball now. But more white players and Latin players are playing baseball because
because we got
baseball
out
players
of it.
make more.
That
They
was
make
our
more.
sport.
They
Before
make
we
more.
got out of the Negro league, we was dominating that. We just got out of it.
I agree. He was dominating.
If we get our children back playing baseball, we'll dominate that shit
But
too.
I'm saying baseball
We just
is a
don't
high paid
do it
sport.
no
But the
more.
thing is, it costs money to play baseball. It costs way more money to play baseball than
Yeah,
to
so
play
But
yeah,
watch
it's a lot
this
of
too,
money.
though. Watch this. Hey, watch this too, though. Watch this. It don't require as much skill as football and basketball to play baseball. It don't require as much skill.
I agree. But it requires more money because you got to buy all the gear, you got to buy the baseballs, you got to buy the
That ain't
baseball
true.
bats, got to buy all the
Hand-eye
gear.
that you gotta be serious.
Yeah. And it's a lot of money put in the base. If you want to play, you want your child to play baseball, that's a
That's
lot of
America's
money.
sport, of course.
Yeah.
That's why.
There's a lot of money in that, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
you got to put a lot
think
of
that's
money
a
for it.
coincidence? You think that's a coincidence? Come on, man.
No, I'm
They
just
know
saying.
what it is.
I'm just saying
They
it's
know
more.
what it is.
It requires more gear than basketball. If you want to play basketball, all you need is
I
a
know it.
basketball. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Baseball, you need cleats. You need shin
Gloves.
guards. You need a helmet. You need gloves. You need bats. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of money, man.
I'm not watching baseball over no basketball game.
I don't
Give
watch
me a
baseball, period.
basketball.
I don't watch baseball, period.
Never.
It get exciting during
That's what I'm
the
saying. But
playoffs.
that's our
That's
fault
it.
though, man. I feel
Yeah,
like
golf.
that's our fault though.
Yeah,
I think we need to start getting these kids back playing baseball because we
so
can
someone
dominate that
I
shit
agree.
too.
said in
Boy.
the chat, Demetrius Boxing said golf, we would dominate. We would dominate golf, but golf is another expensive sport. Golf balls are expensive. I mean, I'm a left-handed golfer, so it's more expensive for me because left-handed clubs, my clubs cost more than right-handed clubs. You know what I'm saying? So then you got to buy the golf balls. Golf balls are very expensive. So like I said, golf is a very expensive sport. Basketball is probably the cheapest sport to play because all you need is a basketball. That's it, and sneakers. That's why more black players are playing it.
Yeah, it's more affordable. We can afford them
Very
type of sports.
affordable.
They know what the hell.
Very
Yeah, they know
affordable.
what they're doing. I'm already here. I know what it is.
Because if I had a child, I mean, I would pray my child didn't want to play baseball. I'll be like, please, God, don't choose that sport, man. Because baseball is a very expensive sport, man.
Yeah, the let us in they leagues was all the plot, man. They seen what was coming. We was about to dominate that shit. They let us in to stop what we had going on.
Yep, and
That's
because
all
they
it
know
was.
they can get our money if they let us in. So and they
Oh,
and
fair
Jackie
for that's
Robinson wasn't the best player.
it.
And the thing was a lot of players better than Jackie Robinson in the Negro leagues, but he's the guy they chose.
Yeah, that what I heard. Yeah, that
He
what I
wasn't the
heard.
best
Yeah,
player.
I heard that.
He was not the best player.
Mm-hmm.
But I think even football, everybody say football now is like, the football players are better. If I'm personally, I would never want to play in the league in the 70s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. Ain't no
Oh,
way.
man, you had to really be about that shit back then.
You know what I'm saying?
You really
Ain't
had
no
to be
way. You
about
ain't got
that
enough
shit
money,
back
man.
then, but for
Yeah.
real,
That
you
shit
had
was
to be about
brutal.
that shit.
A guy could come across the middle, he can take your head out, and that's a legal play. No, I don't want to play in the league in the 60s and 70s and in the NFL. Hell no. You got a super
That
chat.
shit was gruesome.
Big Dog Willie Khan
Real.
was drafted by the Yankees in 70 homers. Facts. Yeah, man. I would like I said, football is very soft now, man. That's why you got 40-year-old quarterbacks still dominating because you can't hit them. You can't hit a quarterback now.
Yeah. That's the only reason why they still last. Now, if you put them motherfuckers back in that era, but them niggas wouldn't make it past 33.
No way. Yeah,
Trying to
because
play
that was the
quarterback.
average age. The average age was like 32, 33 for a quarterback.
A clothesline was legal like a song.
Legal. Going
Oh,
across the middle. Hitting the man coming across the middle. Legal.
Yeah, shoestraining, clipping, everything. All that was legal,
Hey, I'm
man.
about to get off
It was
here,
almost.
fellas, man. It was good rapping with y'all. Thank you,
All
Cal,
right,
man. I'll be back, brother.
all right, my man. Stay up,
well,
man.
no.
Enjoy your night, man.
Hey,
It
man,
was
I appreciate you for sliding through here, man.
down with
All the time, Cal. Appreciate you, brother.
But even you talking about
round
boxing back in the boxing back in the day, man, fighters today, they couldn't deal with. If you put them in a time machine, put them in boxing in the 60s, they
I
couldn't
Wilder
do
wouldn't
they
even
couldn't
sleeps
deal
man.
with
your
it.
favorite heavyweight. Wilder sleeps your favorite heavyweight. I'm
Oh no,
sorry,
no,
they
no,
too
I'm not
little.
saying no, I'm not saying
They're
why
too
I'm talking
little.
about the smaller weights. I'm not talking about the heavyweights. I'm talking about like
Oh,
the
okay. All
smaller
right,
weights
yeah.
because these guys like back in the day, you had to have at least 50 fights before you had. I'm not talking about the 70s and 80s. I'm talking about like the 50s, the 40s, 50s, and 60s. You had to have like the 40s and 50s. You had to have at least 40, 50 fights before you even challenge for a title.
Then they find 15 rounds. Them
Yeah,
niggas was
15
going
round
hard.
fights. And
Niggas was
eight
going
look,
hard back
this back
then.
when heavyweights used 8-ounce gloves. You know what I'm saying? So it was horsehair gloves back then. So the
Mm-hmm.
gloves, like definitely, man, like yo, no, I would not
A
want
a
to
lot
be
of
a
teeth
fighter
knocked
back
out back in them days.
then. I'll tell you, man. So yeah, these guys fighting 18, 20 times a year. I'm like, yo, this 2 times a year, that wouldn't fly.
Nah.
Stuff wouldn't fly, man. Yeah,
Yeah, the
man.
game's all messed up now, man.
Yeah, 1 belt and 8 weight classes. And then it went to 10. And then they kept adding a few every here and there. But 8 weight classes, come on, man. Dude. Same day weigh-ins. So you had to basically walk around at the weight you fought at.
Yep.
So yeah,
You
crazy.
gotta give them credit. You gotta give them old fighters they credit, man. They definitely had it tough fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Training it.
My milk of magnesia. Oh,
They weren't getting the money like these
after the
boys is.
devil made you, he broke the mold. Well, maybe you and I could make a little jungle fever.
Yeah, because damn, man,
Oh man,
these
what
guys
up,
are
y'all?
fighting. What's up, man?
What up? What up?
These guys are fighting 10, 12 times a year, and they still weren't millionaires back then.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
These guys, they
And
fight
see,
twice a
that's why
year.
I have a problem with it.
They're making
I feel
15,
like
20
them
million.
niggas. Yeah, they ought to been getting paid good money though. That's the only thing I got a problem with. You risk your lives for 15 rounds. Niggas ought to been getting paid good money. But I mean, that's just the era they was in. That's the I feel
Yeah.
like them fighters deserve big money. Whenever you risking your life, you deserve as much money you negotiate.
Yeah, getting punched in the face ain't no joke.
Hell
Oh
no.
no, it ain't.
No, it ain't no
Damn
joke,
sure
man.
ain't. I tried to box for a little while, man. That is something to get used to for sure. Like hell no,
Yeah, you gotta get used to taking those punches, man.
man.
No doubt.
Yeah. And you know the bad thing about boxing, and I've always said this, if you it's a gift and a curse. If you have a good chin, that's a good thing. But if you have a great chin, you have a good or great chin, it's a bad thing because that means you can absorb more punishment and then speech will be slurred later in life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because you got a guy like James Toney who had a great chin, but man, yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
Yeah,
his
I
yeah.
hate to
speech
hear
is
him
all
speak,
messed
man.
up
Ali
now.
Don't talk
Yeah.
clear it off. They don't
Ali
talk
got the
clear it off.
greatest chin of all time though. I think
Yeah,
Ali
no,
got the
I,
greatest
I,
chin of
I,
all
Nah,
time.
nah,
I think Oliver McCall had the greatest chin.
nah, bro.
Uh,
Look, who got the greatest chin
Oliver
ever
McCall.
is Riddick Bowe. Riddick Bowe had a chin.
Nah, get it, bro. He got dropped a few times.
yeah, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he wasn't
Yeah,
Yeah,
facing
Nah,
I think
Bowe.
punches
so.
like
yeah,
Ali
I'm
boy,
gonna,
though.
I
I'm gonna,
dropped.
I'm gonna tell you,
Ali
somebody
was
had an even
fighting
better
niggas he
chin.
ain't had no business fighting and was just sitting there taking punishment and never got knocked out. Ali got the
Hey,
greatest chin of all
Nah,
time.
that's Oliver
I don't
McCall,
know.
man.
Ali had a great chin, but the guy out of Canada, uh, what was it? Chevalo.
George
Ooh,
Chvallo.
I don't think he ever been knocked down.
Yeah, he ain't never been knocked. And same with I said Oliver McCall. Oliver McCall never been knocked down. He was
Mm-mm.
Tyson's chief
He
sparring
stood
partner.
there. He stood
Is
there.
that the nigga that started
Was punching.
crying when
Yeah,
Lennox
Yeah,
beat him?
yeah,
and the thing is,
yeah,
Lennox Lewis,
Oh
yeah.
he
nah,
was giving
hell
Lennox
no.
Lewis free
I can't
punches, and Lennox Lewis couldn't even hurt him. He was walking around
nah,
the ring with his
bro.
hands down.
Hey,
And
I can't say he got the greatest chin over
dude, have you seen?
Ali.
Oliver McCall's
Based
free?
on Ali's resume, I can't say
Dude,
that, bro.
Lennox
Ali
Lewis,
was
he was
facing
giving Lennox
killers.
Lewis free punches.
This nigga was
Chevala's never
facing
been knocked down.
killers.
He fought them all, bro. He fought
You do
Ali.
know that Oliver McCall was Tyson's
He
chief
fought
sparring partners. He would spar rounds and rounds with Tyson every day
Bro, that's
in the gym.
good
yeah,
and
it was
all, but
Tyson.
I just can't erase the fact that the nigga started crying in the
Not,
damn ring.
no, he
That's
was having
all
a
I
nervous
hear. When
breakdown,
you
but
say
That
Oliver
was that was
McCall,
a
Yeah,
breakdown.
that's
my
all I
bad.
That
hear.
was a mental breakdown
yeah,
he
the front
had in the
breakdown.
ring.
But the thing about that, you do know that he gave
He
Lennox
took
Lewis
his trainer.
free
Yeah, he
shots.
took his trainer. I know. Yeah,
Hey,
took
he
the
didn't even
man
have his
through it from him.
hands up. He didn't even have his hands up. Lennox Lewis was knocking folks out easier with their hands up.
And
He could knock him
Lennox
out.
Lewis never even buzzing. He was walking around the ring with his hands down.
Yeah.
Lennox couldn't even hurt him. So
Yeah,
that
I think his daddy had just died. Well, his daddy had just died, and Emmanuel Stewart, he had took his trainer.
No, I think he was just on crack.
He was just on
He was
drugs.
just-
He was doing a
he
lot
was
of
on
drugs
drugs,
back
man.
then, man. He was doing a lot of drugs back then.
You don't
Hey,
think
Cal,
you don't think Lennox
Smoke
taking
is
his
trying to get
trainer
on.
had something to do with it? Lennox had taking his.
He was trying to heal up. He's trying to rehabilitate right before that fight off drugs.
Yeah, but Carl was never dropped though in his career.
You don't think him taking his trainer had something to do with him crying too, though?
Nah. He was just on drugs, bad man. He was on. McCall was on drugs, man.
But when McCall did the upset, Stewart was in his.
Yeah. So, but Stewart was always going around to the highest bidder here and there. It was his thing. I mean, he had trained Holyfield went from Holyfield for a little while.
But he ain't never leave Lennox after he got with Lennox. He ain't never leave him no more.
Because Lennox was the money man. That's why he was getting paid a lot. But he left Lennox when Lennox retired. He left Lennox and went to Vladimir Klitschko. So Stewart follows money, man.
I still think Ali got the best chin. I think he got
but
the
Ali
best
been
chin.
dropped 4 times in his career though.
By heavyweights.
McCall fighting heavyweights.
Hey,
you talking about elite heavyweights.
How McCall sparred hundreds of rounds with Mike Tyson.
Bro, you're talking about sparring. I'm talking about real fights.
Have you ever seen Mike Tyson spar? Mike Tyson didn't play in the sparring, man.
Listen to me, man. I just put a video on. Hey, I just put a video. I just sent a video to the crew on Instagram, and it'll show you some of the greatest chins in boxing. Ali's on there, and this guy Chavalas I'm telling you about is on there.
I know
Chavalas never been knocked down.
Yeah,
he's never been knocked down.
He was stopped by Foreman, but he wasn't knocked down.
Because y'all don't do the history.
I know George Chavalas.
What I'm saying. He fought Ali. He fought
George Foreman.
Foreman. He don't fought a whole lot of the elite heavyweights back then. None of them knocked him down.
Was he a champion?
No, he wasn't a champion. No,
we talking about the chin. We ain't talking about who's the greatest champion. We said the greatest chin.
His wife had a good chin.
Yeah, greatest chin. I don't think you could put him over Ali though, just off the strength, because he was in there with these guys, and he's old. Who is him and Ali?
Bro.
He never been knocked down.
Is he the same? Is he the same age as Ali?
Well, they're about the same age. He might be a little older. They're about the same age, yeah. He's up there. Yeah, he fought Ali. Matter of fact, he fought Ali.
Yeah, he fought. What I'm telling you.
Ali wasn't considered no big power puncher like that, though. I mean,
he knocked quite a few of them out. He didn't have to be considered no big power shot, but he was knocking them out. He knocked George Foreman. He stopped George Foreman, first one ever to do that.
Yeah, the only one. You said the first. The only one.
George Foreman been in the ring with Ron Loud. Been in the ring with all the heavy.
That was more fatigue knockout.
It don't matter. He knockout.
Yeah, it wasn't
he fatigued his ass.
George Foreman was knocking everybody out before he faced Ali. He was knocking everybody
I'm already
out.
hip. I know that. Yeah, I already know that. I'm already hip. I'm already hip on that. That's why I say he got the greatest chin. Niggas thought he was gonna die against George Foreman, and he did what he did. Sat up there and took punishment for however long, and knocked him out. That's why I say Ali got the greatest chin.
Well, Ali was
Chavalas
32
was
was
the
considered
toughest
old
they
back
come,
then.
man. I'm telling you. Go back and look at it. He's
Bro, Ali was fighting niggas he didn't have no business fighting. This nigga was fighting Larry Holmes when niggas knew he didn't have no business fighting him, and Larry still couldn't knock him out.
Boxing was nothing then like it is now.
Well, Larry held back.
All them cats fought each other.
Yeah,
Larry still couldn't knock him out.
Holmes held back. Holmes didn't want to knock Ali out. He held back. And I mean, he fought Ali in 81.
He wouldn't knock him out. He couldn't knock him out.
No. That was his mentor. That was his mentor. He held back.
He couldn't knock him out.
He could have knocked him out. He didn't want to.
Ali got the greatest chin.
I don't want to break up the conversation. I just came in just real quick to see if Kyle's
Holmes
around.
really held back though.
To give Kyle like somebody asked me to give Kyle a message. I don't know if he's around. Hey Kyle, you here? Somebody let me in. I'm assuming that Kyle's around. Yeah, like Champ Ross is like trying to give you the link to the prediction league. So I told him like a few days ago I'd get on to you. I've been trying to catch you for a couple. But yeah, I guess I'll put maybe the link in the chat or something. I'm not quite sure how to do it.
Private chat.
Yeah, that's All right, I'll figure it out. Go ahead, guys. Yeah, Ali got it. It was a hell of a fighter. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Greatest
but I'm
shin, the
saying though,
greatest shin in boxing, ain't it? Don't he got the greatest shin?
Holmes didn't want to knock Ali out in 81. He really
Bro, it
held
was
back.
other niggas Ali fought other than Larry. Who else he fought late in
No,
his
I'm
career?
saying
He
by
ain't no
80
big
by
fight.
81. I know, but by 81, Ali was
Fought
done.
all of them.
Holmes could have really hurt him, but he didn't want to.
Man, nigga was still fighting. He ain't had no
Yeah.
business. They still
I
couldn't
mean,
knock him out.
the same thing happened with Terry Norris and Sugar Ray Leonard. When Terry Norris beat Sugar Ray Leonard all of it, he could have knocked him out, but he didn't. He held back. He didn't want to knock out his idol. You could tell. He didn't want to hurt him, so he let him go to distance.
I think Ali had a great shin. The ref was gonna have to stop it.
He got beat
I
down
think the
pretty
ref
good
would have
all
had
the
to
way
stop
to the
it.
distance.
Yeah, but
Terry Norris beat the best out of Sugar Ray, man.
he beat him up
The
bad.
best out of
But the fight could have been stopped. But even at one point, Sugar Ray looked at Terry Norris like, "Hey, I'm doing the best I can." He gave him the stroke. But Terry
And
Norris
I'm
said,
gonna be real, man. I don't think Ali's speech and thing was from him boxing. I think they did that
No,
shit to
I
him.
don't think so, man. Because Ali really didn't take a lot of punishment until the second
Yeah, I
half
think
of
they
his
did
career.
it to Ali. Yeah, they
Yeah,
did that shit to Ali. He was
it was
too
whatever
powerful.
Parkinson, whatever. It was, I don't think it was from that. He only
No,
took
his
punishment in the
speech.
second
I
half.
think his speech is from his punches he took in the second half. Because if you look at it, a lot of boxers that wasn't Riddick Bowe, James Toney,
Yeah,
Metric
Rick
Taylor,
Bowe,
a
man.
whole lot of these cats were
Fucking
speaking well
Freddie Roach.
before they boxing career got in depth, and then afterwards they're speaking very poorly, man.
And then
Holyfield, he's never spoke. Roger Mayweather. Holyfield never
Ali's
spoke real
style
well
wasn't like them though.
because he was a Southerner, but he still don't speak as clear as he could.
and add in Terry Norris. Terry Norris
But you got
is
to
bad
like
too.
the style thing
Yeah,
is
Terry Norris
one way to
played
look
well.
at it, but you have to also look at it as like 15 rounds and all the sparring that he did too.
Yeah,
And
look
the
at
gloves
your
they
boy.
were
Look
using.
at your boy. What's his name? The trainer right now.
Yeah, I said Freddie Roach. I said that.
Freddie
Freddie Roach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
His
Freddie Roach
definitely
had
came from
Parkinson.
boxing.
He has
Yeah, he
Parkinson.
came from
They
boxing.
all have Parkinson's.
And then
You talk about
look at
Parkinson's.
Well, you don't get
Jerry
Parkinson from
Quarry.
boxing.
They don't know if you get Parkinson's. Who said you don't get Parkinson's from boxing?
Well, Michael J. Fox never boxed.
Yeah, I got it. That everybody who got Parkinson's it needs to box, but it doesn't mean that if you box you don't get Parkinson's.
Got it. Yeah, look at Jerry Quarry. Jerry Quarry, he had Parkinson's.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what causes it. What causes
Man,
Parkinson?
I think they did that shit.
They don't know.
They
don't know what it is.
Yeah, I really don't know. 'Cause I know my grandmother, she had the same thing with the shaking hand. I guess it was Parkinson's, but I know she never boxed.
No,
So,
shaking like Parkinson's, you do shake, but not every time you shake is Parkinson's. Okay. But not everybody who boxes get Parkinson's, and not everybody with Parkinson's boxes, right? It's just that there is a correlation, a high correlation between boxers and people who get Parkinson's.
That's some good research to have right there.
It's sort of like the
correlation causation issue is there.
Okay. You know what's that CTE or whatever the football players get?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of like that.
I'm sure CT. I'm sure you'll find it, but if you open up a bunch of boxers' brains, you'll find CTE all over the place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah, obviously, the boxers get hit. They get hit a lot, but but football, I think it's probably it hurts more to get hit by a linebacker than it does like sparring. But I think it's probably about the same. I can't say one is better than the other because I've boxed for years. I've never been hit on a football field.
Have more football players died playing the sport of football than boxers have died?
I don't know if that, but it seems like it's a full contact thing. So it seems like you'll hurt in places from football that you weren't hurt in boxing outside of like training and shit or like a training mishap. But like you can get hit anywhere in fucking football.
Contact sport in itself is dangerous. Period.
Yeah.
So that's what we need. That's the ifs of it.
I don't know, man. If I had a choice, man, they tell you who you want to do. You want to spar? You want to get you want to get hit by Lawrence Taylor, or you want to spar Marvin Hagler? I'd rather box. I'd rather spar Marvin Hagler.
And that's the thing. It's the thing about football. It's just the kind of injuries you get. Like there's a bunch of brain injuries in boxing, but there's a bunch of knee injuries in fucking football, right?
Yeah.
So just kind of like choose your poison kind of thing. You got hand injuries in boxing and knee injuries in football. Both got brain injuries. Back injury seems to be like footballs. Like you don't really get back injuries in boxing.
Yeah, boxing. You rarely see a torn ACL in the boxing ring. It happens, but you rarely see it.
Yeah. Mostly they talk that shit. They were talking about Gamboa had a torn ACL. That fool was like boxing 12 rounds on that shit. Like, give me a break.
Yeah. Well, it's possible because you can have a slight torn ACL, like and not know it. Because remember Phillip Rivers, he had a slight torn ACL. I mean, it might not be a full tear. So you still.
No, they said Gamboa had an Achilles injury.
Oh yeah,
They ain't
Achilles.
say ACL. They said that was Achilles.
It's possible because wasn't it happened to what's the Brit dude name? It looked like David Hay. I think he had a torn Achilles and they just they taped it up. Try to get him.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think you just tape up a torn Achilles. I think they're out here fucking lying. I don't think that's a weight bearing injury.
The Achilles, that hurts, man. When you tear Achilles, you can't put any pressure on it. So I think it was probably something going on with that. So. Yeah, that's what.
I mean, when you're only talking about heavyweights, is it the reason why we're talking about greatest chins is because like heavyweights hit it harder than everybody else, or is it just like we're just talking about heavyweights and chins? That's it.
All right, heavyweights and chin, because you also have guys like Livingstone Bramble who had a great chin. He fought at welterweight, and he had a great chin.
Yeah, guys at Triple G, like maybe he didn't face the biggest punches or something.
Triple G has a great chin. I give him that. I don't like the
Canelo got a great chin.
Who?
Canelo has a good chin.
Yeah, Canelo's chin is better than Triple G's to me. Triple G ain't fought shit to be saying he just got a great chin to me.
No, I think Triple G has fought some.
I mean, David Lemieux in his prime. I mean, he had some power. But I mean, if you really
wait a minute, you're not impressed with the punching power of Willie the Worm Monroe?
No, Willie Monroe.
What's the problem?
Yeah, but I would tell you this. I seen a shot that Canelo landed on Triple G in the first fight, and I'm like, wow, that would have knocked anybody out. He just shook it off. I mean, he caught him with that right hand. I'm like, I never seen nobody take a punch like that, like from Canelo. That Canelo landed on him.
Canelo's chin is better than Triple G's.
It's pretty good.
Because Canelo started at 140, and look where he at right now, and he's yet to be knocked down. You feel what I'm saying? So I think Canelo's chin is better than Triple G.
Triple G's never been knocked down either.
Oh yeah, but he's fighting smaller guys. Canelo's coming up from 140, going up to the bigger guys. Yeah. Triple G bringing up niggas from 154 and shit 147, and then knocking them out. Insane, like that's why I say his.
You do have a point there because we didn't see Triple G in the ring with Kovalev, even though I thought that fight was fixed, but we didn't see Triple G. We didn't see Canelo in the ring with Kovalev.
Speaking of iron chins, isn't J-Rock coming back this weekend?
He is.
I think so.
You talking about J-Rock who got knocked out by Jamal? J-Rock,
like by Banana, that guy.
Okay, yeah.
Former unified junior middleweight champion.
Yeah, you being sarcastic with that one.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. What you mean to tell me J-Rock is not the first name that comes to mind when you think of iron chins?
Man.
No,
right? Why not, man? Come on.
Hey, I've always
got
said,
the tough crowd tonight.
I remember. I think it was Doug Rice I was talking with about that. About J-Rock when he beat Hurd. He beat Hurd during Ramadan. That was very impressive to me because the man was a Muslim and he won a fight. He Ramadan, he's not eating during the day. He's training. Like you let a Muslim beat you during Ramadan. How do you let a Muslim beat you during Ramadan? How? This man's not eating during the day. And
I think Hurd had got comfortable, man. Hurd's still one of my favorite fighters.
Hurd's career.
Especially around that time. That hurt me right there, man. Seeing that. I was looking forward to that. I was looking forward to that unification with Jamel, man. That was the
I was looking forward to that too, man. But yeah,
that fucked it up.
J-Rock missed everything. And then J-Rock went and lost the belt the first fight.
Yeah. But I mean, Jamel still went undisputed though.
Yeah.
He still was able to go under, but I still think undefeated Hurd would have been his toughest test. Even out of all the names, even over Castano.
Hurd just walk in. He don't back up at all. He just come forward. No protection or nothing.
Yeah, he was the black man Mexican style.
Yeah. And then Hurd, he moved up to 160. I forgot the undercard, but he lost another fight at 160.
Yeah, lost the Arias, man.
That was one of those Jake Paul and Logan Paul cards. That's why.
Floyd Mayweather. That was that Floyd Mayweather Logan Paul card.
Yeah, I couldn't believe J-Rock lost.
Are you sure it wasn't Ben Askren? It might have been Ben Askren.
No,
Maybe
I
it's Nate
remember there was
Robinson. It might have been Nate Robinson with the
No,
check.
it wasn't Nate Robinson.
it was raining. I remember it was
That
Floyd.
was Mike Tyson fight.
No, it was Floyd Logan. It was Floyd Logan. Because I
Anyway,
remember
it's one of
coming
those
outside.
fights. It's one of them fights.
I heard y'all talking about the
It was
face
Floyd
of boxing,
Logan.
so
It was Floyd Logan.
Yeah,
Look it
there
up.
you go.
I
Now he's
guarantee
back.
you.
Yeah.
Hey,
It was
I
Floyd
heard y'all
Logan.
talking about the face of boxing, so I decided I'll step in. What was the fight y'all talking about?
The one that Hurd lost. The Hurd's last
The
fight.
Hurd lost. Yeah.
When it was raining and it was all wet in the ring.
The
Yeah.
face of boxing's brother, card, Logan.
Come on, man.
Okay,
Stop
Logan
that,
Paul and
he's not even the face of boxing in his own house. Like the Paul,
Listen,
like
man,
the brother is the
listen,
face of boxing in the Paul family. Who was he fighting that night?
The face of boxing.
He was fighting the face of boxing, the real face of boxing, right?
It was an
Exactly. Yeah, he
exhibition.
was.
Get the smoke. It was an exhibition because he didn't want to fight Jake Paul because it had to be a real fight, man. Come on, dog.
Don't you know that Logan Paul is rolling around in the world that Floyd Mayweather created with Conor McGregor? All he's doing is he's a cheap knockoff of Floyd Mayweather. He's a carbon copy.
Hold. You bite your goddamn tongue, all right?
When I say by cheap knockoff, I mean like a Chinese knockoff. Like not to say anything about China, but I'm just saying my man is a
Trump.
bargain basement.
Hey, Trump. China.
Look, I do like Jake Paul though, man. Yeah, look, just give him some time, man. I like the kid.
Give him time for what? Just to keep doing what he's doing? He ain't winning no belt.
He probably, you never know, man. He's only 25.
I mean, cruiserweight division is a weak, but I don't see him win no belt, man. I still don't see it.
Give him some time, man. Because like
Tell him
Man,
get
look,
in there with Brandon Glenn.
Listen, he said he'll beat anybody with 6 fights. I say put Keyshawn Davis in there and let him whoop his ass. I think
Fight
Keyshawn
Brandon
Davis
Glenn.
I think Glenn. Keyshawn Davis has Jake Paul's number.
Well, obviously Keyshawn Davis is a better fighter.
Yeah, he weighs 135 pounds.
I know he's 60 pounds less, but
fight a natural cruiserweight, Brandon Glenn.
I don't think
man. I don't even think he beats a natural middleweight.
I don't think
Stop
Jake
playing.
Paul. I don't think he beats anybody in the top 20 at cruiserweight. I don't think so right now. Matter of fact, I know he can't. But just give him. He's only has 4 or 5 fights. Give him some time. Bring him along slow.
It's 6.
Okay, 6
Let
fights.
that McAboo guy get at him. Give McAboo a shot.
But, hey, just give us look. But check this out. Like I told everybody else, Jake Paul would not be a factor if all these top guys would fight each other. He wouldn't be a factor. That's their fault. All these guys in these.
He's not divisions. A factor.
Well, we're talking about it.
We're talking about it because we talk about every. I mean, come on, man. Like that's.
I'm just saying,
that's us problem. That's not a boxing.
He wouldn't even be a factor. It wouldn't be a factor to talk about him if all these top guys in these divisions will fight each other.
Man, listen, he's not a factor. I mean, they're not fighting each other. I get it, but he's still not. That doesn't make Jake Paul a factor.
Well, he's not a factor in the sense of the boxing scene, but he is a factor in the sense of popularity.
No, I mean, there is a different market that is happening, right? That Floyd Mayweather created, and he is capitalizing on, and maybe he's popularizing it. But fighting washed up MMA fighters doesn't make you a factor in boxing. It just means that you're making.
I'm not saying he's
a
factor in
boxing. He's a pay-per-view guy, but if you remember pay-per-views, but if you remember pay-per-views, it was ruled by WrestleMania, not by boxing. Like wrestling used to fucking rule pay-per-views. It probably still does.
Not anymore because they got
now it's UFC. Now it's UFC.
The WrestleMania is on Peacock now, so
there you go.
So it's not ruling the pay-per-view anymore.
I remember they made a big splash during the pandemic. Like they were the first ones to come back. It was Dana White buying it. Not Dana, but Dana White bought an island, and WWE was out there too. The cats were tuning in, a grown ass man watching wrestling. It was kind of funny.
Well, I stopped watching wrestling years ago, man. I mean, not because it's I watched it in my adult years, but just that I don't even know these wrestlers now. They don't talk good on the mic like they used to, man. You don't have the superstars anymore.
Hey, Kyle, I didn't mean to make you go away with my disdain for Jake Paul being the face. But I got a question for you. Are you still there? He went back to being Pop. Okay, he left. Damn. Yeah, sorry guys. Go ahead.
Say Jake Paul name 3 times, he'll appear.
Listen. The guy is. I have not watched a single one of his music videos, But in the preparation for the debate we had, Kyle, I did look at how many views the video had. I couldn't like actually bring myself. I never even thought to click on the actual music video to listen to
What
what
are
he
you talking
sounds
about?
like.
What are you talking about?
Jake Paul.
Oh, he's doing music. I'm like, what the heck is that? I saw
No,
him
that's
doing
what he
music.
comes. That's what he's known for. That's
Oh,
literally what he was.
I didn't know that. I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know that
before.
either. I didn't know it either. I found that out because Kyle wants to debate Jake Paul. He wants actually what he really wants to do is promote this idea that Jake Paul is the face of boxing.
He is
Right?
not
That's
the face
really what he
of
wants to do,
boxing.
right?
He is not no face
I think
of
Kyle is
boxing.
trolling me. He gotta be.
Yeah, he just.
I thought he was. Like I thought. I can't tell. Like it's a very good act, right? He's not breaking character. But yeah, he had me debating this whole thing. So I was like, I would do to try to do some research. Yeah, to try to do some research on it. I was just looking at to see what the viewership was like for his boxing vids versus other vids. Turns out this motherfucker he's got a music video with like 270 million views.
Jake Paul got them numbers, man. You can't front on it.
Yeah, but they're just not for boxing though. His actual numbers are for fucking music.
But Paul does have some high pay-per-view.
They were already internet sensations. Him and his brother.
Yeah, I just didn't know that he was known. I just didn't know that he was known for music. I didn't like.
Yeah, they got like 30-some million,
30-some
plus million people following them.
Before the Nate Robinson fight, I never heard of Jake Paul before the Nate Robinson fight. I didn't know who he was.
Oh yeah, they've been.
See, I knew his brother. I knew his brother.
Jake Paul had a fight before Logan did.
Well, I knew Logan Paul fought KS1, KSI.
Exactly, KSI. Exactly. So that's where I found out about. Well, I knew about the Logan. I knew about the
first fight. Jake had the first fight between the two brothers. It was Jake first, then Logan.
Oh, for real?
Logan got popular with that KS.
Yeah, that's the first. That's YouTube getting into boxing. That's
the first time I heard of him.
That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted Bud and Spence to do. Is to fucking take that shit. If Showtime was pussyfooting, then take the shit to YouTube and get that bag that way.
That fight ain't happening.
Yeah, instead you got like. Oh, sorry, I didn't even talk about it.
The business of boxing messing it up.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot where I was.
I
got one past the goalie though.
I can't blame Bud or Spence. I mean, you know what it is. I can't blame either one of them guys, man. You know what it is.
Hey,
I think
you know what? Oscar De La Hoya, he's saying that Al Heyman's messing up the Ryan and Tank fight. That's what he tweeted.
Probably so. I don't know. I mean, I can't comment on it, but like I said, I'm not like I said, I like both Spence and Crawford, but the stuff Crawford was saying was making pretty much sense to me, man. It was making a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because I was on earlier today, I was talking to Mex about it. I like, look, I used to travel with a hip hop band, and they would give us a choice. It's like we go to do the show. They're like, okay, do you want the door or do you want half of the bar? We will always choose the door because we would know if there's 300 people in there, we know how much money we had coming. But if we chose the bar, they could tell us anything. They're like, okay, we only made $200 at the bar tonight. So I'm like, no, we're not taking half the bar. We taking the door. So I like I said, no, we're gonna take that guaranteed money. That was always our thing. We never did no back end. So I'm not criticizing Spence or anything. I'm just saying I would want the guaranteed money, especially in today's
country. And that's really the thing. Like, so the only thing I criticize Bud about really when it comes to this thing is him creating an arbitrary deadline, sticking to it, and sticking to it. That's like one issue. But also the other thing along with this creating a deadline is you didn't have your ducks in a row. So you are part of the reason why the deadline wasn't met in the first place. So you created a deadline, stuck to a deadline, and then made the deadline hard to meet.
But at the end of the day, if they tell him that the fight ain't gonna happen this year, that ain't on him.
Well, it is. It is because he's the one who created the deadline.
Okay,
it is because he's the one who created the deadline.
Yeah, but it's on all of them.
No, it's not because all of them didn't create the deadline.
Let me finish. The reason I'm saying it's on all of them is because they didn't finalize the negotiations between the two parties.
Right, because he dragged his feet.
However,
he created the deadline and then he dragged his feet about the deadline.
They told him that the fight early October. They told him that the fight wasn't going to happen this year. So that opens the door for me as a grown man handling my business to go and make me some income for this year because I was planning to fight this year. I have nothing. I see nothing wrong with that.
Right. So
Now,
here's the right. So
they're planning.
here's
Espinoza,
I'll show you what's something wrong with it.
hold on. Espinoza said, yeah, they were blindsided, but they plan to revisit that fight in the future.
Yeah, but we're not talking about revisiting right now. Right now we're talking about David Avenesian in December.
We can't hear you, dude. We can't hear you, Smoke.
Sorry. So right. So the issue is David Avenesian in December versus Errol Spence in February. Make sense to me. That why we would get David Avenesian, why you can't wait 2 months just because you said I need to make money in the calendar year 2022.
It still wasn't finalized though.
That's
projected date, just like November 19th was projected.
Hold up a second.
Wasn't finalized.
The reason why it wasn't finalized is because Bud didn't finalize it.
Okay, Bud. Hey, he got 10 million he can get right now.
I mean, listen. I get it. I get all of that.
I mean, that's a whole lot of reasons.
I'm not mad. I'm just telling you that this is Bud's responsibility. Bud is the one who created this fucking dilemma with the deadline. Then Bud also had some team negotiating for him that he then fired. But also then disappeared apparently
he's about to fight too. Especially,
I understand all of that. But I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. Central, I got you, bro. I'm just not there yet. I'm just telling you like where I thought Bud had some culpability. I was thinking before Bud went IG, right? Before he came on IG, I was calling Bud a duck. But when he came with the IG and he said that, 25 million bucks, whether or not you think guarantee is worth something or back end, 25 million bucks seemed to be a reasonable offer. So you can't call a guy a fucking duck. Because that's a reasonable offer and you're trying to make the fight. That's not really fair to call a guy a duck. However, you can talk about how he was still culpable and why we didn't get the fight. Because it wasn't just like they didn't just make the fight. First off, God didn't ordain a fucking deadline. Bud Crawford did. This is a Bud Crawford issue.
This is the first time I heard about a deadline. I ain't never heard about it. But I trust you, though. I trust you.
No, I mean, that's why. But you just said it. You said Bud wanted to but you just said Bud wanted to fight this year. And Bud said, I told them I wanted to fight this year. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the deadline.
I don't think he lied about that.
I don't think it's not about a lie. It's about like why are you enforcing it? If you're gonna have an Errol Spence fight 2 months after your arbitrary deadline, like why are you enforcing this thing?
Because the reason I think this is my opinion. The man was told that they were going to get this fight done so they can fight this year, and it wasn't happening. So he wanted to get a fight in this year. So when the guys told him that they can put a fight together for him, and he can get 10 million, I can think he said, "Well, hell,
I got you. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. If I thought that the Errol Spence fight wasn't worth at least 10 million, if not more, or if it was like significantly further past the date. But it just seems like all the difference between the David Avenesian fight and the proposed Errol fight was the month of January. So like, what the fuck are we talking about?
A part of that is a bird in the hand beats two in the bush. And this
okay, well, does a bird in the hand be? But a bird in the hand doesn't beat. Okay,
let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is where I'm going with that. Okay, a bird in the hand beats two in the bush. 10
Does
million.
it be 50 in the bush?
Hold on. 10 million. Well, Al wouldn't let that happen to 50 million. So let's scratch that. But you got 10 million that you can get now this year and put on the books for this year, or you can get a percentage of a guesstimation of the back end for later. Because neither one of them had a guarantee. Errol Spence confirmed that in a tweet. Neither one of them had a guarantee up front.
Correct.
It was all about the percentages.
Correct.
And and there was no mention of what the guesstimation of the monies were going to be.
Exactly. Not at all.
We don't know if they would have ended up with 8 million.
Yeah, totally. That's the risk. They could have ended up with less.
12 million, 15.
Yeah, they could have ended up with less. Yes, totally.
Exactly. So everything's a guesstimation. So but what I'm saying is a bird in the hand beat two in the bush. He can get 10 million now. And he already told him he know where to find 50 million at. They don't want to do that because they don't want nobody else involved. So
here's the thing. So if I was to think that it was that you couldn't make 8 figures for the Errol Spence fight and you could make it for the David Avenesian fight, then sure. But I don't think that. I don't think that any reasonable person thinks that.
Neither you or I, we're boxing fans. You
I
and
know,
I
but I'm
both
just saying.
know
I'm just saying.
fight
This
should have
is
been
an
worth.
assumption. I'm not. This is not about knowledge. This is not about knowledge. This is only about a reasonable like assumption from the outside looking in as fans. Right. That's it. For a reasonable assumption from the outside looking in as fans, I find it like hard to swallow that he's going to get more money fighting David Avenesian in fucking Omaha than he would have got fighting Errol Spence. I'm just not ready to say that the business of boxing is that bad.
No. What it is, Spoke, he's able to get more for the Avenesian fight this year than he would have got for the Spence fight this year. Because he had nothing. He had zero coming from the Spence fight this year.
I understand that he had zero coming from the Avenesian fight this year. I'm saying that the money that he would have gotten.
10 million coming from
I get you. I understand. It's a calendar year that we're talking about. But the calendar year, the difference in that whole thing, yes, it's outside of the calendar year, but it's only a month in between the fucking fights.
Business-wise, them months make a whole lot of difference. A whole lot. And you
1 month.
Been in business.
No, I mean, I get you. I mean, I'm not.
It's about the fiscal year, bro. It's about the tax
I don't know
year.
what his fiscal year is. We're talking about a calendar year. What his fiscal year is something different. I don't even know what
we're talking about calendar year, but more than likely his fiscal year is probably January to December.
It could be. It could be. It could very well could be. But it also could be from June to fucking June. I don't know. He's a boxer.
It could be.
Right. But that's a separate point. That's really a separate point. Like I said, I'm not like mad at the dude. I just don't understand that part of it. I'd like to get some clarity on it because it just doesn't make sense to me. Like why you would enforce like an arbitrary deadline for a calendar year. I don't get it. I don't get the logic behind it.
Well, let's say that they did 500,000 sales on pay-per-view at $75. 35% of that would have been $13 million and $125,000 if they were cutting up the whole 500,000, which I mean the whole 500,000 pay-per-view sale. It was just going to the boxers only, but we know that's not the case.
Yeah,
this is the high-end gross mark I'm using. So that's and if he was at a truly at 35%. His take would have been 13,125. Best case scenario on just pay-per-view, not counting the door, just pay-per-view. And if
that's more like night of. That's the night of though. I'm assuming that since both of these guys are promoting that they're going to be owning the IP, right, the underlying intellectual property of the fight.
I don't know if they get that or not. I don't know. If why would I mean? A lot of things Showtime would have been owning the footage.
No. The networks just buy the licensing fees. It's like basketball or football or whatever the fuck. They don't own. I don't
know that. I'm just.
That's why you see like that's why you see like Oscar De La Hoya.
That's not current money though. That's
that's it. But that's my point. But that's my point. The point I was going to. I understand. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, right?
I'm from the corner block, and I'm old school with it. And a bird in the hand beats two in the bush, and I'm taking that.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that, right? I'm not mad at a bird in the hand. I'm not mad at that ratio, right? But if you have a bird in the hand versus 50 in the bush, maybe you're selling yourself short, for just going for that one bird. Because let me finish, Centro. Please let me get this point out. I think like if you were to have, it's different if you were to have the ownership rights to like Angel Manfredi versus Paul Spadafore. But let's say we're talking about the ownership rights to like Hagler Hearns or the Rumble in the Jungle. That 25 million then is looking kind of weird. I don't know like what that fight would have been. It could be a classic fight though. Like Spence Crawford could be a huge fucking classic fight that they could recoup. They could exploit for years, for decades. And I think that's what the I think is missing from the calculus of like why you wouldn't necessarily sell those rights to a hedge fund for $25 million. You might want to keep those for yourself. You might want to take it, but you also might want to keep it. You might want to take the money. What I'm saying is you might want to take that 50 million, but you also might want to keep it.
I feel what you're saying. That's a good point.
I feel what you're saying, but what if he can get the 10 million now for this fight, and still get the 13 or 14, 15
Oh,
million
no, I
later,
mean, listen, if
and the
they,
licensing for the future, and that way he got an extra 10 on top
yeah,
of
no, yeah,
whatever he
you're
would have
good.
got in
Yeah,
the
no,
first
you're
place.
good. Yeah, you're good. That's that, you know, that's the
See,
walking
it makes
down the
more.
hill.
What he's doing, what he's doing right now, being that he couldn't have got that fight closed in for this year, makes more business sense to me. Because you can get this bread right
listen,
now, you can still get that bread later.
if he can get them both, that's great. It's just like at this point, it's just like speculation. So it's kind of like, like the way that the negotiations went seems to be like kind of problematic for the fight for the you know the negotiations going forward. And I mean, are they going to trust you? That's one issue. The other part of it is, Errol Spence has a ton of fucking mandatories piling up.
Well, the other thing is, well, they'll do it. Well, you know for yourself that undisputed takes precedence over those mandatory.
Shit,
so
I don't know that.
All right.
I don't know that.
Do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
I mean, listen, I've seen undisputed. Okay, so we do know that one of the reasons why we didn't get undisputed at heavyweight in 2018 was because the WBO fucking mandatory got called in Povetkin.
No.
We got the mandatory instead of the undisputed fight.
No, that ain't true.
That's totally true. Not only is that true. I'll give you even a better one.
AJ wasn't fighting Wilder, bro.
AJ
was never fighting Wilder.
Listen, I know that, and I know AJ didn't want to give up control.
He didn't
That's
want to
totally
give up
true.
control of the promotions.
That is true.
A similar situation happened on that end too. That was a $50 million.
No, I'm just telling you.
For that one guy.
I got you, but I'm not even trying to go. I'm not trying to relitigate all that stuff. I'm just saying that there was a undisputed fight on the line. Wilder said, "I agreed to the terms," and the WBA still called them mandatory. But beyond that, Canelo Alvarez, the face of boxing, he got stripped before he became undisputed at 160 for not fighting his mandatory. And Deverenchenko. Right, like, and the IBF is the one that will strip your fucking. And Boots is talking like he's not taking step aside money, and he's not waiting for these people.
I would take step aside money. I would take it.
I mean, I would too, but Boots seems like he's not feeling it. Boots wants this.
I would take step aside money the rest of my career if I could. I was like, yo,
I hear you. Boots is camping at the bit. Boots is ready to hurt something.
What's up, fellas?
What's up? Pittsburgh T. How you doing?
What's happening, fellas? Did y'all see what y'all think about Errol Spence's tweets that he had said, where basically he refuted a lot of what Bud said? So I mean, you got to pick.
He didn't refute that 50 million. He didn't refute that.
Yes, he did. He said he never met him. He said nobody never met him.
Yes,
he did.
He don't know where it came from.
He just questioned. No, he said, "Where's it coming from?" He didn't refute it. He confirmed that he did get the call from Terrence about the 50 million.
He said they never. So he don't know where it's coming from, Santos. Santos, you're going digital.
Yeah, but
he did refute it.
I wouldn't care where it's coming from.
He also.
What Terrence said, he didn't lie about is what I'm getting at.
No, he also said that it was a lie that he wasn't going to have access to the book. He also said he had access to the books and he had veto power over the books.
No, but Bud said that too. Bud said that they came to agreement. He just said it took too fucking long.
No, Bud said that he wasn't allowed to see the books. That's what Bud said.
No, I think that's what people took it. But Bud said he asked for it and he just dragged on. And he kept dragging the fucking feet. He never said that they refused it. He just said it took fucking long time for them to figure it out.
No, he said when he agreed to the percentages, all he wanted to see was the books, and they said no. They wouldn't let who. Then he said who would do that, and he went this whole diatribe about why would you go into getting a percentage and you don't know what the books is.
Well, actually, what he went into was his veto power, because he was trying to get veto power over expenses. So what he's talking about was why would you? What he said was why wouldn't I get veto power since it's coming out of my check? That's what he was. That's what his issue was. But he said that they ironed that out.
No, but Errol said that he had a veto power, so there's no reason for him to
Yeah,
even
that's what
bring
I'm
that up.
saying. That's my point. Bud also said the same thing. Bud's issue was they took too long in the negotiation, and he said he wanted to fight this year. So while they had all this back and forth, they wound up working it all out. It just took too fucking long.
Nah, that's not what Bud said. I disagree with you on that. I heard something different. Well, I think we heard two different things. We're talking about that video from the other day.
It is. I've been chopping this shit up, man. I've been, you know how I do. I've been on panel after fucking panel doing this shit.
That's a whole nother situation. I think you got to pick between those two who you believe in on certain points. And some things I just don't. I never believed that was $50 million. That just never made it.
I think Earl confirmed a lot of stuff that Bud said versus refuted. He refuted something, one or two things, but the majority of the stuff that Earl tweeted about confirms what Terrence was telling us yesterday.
Yeah, it just made Bud look fucking like he's a newbie in business. He looks like really what Bud looks like is somebody don't know what the fuck he's doing, is totally conceited, feeling himself, and trying to figure it out.
He wants them to train him on the job.
He got sense enough to ask to see the books, though.
Yeah, here's the thing: the Ali Act.
How many fighters asked that?
The Ali Act protects him already for seeing the book. He already has that right. You don't have to negotiate that.
Yes, and he had veto power too. Not only did he had the right to see the books, he had right to veto things that he didn't want.
Exactly.
So that was just stuff to muddy the waters. He just brought that crap up to confuse people. Like that was all nonsense. That was PR.
This is the thing. When you got a law stating what your rights are, and people know they've been to court over that kind of stuff, and they supposed to be a fighter shouldn't have to ask for that.
Exactly.
He had that in the contract,
really
though.
Weird thing to try to negotiate. Like, why do you need to negotiate
what
the law already provides?
The fact that he has to ask is showing that he didn't have the knowledge that he had that right.
Correct.
So apparently it may not be black and white.
You might have to.
That's not what Earl said. That's not what Earl said. Earl said he had veto power.
Earl didn't say nothing about the Ali Act.
Well, the veto power is a different thing.
No, he said he had veto power in that. That's what Earl said. Earl said that he said the money was supposed to be held, and they were supposed to have an accounting of that. And then he also had veto power. That's what Earl said.
See,
I'm saying Bud said that too. I'm just like there's right now you and I are Pittsburgh. We just have a fundamental understanding of the fact of the matter about that. But it's not really the issue.
Right.
But that's not really that's not really like a stick.
I think it is both because it confuses people that it sounds like he didn't have authorization to these books.
Right.
It's another part of that because he was people. The way it was,
because in the video he was double talking, right? He said that he was looking for transparency, but really what he was looking for was veto power. But that whole thing, like trying to figure that shit out, took time, and he already set up a fucking deadline. So like all this shit he's asking for that nobody does business this way is going to take time to figure out. So it's weird that you would have a deadline and ask for weird ass shit.
But let me ask you this. If the Ali Act protects him to have transparency, why didn't Al Haymon just respond and say, "Hey man, we got to do that by law anyway"? And that was all the confusion out right there. But he didn't.
That's not all he was asking for.
I think.
Go ahead, Spence.
Yeah, because that part of it, he tried to wrap it up in there. He tried to sell you the transparency thing and hide the fact that he was really looking for veto power over expenses. That is not transparency. That is a different thing. Now you want to tell these guys how to do business.
When you guys talk about this veto power, where did you veto?
You mean the power to approve or deny expenses?
Well, I didn't hear him talk about that, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's what he said that in the whole thing. He just lumped it under expenses. He tried to fast talk his way through that shit. But it didn't really fucking matter because ultimately they came to a deal about it anyway. It just took a while. But he didn't. But Bud said that. But Bud didn't. But the way that Bud left it, it was a little bit unclear as to whether or not they acquiesced to that demand. They did. And Errol Spence said that they did. He doubled down on the fact that they did because Bud left it like the way that Bud described it. It made it seem as though all he wanted to see was the books, and the PBC wouldn't allow it.
No, I ain't gonna. I didn't think that's all that his problem was. But I hear what you're saying. But I'm gonna tell you what I think the bottom line was for Terrence. I ain't gonna say bottom line, but one of the major components of the situation for him is the fact that he wasn't used to working off back end and no upfront money. They both were getting no money up front. It was all back end. And then the fact that he had an opportunity to snatch 25 million for each fighter, he understood that more than he understood working the back end.
Yep.
So
and
I think that was the biggest underlying situation for him.
Yep.
that he needed clarity on at that throughout this whole negotiation situation. So
yeah,
but that's not something that he could have helped him.
They let him know that they couldn't finish this up, so they can still fight it by the end of the year. Told him in his mind, go ahead and get another fight. He had an opportunity to get 10 million for the 22. I think that's in a simple-minded person who's very low skilled in business negotiations. You're gonna do that. You're gonna take that bird in the hand.
But you can't do that, Santos, when you're doing negotiations. That's called bad faith negotiations.
Why can't you do that? He just did it. Why can't he do it? He just did it. Don't say you can't do it. Say you're not supposed
there's
to do
actually
that.
a law that you cannot. Wait, let me finish, Santos. There's actually
if you don't have in a contract written that you cannot negotiate.
You're not gonna let me finish, Santos.
You're not going. It don't matter in this boxing thing. That's corporate stuff you're talking about, and that's when you got shareholders. That stuff.
Those contracts are corporate contracts. Those contracts that they're writing up, it's not two guys sitting at a table. Those are lawyers. Those are corporate lawyers drawing up those contracts.
Bro, you keep forgetting they don't have a contract. They had terms.
Of course, they have attorneys. Those are corporate attorneys trying to draw up the contract, trying to work out the terms to draw up the contract. When you're in negotiations,
you don't have a. Bro, if you're trying to drop a contract and agree on a contract, you don't have a contract yet until you agree upon it.
You have to negotiate to get a contract, Santos. That whole process is called negotiations.
I'm trying to tell you he didn't break any laws. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He didn't break any laws.
He did not.
There's a such thing as bad faith. During negotiations, if you use that negotiations to leverage another negotiation, that is bad faith negotiations. That is not true.
There's a couple of different bad faith things in here. Like
that's not true.
Like I fell out. Like today, I had this whole conversation about bad faith and good faith, and people seem to be like just in this conversation, like this entire thing has like sort of sensitized me to the realization that people don't understand what being a boss is, corporate structure, or good or bad faith negotiation. Yeah. Like people just don't fucking get it. Like it could very well be that we get this fight, but to me, it seems like Bud was negotiating in bad faith, and so like you may be reticent. Like when you go back to that negotiating table, those people might be looking at you sideways,
or they might be looking at the fact that you're not going to go easy, and they even want to get those pistols sharpened up next time you come get this stuff over with and get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. Listen, I get you. Listen, even if they look at you sideways, just because they're looking at you sideways doesn't mean that you can't make a deal. You can make a deal, but I'm just saying, like, it's just one of those once bitten, twice shy kind of things.
Right. It's still illegal. Like it's just because there's certain things you can't do. Like tax. Yes, it is. Tax evasion. Wait a minute, Santos. Let me finish. No, you can't.
I hadn't heard any other promoter say he did anything illegal.
A promoter's not a lawyer.
We don't know boxing deals like that, bro.
I don't have to know boxing deals. The corporate structure is still the same, Santos.
It ain't. No, it's not.
Santos.
It is not, bro. No, it's not.
There is a law against bad faith. Santos, you're over talking.
Different laws for different type of industries. This is not one of them. That law you talking about?
There's a spectrum to bad faith. There's a spectrum to bad faith.
There's an actual law for that.
You can negotiate in bad faith that is legal, and you can negotiate in bad faith that's illegal.
This is not
right. I don't think that he did. I don't think that he did anything illegal.
I don't think have a contractual situation like that.
Yeah, I don't think he's done. I don't think he's done anything illegal in his negotiations.
Nothing illegal.
Wait a minute. We don't, Santos. There are certain situations where you're negotiating in bad faith that you are liable. The party that you're negotiating
Have you
with is
heard
liable.
anybody come out and say he's going to be sued?
Santos, you're just going
Have
to
you
overtalk
heard
it.
anything
Okay, go
about
ahead,
lawsuits?
Santos.
Have you heard anything about
Right,
lawsuits?
so, right.
That doesn't mean that
Just because somebody does it, just because. All right,
if he does something illegal and, on money
all right.
this level, it would be definitely talking about suing it.
All right,
Santos,
so
you're
there's
just
two
gonna
different
overtalk
things.
everything, man.
Illegal is
Listen,
generally the penal code. What you're talking about is a breach of contract, which is a civil thing. That's not illegal, right? You're just talking about a breach of contract. But what I'm just saying is there is a way to negotiate that is actually illegal. But since there's no breach of contract, like it's not like Bud promised them some things, so they went out and spent money, and so now they can sue Bud for damages or something like that. They were just like in negotiation for a fight, and he pulled out and fought somebody else. But in that negotiation, he was upfront. He was very. It seems like he was transparent with BLK, but wasn't transparent with PBC. Even though he was looking for transparency with BBC, which is like the weird irony in this whole fucking thing. Like if the conversation was about transparent, like you wanted to see all their shit, why didn't you tell them that you were in negotiation with somebody else? No matter how long that negotiation took, even if it's 3 days, 3 hours, whatever the fuck, why didn't anybody know that?
Well, and then you got to also remember, like, there's a such thing as tax evasion, where you create all these shell companies or LLCs to get away from taxes. Just because, wait a minute, just because,
boxing, bro.
Santos, you gonna let me talk, brother? You gonna talk over me?
This is boxing.
No, but Santos, it's also information.
You filling folks' heads up with stuff
but
like
Santos, you can't overtalk it.
This ain't what happened in boxing, man.
Santos, you
overtalk every time I say something.
Talk though.
Man,
you gotta let him talk.
Let him talk. It's boxing.
Man, let him finish though.
Hey, you the one talking now.
Santos, there's a such thing as tax evasion. There's a such thing as tax evasion where you can create an LLC just to have something to write off on. That's called tax evasion. Just because people do it and they don't get convicted of it doesn't make it illegal. You shouldn't do it. People do it all the fucking time. That doesn't mean that we need to be advertising that people do that and there's no consequences and it's not illegal. There are certain negotiations that you're going to go into, depending on what the structure of it is, that you can be liable for it. That's just a fact. Now, the intricacies and the details of it, I don't know. But this was bad faith negotiations. Now, if it's to the point where it's legally binding, where he gets sued and all that, I don't know. That's a whole nother subject. We got to be careful with just saying, "Oh, you can just do it."
Why you bring stuff like that up if you don't know? Then that's what I'm trying to say.
What do you mean that's bad faith? It could be bad faith negotiations no matter what.
We boxing fans. We don't care nothing about that. If they ain't talking about anything illegal, we don't need to talk about it here.
How do we know that, Santos?
Yeah, how do you know that?
So just if I could jump in
my point. You're saying
hold on, Smoke. What does tax evasion, what does bad faith negotiation have to do with the boxing match itself? We're not getting a fight.
It has everything to do with it.
It don't matter at this point. It don't matter.
In your mind, Santos, you just said there's no such thing as bad faith negotiation.
We're not getting a fight, bro.
Man, Santos, you all over the place with this.
No, you are. And newsflash, it doesn't have to be an LLC to be considered tax evasion. You don't even have to.
I said one of the ways. I didn't say the only way. You compared it for no reason. I said one of the ways.
You didn't say one.
Yes, I did, Santos. You're too busy talking, brother. You're too busy talking.
I was listening.
But people don't get convicted of tax evasion either way. That's my point. Like everybody that does illegal shit, just because you do something to get away with it, it doesn't matter. You saying there's no such thing as bad faith negotiation. There is. There's a liable section of bad faith. You did say that.
I said this is boxing. They had no contractual agreements or disagreements about if they were supposed to talk to another entity or not. That's what I said. I didn't say what you just said.
So what's that? What
this Pittsburgh, you my dude, man. But what I'm trying to convey to you, this is a boxing platform. That's what this is. We don't need to be putting in folks. Hold on, let me finish. These, not only the people that listen right now, but other people gonna see this video in the future. Why we need to cloud their head up talking about lawsuits that ain't happening, tax evasion that's not happening, any of that stuff. It has nothing to do with us looking at them boys fight in the ring? Nothing.
It does. It does, because you don't need to be telling people to do things that they shouldn't do. You shouldn't be telling people that there's no consequence for them doing things that they have no business doing.
Can I jump in right here? Can I jump in right here? It's real fast.
Finance 101.
Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Just to jump in. I was on the panel earlier with Rachel, and she was talking about a situation that she had with the PBC where they were actually in breach of the contract, and they could have been raked over the coal. They could have, the PBC could have gone up there with damage and all this other stuff, and the PBC wasn't tripping, right? So like their experience, and that doesn't mean that everybody's experience is like this, but their experience with the PBC was like really good when it comes to like, not just the letter and the spirit of the contract, but also like them willing to work with the situation and not necessarily just like enforce the terms of the contract just because they have one. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I just think we got to be careful with that. And then like now we got two sides to certain situations where one guy's saying one thing and another guy's saying another thing. So you have to pick who you can believe with some of that stuff. Some stuff they agreed on, some stuff they disagreed on. So we have some impasse in some of those situations. We don't have clarity with a lot of that stuff. There's no contract that's being spewed. There's nothing being presented of terms or anything. So now you have to pick who do you believe, who's more believable in those situations.
Bro, I love you, man, but you the only cat that come out here talking about lawsuits for this nigga.
Oh no, geez, I love that. I'm sorry, bro. I love that shit, Central.
That ain't. We're boxing fans, bro. This ain't finance 101. Those guys ain't. Hold on, if these guys are not coming out with allegations of possible lawsuits and stuff like that, we don't need to bring that up. Is what I'm saying. That's just like hold on. That's just like this kid. This kid just got shot over the weekend or the other night or whatever. Takeoff. I heard somebody on Fred's show talking about how you feel about a dude walking past him and ain't showing up. Man, that's that man's business. We don't need to be talking about no situation that there's legal situations happening every day in cases that happen that has nothing to do with us. We don't need to be on these platforms talking about stuff like that, because then you're bringing something to a case that may not even come up. It might sound like you know something, and it might sound like you don't know something. We have that bad as people, man, talking about stuff.
No, but Santos, you can't. No, Santos. First of all, we're talking about the business side of boxing, number one. So we're not just talking about the boxing. We're talking about the business side of contracts.
Why is it
because we're talking. Why wasn't? We're talking about people talk about how much money LeBron James makes, how much money Serena makes, all of that.
Business of boxing is really not our business, bro, because
we just sat up here talking about it. Santos, we just sat up here about the gift guaranteed. It's the same thing.
Hey, bro. Let me just can we just squelch this? Because we've been talking about money in boxing for like over 100 years. We talk about how much Jack Johnson made fighting Jim Jeffries.
It's probably been like the last.
More than 100 years. No, I'm saying no. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. I know how much even adjusted for inflation. Like they have adjusted for inflation, how much Jack Johnson made against Jim Jeffries in the fight of the century. But not only that, we know about the fucking Jack Dempsey and George Carpentier, that fight that was first $1 million fight. Yeah, we know the Rumble in the Jungle. It was $10 million, right? Because we talk about money in boxing forever, since before we were born. This is kind of the conversation that happens with boxing.
We didn't talk about it, Smoke. They talked about it.
No, I'm just saying in boxing. I'm saying boxing fans. No, we talk about it as boxing fans. Hey, listen, man, we've been talking about it, bro. We've been talking about Oscar De La Hoya's money. We've been talking about Canelo's money. We've been talking about goddamn money, like as boxing fans, not just you and I. And maybe
I know what you're talking
but
about,
it's boxing
man,
fans. But boxing fans as a body.
That wasn't the climate.
We talked about this.
The climate of boxing fans back then. We talked
the
about
hell it wasn't, bro. Like, bro.
Hold on, bro. When we talked about money back then, it was like, yeah, they making a lot of money. We didn't care who was getting what percentage. We didn't care who.
Yeah, right, but that's right. I mean, we might not have.
We didn't care who's.
I mean, we might not have, bro.
Who's advisors at the table. Are we
Central.
whatever they told us they
The
were
reason
getting? We took it to the bank, and
why-
that was the end of it.
bro,
We
the
just
reason
talked about the
why
fight happening.
bro, the reason why that is because we're children. As grown as fucking men, yeah, we know more about fucking business. We know more about finance, and so
Man,
this
I
is a
was
more
a
interesting
grown
topic.
man when some of these persons were coming
I
up,
was
bro.
not a grown man. Right?
I was
Like,
a grown
here's
man.
what I'm saying.
You might not
Here's
have
what I'm
been.
telling you.
I
Hold
was
up
a grown man when Mike Tyson.
second.
When Mike Tyson
You were not a
first was
grown
talking
man with
about,
Sugar Ray.
I was a
Let me.
grown.
Can I?
Yes,
Can I
was.
finish?
I've been grown the
Central.
whole time.
Goddamn, bro. Listen.
Cintos,
You were not a grown man
goddamn.
when Sugar Ray Leonard. When Sugar Ray Leonard turned pro, and he was getting all that fucking money, and they were talking about how he made all his money. Pro. You didn't care about that because you were just watching Sugar Ray Leonard. You weren't tripping off of the Aaron Pryor fucking the first offer he made to Aaron Pryor of $500,000 that Aaron Pryor said was bullshit. So why we never got the Aaron Pryor fight was based on fucking money to go. We were too young to care about that shit.
Okay, how old were you when you first heard about the money that was in that fight? Was it
The
during
first time that I remember money in boxing. Right.
No,
The first time I
fight.
remember money
smoke.
being
I said
just,
that fight smoke. I said that fight smoke.
which one? The Aaron Pryor shit?
The one you just brought up. When did you first hear about?
Yeah, Aaron Pryor, Sugar Ray Leonard. I was grown as fuck.
Yeah.
I was grown as fuck.
Okay, then.
The first time I thought it.
Exactly.
But let me, because I was. But you're proving my point. You're proving my point because I was too fucking young back then. That's my point.
No, bro.
No, that's my point. That I didn't know about that shit because I was too young to care about that shit. And let me tell you, the first time I actually cared about money in the sport of boxing, the first time I cared about money in the sport of boxing was for the first time I cared about money in the sport of boxing was the Mike Tyson versus Michael Spence fight.
And you were almost grown. Then you probably wasn't grown, but you were almost grown. You probably were a teenager at that time. I was grown when that happened.
No, I was a teenager. Yeah, I'm just saying. I was like 18 years old then. I was an adult. I was an adult, but I was still 18.
I followed the fight crowds back then. Smoke is what I'm trying to tell you. And we didn't talk about who getting all this money. We didn't care.
The fuck with it, bro. We totally talked about the fucking.
Did as a kid. We didn't know. We didn't, bro.
Holy fuck, dude. We talked about, bro. Fights broke out. Okay, hold up a second. Central. Fights broke out, bro. Fights broke out.
Getting how much money, man?
Of course they. Okay, first off, they talked about how much. They talked about how much the fight made. Holy Christ, dude. Okay, what I'm telling you is this. What I'm telling you is this.
My age group I'm talking about. We didn't do that, bro.
Okay, all right. So we're not that far apart in age, Cinto. That's first off.
About 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, that's it. Right? That's it. Yeah, exactly. We're not that far apart.
And see, you would have been a mid-teen when I was old enough to watch these cats and talk with grown folks about these fights.
No, and I understand. I understand, bro. I'm not. But I'm just trying to make a point, but you won't stop talking. I'm just trying to make a point, bro. Can I finish a point, bro? That's it. I'm just trying to finish it, and then I'm gonna let you have it. My only point is when Michael Spence fought Mike Tyson, everybody tripped the fuck out because they paid so much for that fucking fight, and it was so short. And they were talking about people getting their money back from that fight. Money was all over that fight. Everybody talked about money, even if you were in your house and you went to a fight party. Fights were breaking out all over the fucking place. I remember this shit vividly.
Smoke. You know good and well we weren't talking about what we paid to see the fight. We were talking about what these guys were earning. You know,
no, we're just talking about money in boxing. We're just talking about money in boxing. We're just talking. That's it. That's all my only point about money in boxing.
That's two different subjects, man.
What I'm saying. No, you're okay. You're making a very specific argument now that we didn't talk about how much each fighter made. That's cool. Maybe and yeah, that is a more recent phenomenon.
My generation recent phenomenon.
Correct. I mean, we're not from two different generations. We're both Gen Xers, right?
I know that. I'm just trying to explain it. You're saying something different. We both in our 50s.
But I take your point.
My generation did not beef about what side got more money than the other side. We didn't.
Right. That was more like an Oscar De La Hoya thing. But it's more than 10 years. It's been a really big thing in the last 10 years. But yeah, it started with the Oscar De La Hoya, and then now it's just like it's an issue. It's way more of an issue than it ever has been. But it's not that us talking about money is not a new thing. We can talk about money. We can talk about how much fights make, and we can talk about how that. Right?
Look, bro, I didn't say we couldn't talk about money. I'm saying all of a sudden, the last since 2018, we got more account managers and we got more tax attorneys, and we got more undercover promoters. We got more advisors on the internet than we got in the business of boxing. We know more about the business side of boxing than the freaking business people of boxing. And it's annoying, man. Because see, my generation, we didn't beef about who's getting the most money. We just wanted to see the fights. And if we could afford it, we paid for it. And like you said, Smoke, Mike Tyson was knocking folks out so quick and we don't pay this money. We're like, what the crap? That was it. That's about as far as it went. We didn't beef about who's getting what. We didn't beef about the contract. We didn't care about that bull crap. And now we out here, we got so many people that are scholars about who's getting what, how much they should and shouldn't get, and why they should get it, why the contract didn't go through, or why the contract should go through, or what the contract said, and ain't none of us seen the freaking contract. Spence,
but that's based off
so hold on, Spence and Crawford ain't even seen the contract because it wasn't a contract; it was a term sheet. We're just making more out of this than what it's supposed to be, man. This is boxing, man. Don't complicate the sport.
We're not, but Santos, we can't say that when we literally had this guy sitting up here saying the reason why we're not making the fight. And those are things that he brought up as to the reason why we're not making the fight. So now most people are irrational people are trying to go through and figure out what this guy is talking about. He brought money up. He brought up percentages and no guarantees. And he kind of confused the hell about a lot of people with this double talk shit. These are all points that he brought up. He's responding.
The fans
no, but wait, let me finish. Bud, no, Bud brought. When the fighter comes out, when the fighter comes out and he says these things, right? He says what he says. We dissect it and we analyze it, and now you've got one fighter saying that. Now you got another fighter saying something counter to what he's saying on certain points. That's what we're talking about because that's what's being brought up. This ain't we're not bringing this shit up. That's the reason why he brought up why the shit couldn't get down, why the term sheet was what it was, and it was dragging out.
I know for a fact the fans started talking the percentages before the fighters did. Neither one of the fighters was saying it. The fans.
But it doesn't matter. So once he started, once the fighter brought it up,
then on top of that, it started here on YouTube.
But that's what Bud was.
The first fight that everybody got in gope with about percentages was the Wilder Joshua fight. That's why a lot of this stuff started, man. And then when this is what Bud, that whole contract, Bud went through his contract and he went through points of why that fight wasn't being made. That's the point of where we're at right now. And Arrow's response today was in response to Bud. The fighters are saying this. So people are only responding to what the fighters are saying. That's what the fighters are saying. Regardless of what they were saying previous to that, we're here at this point now because both of the fighters are talking about what was happening during the negotiations, during the terms. Who said what? What was actually said. That's not what got. I mean,
where we're at right now. Both fighters can say that.
That spurred up today's conversation, but that's not what got us here. What got us here was about 3 years ago when everybody was talking about them two fighting and what percentages they should be getting. That's what started all this bull crap. Now, the other thing, as far as what they're talking about current day, they're not talking about legalities. You are. They ain't saying nothing about no legalities of what they were trying to do. You doing that.
Right, because people don't need to believe they can do that, Santos. That's why I'm saying that.
Why you telling us? You need to be telling them. You need to be telling them they the ones in the business. We're not in the business.
Santos.
You don't need to tell us that. We're not ones negotiating.
But you said that there's no such you can't have they can't do nothing because the promoters ain't doing nothing. There's no such thing as bad faith. You can't say that. That's what I'm saying.
We can play this back 100 times. I never said anything about no.
Santos, you said that, bro.
No, I didn't. You said you the one talked all that good faith stuff. I didn't say nothing about no good faith. No, I didn't. I know I didn't.
All right, Santos, you said
I know I didn't. All we gotta do is play it back. I know for sure I didn't.
I would tell people to be cautionary of it. There's no such thing as a good faith. There is literally laws against that. You don't have to be. You don't have to be a lawyer, Santos, to know that you can't do that.
Exactly.
Just like you don't have to be an accountant. You don't have to be an accountant to know that certain things you can't do to the IRS.
certain business endeavors when that stuff occurs. This ain't one of them. This is not one
But
of
how,
them because if
you
it
make
was,
an
they already
indefinite
be talking
statement. How
about
do you
suing
know
them.
that, Sintos?
That's what I'm
because
saying.
a
lot of fighters in their teams would have been sued a long time ago.
But how do we know they're not, Sintos? That's what I'm saying, bro. You can't make those kind of statements.
Let me ask you this. Who have you heard on record saying they were they possibly looking at legalities against Bud Crawford?
What do you mean? I ain't heard nobody. We ain't
I'm
talking
just
to nobody
asking.
about that.
You ain't heard
That
nobody
doesn't
say
mean
it?
it's not legal. That does.
I'm
How does that prove it's not legal?
I'm asking you a question.
I haven't heard anybody say it.
Okay, then that rests my case.
That doesn't prove that it's not legal, Sintos.
That doesn't mean that you're right about that he's done something illegal.
I'm telling people to be cautionary about just assuming that they can just do that. That's what I'm telling people.
But the people that you talk to are not getting ready to promote a fight, bro. They're not getting ready
They
to
have
negotiate a
witnesses. When people listen to the internet, they hear all kind of tidbits of all kind of things.
Just
boxing,
like you bro. This ain't corporate America, man. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
We're
This
talking about the business side of boxing, Sintos.
Man,
But the whole conversation he had for those 20 minutes, that was all business. That ain't had nothing to do with Earl's style in the ring. That ain't had nothing to do with his approach in the ring. That was all business. That had the whole conversation that Bud had nothing to do with how Spence attacked the ring, how he attacked other fighters. It was all business.
Hey, Eric, I didn't say nothing about no good faith. No, I didn't. I said the fact that
you said
guys,
this, Sintos.
No, I didn't. I said these guys, if it's not anything contractually printed where these guys agree that they can't talk to another entity, then I said if it's printed, then that's a problem. If it's not a problem.
But you don't know that, Sintos. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. You're making statements that we don't know.
No, I didn't use the words good faith. You did. So
no, you said if it's not printed, you can't make a statement like that because each state is different with their laws and how they negotiate. That's not true. That's what I'm telling you.
There is okay. Go find the law I'll apologize for everything I said. Go find the law about.
No, but I'm just saying. I'm saying we have to be careful with saying indefinite statements.
You got to be careful too with our stuff we say. Anything that's an accusation, you got to be careful with. That's what I'm talking about. So if you can go and find something stating that there's a law in negotiating in boxing about to support what you said, I'll refute everything I said and apologize and everything.
I don't want to apologize. I just don't want us to make definite statements like it's a definite. I'm telling people to be cautionary. I'm not saying you're definitely going to be sued and you're definitely not going to be sued.
Who's listening to us that's about to negotiate in boxing?
You'd be surprised with
this I would think that they would be. I would think that a person that's about to negotiate a deal in boxing or any other deal in any other business will have enough sense to get the right people around them to and do the research and educate themselves as to how they need to do business. But this is boxing. We're boxing. This ain't really necessary. We're trying to figure out reasons why we can point the finger at somebody, and what we coming up with is possible lawsuits and he's doing business the wrong way and all that. I mean,
we're just going based on what they said, brother. We got Earl saying the whole thing that Earl tweeted today, that was based off of those term sheets and contracts that they had, and the things that Bud said. It's all business. That's what we're dissecting.
You want if you're gonna be technical about the legal stuff, term sheets is what
I'm not. I'm saying that's what they said. That's what they said. That's what those two guys said. That's what they've been combating for the last couple of days, and guys have been giving their opinion on.
The terms we should be using either offer sheet or term sheet. That's what it was. They didn't have no contract. They had offer sheet or contract.
They still the business side of boxing, though. So that's what we're talking about. It. Still business, bro. That's what we're talking about. The reason why we're talking about it is Crawford came out with his reasoning why the fight didn't happen. Why the fight was why he's fighting this guy, David, whatever his name is. That's what happened.
The fact remains that we're not getting the fight. And the man chose to get his $10 million from this other fight. And that's where we are. They both fighting somebody different until they possibly may meet in the ring. That's where we are right now.
Well, Errol doesn't have an actual date yet, so we can't say he's fighting anybody yet.
No,
we're assuming he's gonna fight. We're assuming
Earl said in his tweet he's fighting somebody that's not a tune-up. I read it.
Yeah, but he doesn't have
Yes,
an
he did.
actual date though,
It
Santos.
doesn't matter. It doesn't
There's
matter.
no
He said he
official
fight
date.
somebody else, and it's not a tune.
Okay,
It doesn't matter.
but he has to fight somebody else. He can't fight. He can't. The guy he was negotiating
You don't have
went
to.
and fought somebody else. He
But
can't
he
fight him.
chose.
He literally can't fight the guy.
They both chose
You
to.
know, ain't
They
no
don't have
both.
to.
They
both
were in
chose to.
negotiations. One guy got up and decided to fight somebody else. So the other guy, either he's not going to fight nobody or he's going to fight somebody else. He has no other choice. He's either going to wait or he's going to have to fight somebody else. There's no other option for him.
You just said the same thing I was just trying to tell you. He doesn't have to fight. He chose to fight. That just like Terrence Crawford. He didn't have to fight. He chose to fight. He chose to want to fight in 2022. And Earl decided he's going to take a fight too. That's just what it is.
Yeah, but I don't know success. I don't know about that success. I mean, that fight is what it is. We just dissecting why Crawford, what he did, and what Errol's response is, and now they both have separate fights. But all that stuff was triggered off of Crawford, and he was explaining why he did what he did. Now Errol's responding, and that's all it is. Anything outside of that, that's just what it is.
Eric. If you find, if you see some video that's saying they're gonna sue Terrence Crawford, I agree with you.
But it doesn't matter, Santos.
I'm talking to Eric. You know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, but we shouldn't even get caught up in that suing stuff. I was just pointing out that it's illegal. I don't even want. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to Eric. I'm saying we shouldn't get caught up in the suing stuff. We were just pointing out that it's a possibility. Like, just because they specifically aren't doing it, you just have to be cautionary with this whole infinite. You can definitely or indefinitely you can't. That's all I was pointing out. Like, I don't even want to get caught up in the whole suing on the chat or us personally, because that's just something that could happen, because there's such a thing as bad faith negotiation, depending on the terms and what's going on in the structure of that. There's a lot of things that have to be moving with that to happen. I don't know that for sure, but I wouldn't call it out one way or the other. So that's why I was pointing out. I don't even want to get caught up in that stuff like that. We don't know what state they're negotiating out of. We don't know a lot of different shits for that. So it's hard to say definitely they're going to be sued or definitely they're not going to be.
If any party gets sued, I'll come on the platform and apologize. But I know it ain't going to happen. Because if it was going to happen, it'd already be talked about. Because they'd be trying to hold his feet to the fire.
Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, I don't know about that, Santos. I just wasn't trying to make a definite statement. That's it. All that other stuff, I don't know about them getting sued.
Do you remember when Wilder had a fight with Povetkian and it didn't go down because of PED use, and they held the person in the escrow? That's a legal. That's a legal action. Holding that money in an escrow, and neither one of them could touch it until the case was over with. That was a legal action. So if it was a way to hold somebody's feet to the fire in boxing, when you're talking about multi-millions of dollars, it's going to be done. So it depends on the deal. Nobody talking about. Oh my God.
Go ahead, Santos. What you saying now? Go ahead.
No, I don't say what I need to say, bro.
No, go ahead. You was bouncing in and out. Go ahead. You said it's a way to hold people's feet to the fire. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be. Ain't no. If they were talking about, if there was a possible way for them to hold his feet to the fire legally and sue him for lost wages or lost gross or whatever, they would do it. But they don't have any grounds for that. So that's not the case. That's why I'm saying I don't know why we're talking about that.
Because you said definitely, because you're saying definitely. So you did it again, Santos. You said they don't have no way because they didn't do it.
I said they would definitely do it. I know what I said. I didn't say nothing.
Like when somebody gets arrested for things, do you like okay? So we're doing hypothetical. So if somebody gets arrested for things, do they get charged for everything? Sometimes with some things they get charged for certain charges, and other charges that are not charged. They're thrown away, or they're not actually charged at all.
My man, I just used an example of the Wilder and Povetkin fight that didn't happen, and how they held that $6 million in the escrow because of what they did. Because Wilder then went over there in good faith to fight that man, and the man was held up. The fight was held up because of drug PED use. And they held that money in escrow for more than a year until they ruled against Wilder them, and they preventing them get their money back. Wilder did not get to keep that money. He didn't get to collect on that. So I use that as an example to say that if there was a if they had legal grounds to sue Terrence Crawford and his team, they would. Showtime would, I'm sure. I don't believe in my heart
we agree to
have
disagree.
legal grounds to do it.
See, that you're saying that you're making a definite statement. That's why I said what I said.
And if they come back and say they're gonna sue him, I'll come on this platform and apologize. If you pull up some documented rules and regulations about a deal,
hey Kyle, if you up, hold up. We got best news backstage. We got best news list. Hold on. We got best news list backstage. Hey, we got best news list backstage. No, you can finish your point. I just want to. Hey Kyle, if you up, or DJ, we got best news list backstage. All right, I guess it. Go ahead, finish your point. I was just trying to tell
all right, Eric. I'll holler back at you, bro. Hey, Eric, I gotta get you on the phone eventually, man. Holler at you, man. I gotta give you a call and catch up on what life has been like for me, bro.
Hey, be easy cooking with the champ. Go ahead, finish your point. Kyle, if you up, man, best news list backstage. Go ahead, finish your point. Kyle, if you up, man, best news list backstage. There you go.
We got background
noise. Go ahead, finish your point. Kyle, if you up, man,
Yo. Y'all hear me?
Best news list? Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Man, y'all out here going all crazy over this nonsense, man. Stop letting this shit drive y'all crazy. Fuck that.
Yeah, man.
That shit it's over. It's done. It's over and done. Stop wasting y'all time arguing about that shit. Like, and it was over. I kept telling, look, me and Cynthia, we talked about this shit. We knew this shit wasn't gonna happen. You understand what I'm saying? I knew when that shit wasn't official in October, I knew what time it was.
Yeah.
I knew that shit, man. It is what it is. Like, and everybody blaming this one and blaming that one. It's the business of boxing. That's why that fucking fight ain't happening. I'm in the sport. I'm not no fucking outsider, no YouTube. I'm in this shit still. That's the business. That's the business. Like that shit you heard Terrence Crawford was talking about. Let me tell you, that shit 99.95% factual. That shit ain't happen because it's the business. It's the way that the business is set up. It particularly now, but it's always been similar to that shit. It ain't been much different. You understand what I'm saying? So the motherfuckers that I was explaining to me and Cynthia was talking about this shit a couple of days ago. The first real big super fight that was negotiated, the first real big true super fight that was negotiated with guaranteeing purse was the Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier first fight, 1971, the super fight. Mm-hmm. And guess what? It wasn't no fucking boxing promoters who did it. It was outsiders. Jack Kent Cook, and one of his partners. Them motherfuckers were not boxing promoters. They was outsiders that got that money together to make that fucking fight. That made that shit. It wasn't no fucking boxing promoters that did that shit.
No.
You understand
they didn't have that kind of money.
They did not do that shit. It's always so that shit didn't happen till after the fact that boxing promoters do that. And it was outside investors who even showed them that shit could be done. Not boxing promoters. First. And there had been, prior to that, boxing matches in the early 1900s that did $1 million gates. But they never had a guarantee where both fighters were guaranteed a certain amount of money. So I just sit back. That's why you haven't seen me on this shit. I've been bouncing around listening to all these motherfucking boxing pundits and expert talk, most of which don't know what the fuck they talking about. You understand what I'm saying? The simple fact of the matter is that fight didn't happen because of Terrence Crawford ain't fuck up that fight. He ain't fuck up that fight.
And this man right here
The
was
business
going
of
for
boxing.
Spence.
It's the business of boxing. I'm
That's it.
Spence all day in that shit. I'm Spence all fucking day when they fucking if they actually fight. But it wasn't him. It's the business of boxing that fucked this up.
They couldn't get it together.
It's a lot of like I've been hearing. Like I said, I sit back and I've been listening for a long time, and that's why I haven't interjected too much because I'm just listening to motherfuckers' mindsets and how they think and what they talking about. And mind you, like I said, I'm literally still in this shit. And I was like, wow. The simple fact of the matter is, it wasn't him. But we gotta always play the blame game. Always play the blame game. There's a lot of different factors that go into it. As I explained recently, ain't neither one of them no motherfucking superstar boxer. Neither one of them. Everybody keep talking about Errol Spence as this big ass pay-per-view star. No, the fuck he ain't. And that's my favorite fucking fighter. But he ain't no fucking superstar.
No.
My fucking fiance don't know. My fiance don't know who the fuck Errol Spence is. Or Terrence Crawford. She don't know who neither one of them motherfuckers is. But she know who Mike Tyson is. You understand what I'm saying? It's circumstances that got both of them. It's circumstances that have both of them in the position they in. Terrence Crawford ain't no in this era, what they consider a so-called big time pay-per-view fighter because of his circumstance. The nigga fought for a promoter who's attached to the biggest sports network. You can't judge that shit the same. You can't judge it the same. And he unfairly judged because of that shit. But he can't sell no fucking tickets. He didn't have to. You know, he was with Top Rank, who's affiliated with ESPN. Both before and after they created the ESPN Plus, which is that app. But that ain't got nothing to do with how many motherfuckers.
Built around him.
That has nothing to do.
Built around him.
Yep. That has nothing to do with how many people actually have seen him fight. Whether they going to the filling out buying the pay-per-view because that wasn't the format. PBC shit do they shit different. You understand what I'm saying? So it's a lot of variables in this shit, man. A lot. But at the end of the day, the reason why that fight ain't fucking happen is because of the business of boxing. And I ain't mad at neither one of them. No. I was listening to some shit earlier. Motherfucker was getting at Al Heyman and Errol Spence. Oh, they had to guarantee money. And I'm like, look, man. They're business partners. I've been doing business with you since my career began. And it's got me to a certain point. I ain't gonna suddenly, even with a guarantee, even when somebody offers some guaranteed money, I ain't gonna just suddenly leave it, just jump off like he's like, I don't give a fuck, man. I'd have took that 25 million, or at least I would have tried to find out how real it was and took it. So you're not gonna just jump off and leave the person you've been doing business with, for years, that got you to the point you at now. Not gonna do that. It's just not gonna happen. That's not normal. So neither one of them did nothing really wrong. It's just the unfortunate circumstances of the sport called boxing today. And it ain't gonna be the last time this shit happen either.
It's not gonna be the last one. But the problem is that but remember the thing with it that I had a problem with that whole situation is Bud should have just fought this fight and we would have just speculated and that shit would have went no further. He should have just went ahead and fought this fight. Nobody would have had to reply, and it could have just been gossip and hearsay. He said what he said, and then Earl replied, and now we're replying, and we all stuck in business side because of the initial response of what we said. Yeah, that's where it's at.
But you know what happens though? Look, right now, Terrence Crawford done made some changes in his life, and see, it's easy. Like I said, it's easier for people to say that shit when you're not in that fucking position, man. It's easy as fuck when you're not in that position to sit back and say that shit. But that man is a man. And you got people out there, especially as a man, like my father said, one of the things a man has that's his is your reputation. You got to defend your reputation sometime, man.
Yeah,
As
but
a man.
that's where image consultant and all those people that a lot of people like
No,
those
you
big
don't.
stars that they have with that.
You don't got
But
to
the
do all that
consultant,
shit.
that's not. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
like
a consultant.
look,
Not nobody
you have
telling you
them.
what to do.
Yeah,
I can't
you
hear
have that shit, but
maybe it's me.
you
Can you hear me?
hold on. Yeah. You
Maybe
have
it's me.
those
Maybe it's me.
those things.
Go ahead.
Yeah, those things exist. But at the end of the day, as a man, you're responsible for yourself, for what goes on with you. At the end of the day, so you got to make that. You have to make certain decisions about that. And anybody that's been following this show knows when they come to that fight, the little bit that we do speak about it. I told you I've been going with Spence all day in that shit from the moment they started talking about that shit. But when I see something and I don't see that it's being looked at from my view in a proper perspective, even though I was a Spence man when they come to the actual fight, I still don't like how I'm seeing how they coming at Crawford and putting all the blame on him because he's not the only one to blame in this shit. It's a lot of blame to go around. But this shit has happened before. It's not nothing new. But the way that the sport is, the way in which the sport is trending, it's even you're gonna see shit like this. And you just gotta look at look at the things, just look at the factors, the factors that have taken place, and just look at it for what it is, not for what we want it to be.
Remember, he's attacking when he not only was he explaining, he's attacking Al Heyman, he's attacking Errol Spence. So if you attack somebody, then their natural response is going to be to attack you back, and it's going to go back. It's going to keep happening because you started off with an explanation that turned into an attack, and it turned personal, and that shit can keep going. That shit can keep going for months, and they could be having like this shit could be going for back and forth forever. We don't know when this shit will stop.
But think about it though. You know the old saying, man, controversy sells. Let me tell you something. This can help that fight. If it takes place next year, be a much more bigger attraction. Then you'll have people who not into it. You'll have people into it who wouldn't normally be. Like I said, like my fiance, she don't know neither one of them motherfuckers. She ain't into sports like that.
Yeah,
so it can help them. You understand? Like controversy sells. That shit still applies into most things. So by him doing what he did, it is what it is. It's done now. So, but it can help the match. Granted, they both get past their neck foes, be in an even bigger attraction. Things happen. Look at the Floyd. Most recently with the Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao shit.
Mm-hmm.
That shit took at least a 5-year term. Now, when that fight would have first happened, it would have been big, but neither one of them would have made that money they made when that shit happened 5 years later.
Right.
The shit is the all-time leading shit. So, and you heard Floyd Mayweather say most recently. I know a lot of people don't like Floyd Mayweather and shit, but even he said the shit ain't ready yet. He talking about from a business perspective. He ain't talking about from a fight perspective. The fight been ready as athletes from the moment Terrence Crawford came up in weight. But as a for pure the selling point of making that fight to the type of event, because you want it to become an event that it can become, these little bit of sprinkling and seasoning and stuff like that could make it an even bigger event, which will eventually take place outside of some unfortunate circumstances that could happen with either one of them. So it's going to be an actual bigger event.
We'll see. I think
when it does take place.
We'll see.
If it happens, because it's always the possibility that it won't happen, because it's happened before. But I still think that it's trending in that direction. Yeah, but I think it's trending in the direction that is going to ultimately happen. You understand? So all this that's going on, and I'm saying all these shows talking about it, that all leads to help to making that event a bigger event eventually.
But see,
when it does happen.
yeah, but we have to talk about it because remember, ESPN don't really do boxing like that. Like the majors don't really talk about boxing on an everyday tip without these channels like that. And a lot of the shit is somebody knows somebody and they kind of leak some shit, right? It's not like it's somebody on the record stating whatever they're stating. And without that information, like this shit don't get pushed like it's getting pushed. So we kind of got to take the good with the bad with that. You're gonna get some good shit, and some of the stuff is gonna be complete bullshit. And we're not gonna know the difference.
No doubt.
But it pushes, it helps keep the buzz going with sports because without it, we ain't gonna have it.
I'm telling you, man, controversy sells. All this shit is good, man. For it, because it keeps it in. Now you know the fans want to see it, but I swear, like it's amazing how things happen, and people just it seems like it's amazing to me when I see things happen and people just forget, like so fast they forget what just happened. Like it just bugs me out. I'm like I just sit back and I just look at shit. It's like, yo, this shit's like the real life Twilight Zone out this motherfucker.
Well,
like
I mean, look at this, look at this. You had people like a couple weeks ago saying that Bud was offered a slave contract. That never came out of Bud's mouth. Bud didn't say that shit. That was like Bernie the Boxer, people that we assume are in his camp, and other people. So Bud never officially said that shit. We're just assuming that that's what he's going with because he's not disputing it. He's not saying no, I ain't say that shit. It's just people that we assume that are close to him. So all that shit, like you say, controversy sells, but shit is being put out all day, every day by different sides. And nobody's like coming out and saying, no, I ain't really mean that.
Yeah, it sells, man. It's an age-old adage, but there's a lot of truth to that shit. You understand?
Of course.
Age-old
adage. Bud ain't no big personality person. Bud doesn't have like this huge personality where people want to go tune in and see Bud fight. He's a hell of a fighter, but he's not going to get people to if they got to choose between a football game or a basketball game on Bud. I mean, they're not going to be trying to tune in to figure out who Bud is. That's just where it is. So maybe the controversy does give him some kind of traction with it.
It will, yeah. It would do that. It would do that for any athlete. Controversy puts people on the map in a way in which they normally would not be. So, like I said, this can bold these little things because for the talent that both fighters possess, it should be a big sporting event. But these type of things can help the fight garner the attention that they should get because of the actual quality athletes they are in the sport of boxing. But neither one of them are not stars to that point. Like certain places that either one of them could walk and people wouldn't recognize them.
Yeah.
But Mike Tyson could walk around, he gonna get a crowd wherever the fuck he go.
Yeah.
And he don't fight no more. You understand? That's when you a star. That's when you a true star in that sense. And it's what you do. And actually, it's what you do outside the ring that make you even a bigger star.
Yeah. Nowadays, it's a different model now.
Yeah,
it's a different model.
Yeah, it's a different model. Yeah, it's like just as much. Even Muhammad Ali, who many love and revere. Part of the reason he became as big an icon as he had to do with the things he did outside the ring as much as what he did in the ring. You understand? That shit, it's always been, that has always been somewhat connected to any sport. Now, granted, depending on whatever particular sport you're talking about, now some leagues market their sport in a certain type of way. Some market it differently. So, depending on what sport you're going to determine, like the NBA markets they during the era of David Stern, they started to market the NBA. Because like when I was a little boy, NBA wasn't large like that. How that shit is like now.
Yeah.
They were seeing them shits on. They were showing them shits delayed tape delayed games and all that shit. You understand? So it's how it's marketing. Marketing is a big part of anything here in America, point blank. It's just how that shit how you go. So it's how you market it. And in instances like this, Terrence Crawford at the end of his career, yo.
Yeah.
This the most people have been probably talking about him since he first hit the scene.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Spence right behind him. What's Spence, 33, 34? He's right behind him. Like, neither one of them young.
Yeah, a couple of years younger than him. So
yeah, they right behind
each other. He's getting a certain level of, like I said, this controversy sells. This shit has put the, and then like take for instance, you got something like Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Which didn't exist years ago. So a lot of people who may follow that, who not into sports at all, or very little, or certain type of sports, that because of Twitter, this shit gonna come up. It could come across their thing, and like, oh, who is this? What's going on here? And read this and that. Who are they? It's a lot. So I said, ultimately, what we saw was the business of boxing at hand in its current iteration, and that's what it's going to be. And I didn't hear either one of them say that they don't want to fight each other now, despite what happened.
Nah.
You understand? Despite what happened. See, look, things. Oh shit! It's one thing I learned, man, from one of my spiritual teachers, man. It's like the only constant in the universe is change. Now you see, you was hearing Errol Spence was adamant that he would never fight Keith Thurman under no circumstances. But now you're hearing that it's in consideration now.
Yeah.
Because the business, because of the business of boxing.
Only a foolish person. We old enough. We know only foolish people make like concrete, emotional decisions like that outside of business. You gotta move that emotion out of business sometimes, because you get your emotion and you end up losing money doing some emotional nonsense. You have to predicate your emotions to the side sometimes for business. People work with people every day that they don't like.
Exactly. Yo, you do it every fucking day. Every day.
Yeah.
You understand? Most people do it every day. So, like I said, it is what it is. Of course, people as people who like the sport, you would like to see it. But like I said, I don't like I hate seeing any one of those guys getting blamed for doing what they do, because they're part of the situations that they have their own unique situation that they're part of, and they're doing what they need to do. But ultimately, as competitive athletes, there's a high chance that it's going to happen, but it may not. So if it don't, so be it. You understand? So if it do, great. If not, then it is what it is. Because like I said, there's been plenty of great fights that could have happened that didn't happen.
Oh yeah. I mean, if it don't happen, it won't be the first one. It's just now that we have the internet, we got more access to these guys. That's all it is.
Yeah, you've seen it with Bo. You've seen it with Bo and Lewis, Lennox Lewis, in the heavyweight division. That's a big fight that didn't come to pass. That should have came to pass. And you never know. Like I said, it's many others that didn't come to pass. So, but I think this one still has a legitimate shot. Spence saying he's gonna spin the block. Because if he was really
and it helped too now. Like it helps too, because some of these guys like that, like back in the days when you got caught for drugs, right? It would be in a news cycle once or twice, and that'd be the end of it. Now that you live forever with that shit on the internet now. Like you ain't getting out of that shit. Like you come up with a dirty test, I don't give a fuck. It's 10 years later, somebody bringing that shit up in whatever excuse. You ain't getting away from that shit. You get beat up on the internet. So, I mean, certain things you do, like the internet, that shit don't let nothing go. Your words, your texts, your comments, tweets, whatever that shit is, it's not letting it go. You know what I mean? So some stuff people do, it makes it hard for them to get away from shit. Because, you know, the networks are good at rebranding some of these people, man. They're still, even now today, they're good at rebranding people. Like that whole shit with Tyson Fury, where they were trying to say that he had a mental breakdown, not that he was using drugs. They just retwisted that shit around and rebranded a lot of that shit. And they good at it.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
yeah. They're good at that shit. When that machine get behind you, they're awesome at rebranding your ass. And no matter how fucked up you is, they come up with some excuse. And they just like a bad song, they just keep replaying that shit until you believe that bullshit.
Facts.
That's part of what it is. And then look at Haiti. Like see what's going on in Haiti right now? You don't see that shit on the news.
No.
See none of that shit on the news.
I heard about it. Actually, I haven't really. How I found out was through a little bit through a Haitian friend of mine, because I hadn't really seen it I hadn't seen nothing on the news, but you know, I heard it through them. But you're not going to, like, they pick and choose. Yeah. They pick and choose what they want. And certain things happen, like, and I'm like, I don't know, you sit back and you watch this stuff, and I just sit back and watch it, maybe, like, even all this shit that, like, you see all the stuff recently with Kanye West and shit, I'm like, did y'all not just see this happen, like, almost 2 years ago, but fucking Nick Cannon said some shit, they got in his ass, made the motherfucker denounce, made him denounce the minister, all this shit. The same shit just happened. Like people act like,
yeah, but that's different. Kanye was there.
I'm like,
people, though.
No, but
Kanye,
but I'm saying, how did y'all forget that so fast? How did you forget that fast? Like, it's the same shit. Fuck that daring. I don't give a fuck. It's not a matter of daring. Basically, what they're telling you is you can't say what you want to say. That's what that shit is about. And they trying to make an example out of him.
Yeah, he knew that.
They're trying to make an example out of him. But my thing is this: it just happened. Like I said, it just happened with him. I remember everybody was trying to get on. I see motherfuckers trying to get on Nick Cannon. Oh, he bitched up. I said, he ain't bitch up.
Nah,
he ain't got no fucking backing. He ain't got no backing. I said, black motherfuckers ain't gonna back him.
Nah, but this is the problem with that. They only thinking about money. They only thinking about money. They don't know what could have happened to that dude. It's not just money.
Yeah, Go ahead. But that's my point. That's exactly what you're not going to back the man. You're not going to back the man. Like if you
they're not going to
say that shit, if you're going to be there and really back them, you don't got shit to stand on. So when you do that shit,
they don't know if he came home.
Yeah, you don't know. Like if he when you make a stand like that, and you say that shit.
Nah, say what's on your mind. Say what's on your mind.
And they come at you, and you can't. Black motherfuckers ain't gonna back you, because we're not united. That's for one. So and the powers that be know that shit. They know that. So
Shout out to
they not united. So we can do what we want to them. They can bark all they want. They're not gonna do shit.
Well,
when it's all said and done.
Because
you're gonna go right back right now for some shit he posted. Because he didn't say shit. And mind you, Kyrie Irving is, and now mind you, you're talking about anti-Semitic. Kyrie Irving is fucking Muslim, yo. He's Muslim. That falls under the category of the Semite. That falls under that shit.
Care. Yeah, but that's that twisted narrative.
So how would he
always push? Yeah,
that's my point.
That's
my point.
That's like a Haitian shit. Like, most people that watch news, especially depending on what market you're in, they have no fucking idea what the fuck's going on down there. No fucking clue.
None.
But they'll turn on the TV and they'll keep showing them that shit that's happening over there with that Russia conflict. Like, they got anything to fucking do with you. They'll keep repeating that shit to you. Showing you that shit. They keep showing you that shit. Showing you that how your man, the dude in Russia, what's his name? I can't even think his fucking name. Dude over there in Russia, he's so bad. Putin.
Who Putin?
You won't hear shit about Haiti.
Yeah.
You won't hear nothing about South Tom.
Who are you talking about?
Secret operations they got. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Haiti situation where they got going on, where America's always dibbled and dabbled over there in Haiti. They got a long history all the way back to the Clintons, and even when Hillary Clinton was over the State Department, where they dibbled and dabbled in their elections. That's been historic, the shit that we've done over there. And those people down there, it's up down there. And that's some shit that we didn't. It's like a handshake deal where they will never really report on that shit. And even at U.S.'s customs, as far as immigration, their policy is just fucked up. Where the Cubans could come here for a long time until Obama came. As long as they made their feet on shore, they were automatically welcomed into the country and they get all the rights automatically. And that was because of their country. They said the country situation was fucked up, but they disregarded a country like Haiti, which is going through similar situation. Those things that happen like that, that's something that never really gets reported. And it's always, remember a couple years ago when they had that whole situation when those kids was coming over and you had these politicians on TV and people on TV crying, talking about kids in cages, there's kids in cages, and they was crying, and it didn't matter if it was Democrat or Republican and all that foolishness, and they just was boohoo crying about that foolishness. They spin these narratives out. And when they went back and looked at it, because I know somebody who worked in one of them places, and that shit wasn't like what they said it was. One of them very same facilities that they were saying that shit was not like that. But when it's convenient to them, they'll take one item and they'll blow that shit the fuck up and make it bigger than what it is, no matter how small it is, because it fits what they're trying to push. And they gave a lot of people, immigration status. They pushed a lot of money. They did a lot of crazy shit behind that, because it fit the narrative that they was trying to push. They had a reason behind that shit. And they excluded a lot of groups from that money that they were given. Even right now, what they're doing with the people that's coming over here. It's the same game, man. There's nothing that's really changed with this shit. Media is what it is, but boxing has a resource that they have to figure out how to use this shit, because it's keeping this shit going.
I'm glad that
all they do is recycle this shit. That's all they do, man. That's all they do is recycle.
I'm glad that y'all are a group of people that can see this shit. I might be a different type of personality though. You know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause I like getting to the to the core. So I might say some passionate shit that might get a channel shut down or something. So we gotta watch what I say. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you can infer some shit. We know what it is, man. Like that whole thing with that Nick Cannon and
I notice
Kyrie.
it's a delay in when I talk too.
That you got something playing in the background. You got another app open with the YouTube playing at the same time. Or you on speakerphone?
All I have is y'all playing.
You're not on speakerphone.
It's been like this.
Are you on speakerphone?
No, man.
Can you hear me? Are you on speakerphone? Oh,
yeah.
You can't hear me.
Yeah, kind of, sorta, but not really.
Man, you got headphones or something, man. That shit be fucking up, man. Going in and out, man.
Yeah, that speakerphone distort everything, bro. You got to get off that speakerphone shit.
Bro, I look. I can mute me right.
You got an echo when you did talk.
The host gotta notice me muting myself.
Yeah, bro. But when you get on speakerphone, that's what you're gonna get is distortion, bro. Like that speakerphone, that stuff creates that distortion.
Okay, my bad. But because I hear the same echo when I mute myself, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's a speakerphone, bro. Go ahead, talk though. Go ahead.
Well, let me just say this. Let me just say this. Respect. Uh, people only gonna respect you when you respect yourself.
Yeah, but then that's another problem because we only care about rappers. That's all we care about. Regular people dying, you ain't supposed to snitch. You ain't supposed to say shit. But then when a rapper get killed, we got to figure out, do a deep dive investigation, figure out what the fuck happened to them. But when something happens to somebody you care about, nobody ain't supposed to say shit. We have these retarded ass ethics and morals that don't make any sense in our communities that are fucking stupid.
So I unmuted you to hear it. Like I hear what you're saying. It's so frustrating. And bro, it's so hard to even talk. But I hear what you're saying, bro.
Yeah, but that's one of those situations where we just, I mean, individually, we can't, we just got to be careful following these narratives. Man. That's it. We start waking up and start following what our best was saying, that people are saying, you just can't go with it, stuff that people say. You got to do your investigation and look into stuff. We looking at everything else. You just can't, just because they repeat shit on TV don't make shit true. And even now, a lot of these networks, when they do news, their opinionated. They're not factual, and they're telling you it's not factual. They're not new. They're not hiring news anchors anymore. They're hiring personalities. So that lets you know what the direction they're going with all this shit. You can't take shit carte blanche.
So when you say that, what do you mean by that?
A news anchor would have, the best source for your information really would be like somebody who writes a newspaper article. They have to have sources, the reliable sources that they can command and say where they get their resources. News anchor too would have to have sources where they get their information from. A TV personality, that's not somebody that's dealing that has the obligation to deal with facts. They can interject their opinion into that. So it's a different source of information that you're getting. They're not obligated to give you an unbiased. So they're getting paid for their opinion. So you're not dealing with the same network of people.
Yeah, I'm really trying to understand. Yeah, y'all sound like some conscious.
Say it again, brother. You're going out. I can't hear you. Repeat that again. Sound muffled. Yeah.
I said that you sound like a conscious brother, like somebody who I would listen to.
Yeah, but I mean, forums like this is really for us all just to think and bounce each other ideas off each other where we don't agree and we make each other think and we have an intellectual conversation. There's no point in conversation if we all disagree on the same shit. There's no point in that. So we gotta have some kind of dialogue when we don't agree on certain shit. And you learn from certain things because everybody approaches things differently.
Nah, I heard. Well, let me say this. I feel like if there's a right route, if there's a right route for us to get to, then we would have already been there. Nah, I swear to God, it's so hard to have this conversation. because I'm listening to myself every time I talk. So, all right. So I'm trying. So let me just end it with this, right?
Did you go out? Did you try to go out and come back in?
You know what? You know what? Let me try that. Let me try that. Let me try that.
But aside from the other stuff, what else are you guys looking forward to in the sport of boxing?
Yo, yo.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, I hear. Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, I didn't know I was back on.
So the audio is better on my side?
Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay. So now I can hear myself too. So that was a great whoever brought that up. Okay, all right. So let me say this. All right, so now I can actually talk and actually hear my thoughts, right? Okay, so I apologize for everything that just happened before, right? But I'm so passionate about Black people and what we should be doing, right? Um, so a lot of us we can talk like there's no tomorrow. We can talk about what Terrence Crawford should be doing. We can talk about what Earl Spence should be doing. But at the end of the day, um, um, me personally, bro, if you look it up, I did it. I was in some boxing shit. Um, my name is out there, and I ran into both of these dudes, right? And I do have this to say about both of them, right? Because I ran to them. Ness introduced me to these dudes at the same time, and and Ness said, "Hey, here's Terrence Crawford, and here's Earl Spence." So when he introduced me to Earl, right? I do have this to say to both of y'all. Like, look, when he introduced me to Earl, oh my God. It was like he was the coolest dude ever. But when he introduced me to Terrence, he sized me up like, nigga, is you boxing or nah? This is a true story. So it was just two at the same time. It was two different vibes that I got from both of them. One was really about that shit, and one was really like, nah, I'm just like, what up, my boy? So from my point of view, listening to the story that Crawford just said, nah, he was on some real shit. I don't know if that helps with the stories is, but maybe a lot of people might not know what I'm talking about. But if Ness was right here, he'll be like, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's I don't know if y'all know who Ness is, right?
Yeah, you talk about the boxing voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nestor Gibbs. We know him.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. You know what I'm saying?
Are you saying you used to be a boxer, or you still are, or whatever?
No, I used to be, and I got looked at. I got looked at by both of them as you know, because I was one of them dudes. I was a fan, basically. I was a fan who just jumped out there, basically. At the end of the day, just to keep it the whole buck with y'all. I was like, cause you know, a lot of fans they just talk, you know, but some of us just jump out there like fuck it, you know, it is what it is, and I ran into a lot of cats. Uh, I lost to Charles Hadley. Um, shit, I lost to a couple of these cats. I just jumped out there like, what y'all talking about? You know what I'm saying? I had no idea that these niggas do this shit for real. I was a fan though.
Oh, you was a wild boy, huh? You just jumped out there, huh?
Jumped out there and saw what they was talking about. And boy, should I have stayed in my place.
I hear that shit. You keep it in 100.
Hey,
It is what it is.
I should have stayed in my
life,
place.
Life. That's what make life, man.
Yeah.
You got something to talk about. Now, that's why you in the boxing section talking about boxing. Yeah. You've been there and done that. Had them hands, felt them hands. The hands.
Nah, I had one of the dopest conversations with Zab Judah.
No doubt, that's my peoples right there.
Yeah.
That's my peoples right there. That's fan.
But just to keep everything in perspective, and what I'm saying is, you know, I hear what y'all. I come through and listen to the conversations, you know, and sometimes I get a little, you know, I get a little frustrated because I hear what people saying, right? But it just, the reason I said what I just said was because it's tough when you actually got out there and you listening to what people saying. So I sit back and I listen to a lot of conversations, and it's real tough for me. And I had this conversation with Zab Judah.
I understand. I've been there and done that.
So imagine Zab saying to you like, "Yo, people
all people know me about is getting knocked out by what's his name?
Costa Zoo.
Yeah. They don't know nothing
Yeah.
about what he had a one-on-one conversation and he was there for real.
Yeah.
And so what do you think they about to witness Crawford as?
So
Let,
that's how they go though. But it don't matter. Like I said, controversy sells, things sell. People know certain things. When I think of Zab, I don't think of him just as that shit. Cause I feel like Costa Zoo was the luckiest motherfucker on the planet of the earth that night. And I still get at his father Joel about that shit to this day. Why did you tell Zab to slow his pace down? Fuck that. He was in shape. You should have just let him kept fighting the way he was fighting. He would have got him out of there. But things happen. So people will clown you for that shit or talk shit. It is what it is. It comes with the game. But I know Zab for way more than that shit.
yeah, but just keep him.
That's the last thing I think about when I think about him.
But just keep in mind when y'all talking about like Crawford or Spence and who fucked up the bag. Let's just say who fucked up the bag.
You heard if you was on here long enough from when I started speaking, and I told you, mind you, I'm still in this sport. Haven't been a fighter, now trainer / manager. I'm in the sport, so I know that it's the business of boxing. It ain't. I don't blame either one of them. I know it's just the business that they're in. Shit
Okay.
happens. And the first, that's why I said if you was listening long enough, you'd have heard me say that. It's not the first time it's gonna happen, and it ain't gonna be the last time you're gonna see some shit. Like I said, if you've been
Yeah,
around
I
the sport,
did hear that. I did hear that.
if you've been around the sport long enough, you know that things happen. People are grown. Oh, I'm this and that. I'm not doing this and that. People said that same shit with Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao. I was there and I heard it. Oh, the fight took too long. Half down, want to watch shit, this and that, so on and so forth. But yet, when that shit came, when it finally happened, it was the biggest seller ever.
Well, I leave you with this. I don't know if y'all remember Gary. What's Gary Russell brother name? That
Which one, Antoine?
Nah,
Antoine
the one who just
Antonio?
passed away.
Oh, my man, Batman.
Yeah, Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Batman came on and he came on and he was listening to the same conversations that he probably, I don't know if he come on one of your shows.
No, he was a regular. He come on here on a regular.
Okay. See, I didn't know this, but I knew him. I knew him to come on shows, right? And and when I was active, right? Like that's one dude I looked up to. So I would always follow this motherfucker. I was like, how the fuck is this motherfucker that cold, right? And I'm from that era. So I fought Joseph Egerle in real life, and he beat Joseph Egerle. So I studied that video on how the fuck did he beat this dude, right? I don't know if you know who Joseph Egerle is, but both of these niggas won nationals. It's almost like Daniel Jacobs, right? Like all these niggas come from the same era. I come from out of nowhere, me. And I would always wonder how the fuck did he beat him? He was like way smaller than these niggas. So I would study Gary Russell videos. But anyway, long story short, you can look my name up and you know what I'm talking about when I say that I lost to fucking Joseph Allegale. And you know, whatever, man. Long story short, I just came out of nowhere on some fan shit, right? I can't make that up enough. Cause I was one of y'all, like just like y'all niggas, y'all really is, and it's no diss, but it's y'all are fans. But I did that in real life. You see what I'm saying?
Nah, did you hear what I said? Did you hear the whole conversation when I got on? When you got on?
I heard
You didn't hear
what you
the whole
told me.
conversation. Nah, you didn't hear the conversation. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, this is my 41st year in the sport of boxing. I was a fighter, both amateur and pro.
Okay.
I'm a coach and a manager now. I'm not a fan. I'm in this shit right now. I train fighters right now. I'm amateur and a pro. I did both. I was in the sport of boxing. I'm not just no fan. And my other brother you heard on Santos, he was an amateur boxer. He was an amateur boxer as well. I wasn't no fan that jumped in this shit. I won the Junior Olympic Championship when I was 14 years old. I didn't just jump in this shit like a fan, like that. I was in this shit when I was a little boy.
Okay.
Most of the people, like I said, Santos was an amateur boxer too. He boxed amateur when he was little too.
Out of what state?
We not, you know, I'm from New York.
Well, y'all was heavy out there.
You understand? Yeah. So we on here. We know the game, man. We're not fans. We're not just casual fans or people who talking. Like that's what I said. I'm talking from the perspective. I'm talking from the perspective of being in the sport as a competitor, and now I'm on the coach and the managerial side.
Yeah, I don't have the experience of my brother, but I do know what it feels like to be waiting to fight, and
okay,
all the celebration of it and everything. I've been there, done that, not on a professional level as an amateur, and trust me, man, I'm gonna tell you something. I think the vibe is still the same, except you got the glitz, glamour, and the lights and the business of boxing. I think that's what changed it from amateur pro. I'm saying that without that experience. That's more in my opinion, because pretty much the same thing that happens when I was an amateur, how all the fighters get ready for the fight. It still happens to this day, except when you get on up in the higher ranks and get the clout built up for yourself and everything, you might have a nicer dressing room, than what you have to get opposed to what they put you in right now to get ready for the fight.
But you saying that feeling is still the same?
I think so. I think it might be a little bit greater than it was because of the lights and maybe I think with the lights and glitz of everything in the business of boxing, that changes your mindset a little bit there. But I think the celebration, I think the butterflies stay the same though. I had butterflies every night I had to fight. Not that I was scared, I didn't know what was going to happen, so I had butterflies.
Can I ask you all about that? Them butterflies?
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I'm speaking for me. I don't know if Pierce had butterflies. I did.
Was that fear or was that really butterflies?
It wasn't so much fear for me. It was just not knowing what was going to happen. It was a bit of there was a lot of excitement in it. You just didn't know what was going to happen. You wanted to get your fight. You want to get to the fight, get it over with.
Was you knocking people out in your local gyms?
For me, no, I wasn't knocking nobody out. A little bit of nigga. I wasn't knocking nobody out. I was much younger and everything, man.
What about? I mean, I'm just
I've had my. I got my share. I had my share knockouts and snap. Like I said, boxing is something that, you know, I got involved with. You know, I played a lot of sports when I was young. You know, and it was just something I got into that I took a liking to. You know, me and Cynthia, we up in age, man. You know, we up in age. We closer to 60 than to 40. You understand what I'm saying?
Don't say
That's
that,
what's
bro.
up.
So,
Hey, hold on, though. Don't say that, bro. You know, I feel like he's trying to get these down out here, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm still at work on it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I got the press off a minute ago. They calling me. You understand? hey, ladies, he older than I am. He my big brother. He my big brother.
word. So, you know, so when it comes to that in the game, it's just you know,
You got a different perspective of what a regular fan would have, because you actually experience being in the ring. So now you can actually speak from a different, yeah.
I think
I'm
your
still
love
fanatic
for the sport,
though. Still a fan.
and your
Still the
knowledge
same. Still
you're
love it.
still a fan. Yeah, you just got a little bit more in depth. You got a little bit more
Just
passion for it.
Just got a little bit more knowledge about what really goes on in there, but still got a love for it. It's still my favorite. It's still my overall favorite sport. It was when it was before.
Now I'm
I had
more
my
of a,
first fight, and it wasn't before I had my first fight, and down to my last. But at the end of the day, you still got a fan. Just means you're a fanatic. It's short for a fanatic for the sport. So if you're giving me a good boxing match, if I have to pick between any sports, if you give me a good boxing match, good football game, basketball game, baseball, whatever, I'm gonna pick the boxing match.
Hey, I can go even further than that. I got a fine woman laying up bucket naked. Good boxing match on. I'm going to the boxing match. And everybody know I love the ladies. I love the ladies. I was loving something earlier. You know, you understand me? I'm having a good night.
Shit. You tell me about it. Shit, I got to work late tonight. Need I say more?
Yeah, hey, it'll do it to you. It'll do it to you. I had a whole hour and 20 minutes to drive when I got finished. You understand? So you know,
bro,
before I can get in the truck and drive. So you know what I mean?
Hey, bro, you a truck driver?
Yeah, I'm a little truck driver. I don't drive the semi. I drive the box truck.
Oh shit!
I can drive the semi, but I'm licensed to drive, but I don't drive it. So I make my money in box truck.
Well, you know, that's what I do for a living. So, you know, I put people on I got a hazmat.
Oh, okay.
I haul
oil
in Texas. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
you get into the bread there.
To the money.
I'm trying, man.
Money. What's up, Santos?
Yeah, and Pittsburgh, he drive too, man.
Yeah,
hey, we can barely hear you, Pittsburgh.
Barely hear me?
Yeah, we can barely hear you, bro.
Yeah, you got a lot of.
Well, let's swap it out.
All right, I'm back, guys. I'm back in full effect. What's going down? Best Pugils, what's up, big dog?
Yo, what's good with it? What's good with you, bro?
He coming here like everybody that just got here.
Cowboy in the late night on the boy.
Man, hey, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all holding it down, man. I've been at work all night. I've been listening though.
Yeah, we gotta keep it pumping.
Hey, Santos, I don't appreciate you over talking to everybody neither, dude. You need to apologize to Pittsburgh team. You ever talked to 109?
Look here, man.
No, we good, Cal, man. That's what we do. That's part of the show.
Ain't nobody trying to hear that bull crap, Cal.
Hey, Santos. Let me tell you something real quick.
Brother, this is my show. I do what the hell I want on my show.
hey, I was thinking the same thing, man. Hey, Cal, I was thinking the same thing, bro. I just can't put the drops in. I was thinking the same thing though. I just can't put the drops in.
Everything is stupid.
Yo, that is hilarious.
No, Pittsburgh, that's my brother, man. You know, we can
Yeah.
go and debate him on that. We can go down there and bomb with debate on that, but no, that's my brother, man. I mean,
Yeah, why is that really a
him and Smoke.
That's my favorite soundbite.
Yeah, that's his favorite one.
They always ask me. I always
That's
ask
his
all these
favorite
questions,
tonight.
man. I tell them, man, hey, hold on, brother, hold on.
Oh, that's your boy, Stephen A.
Good stories and soundbites. Stephen A.
Hey,
Have you ever been on the show before? Have you been on the show before? It's your first time?
I think this is my first time being on the show, but I've been listening. I can tell you. I think is this a show where hold on, are y'all familiar with what's that boy name? Fuck, what's that boy name? I forgot his name. He from California.
You talking about Fred?
Yeah. Fred.
Yeah. I be on his show all the time. I'm the co-host on his show. But yeah, but this here is my show. As you can tell by the drop, no pun intended. Yeah. So yeah, we got 1,000 drops, man. I'm always doing drops. You know what I'm saying? You know, Cinto's got his own drop.
Well, let me
hear a word from our sponsor. What about our sponsor, Cal, man? What about our sponsor?
Let me say this about Fred. I didn't know. All I knew is, you know, he was a fan of Malcolm X, and then he bought what's that boy name? From Texas, from Dallas, Texas. That clown from Dallas.
You gotta tell us the name. We don't know.
Dallas, Texas.
No, so what you talking about though?
You talking about Charleston White?
Fighter?
Yeah. Charleston White.
Charleston
White. He was a big fan of Malcolm X, but he let Charleston White come on and disrespect his platform.
Well, you gotta know something about Fred though. Fred, if he's interviewing you, or even if you're on the platform, he's not gonna tell you what to say or how to say it. He's gonna stop you from saying what you want to say. That's not something that he does. He doesn't censor you from saying whatever you want to say. He may not agree with it, but he's not gonna tell you that you can't say something on his platform. That's not how he operates. That's not how he moves. So
he gonna let you slide with letting you disrespect. Cause I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of Muhammad Ali, and I don't care. Like I would never let nobody say nothing bad about Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, but I'm saying you're an interviewer though. You're not. It's not like you're an interviewer. So you can't tell somebody if you're interviewing somebody, you can't tell them how to respond to something that you asked them.
Okay. So you're saying I should let?
That's the problem. That's the problem I have with the drink champs. Is them taking that interview down, because it's like you asked a question and then when I gave you the answer, you didn't like the answer that I gave you, so you took the interview down. So that's why I didn't like that.
Well, that had to do with possible.
And don't take it. I don't give a fuck what it was for though. Don't ask you the question.
I kind of see.
We respect to hear what you're saying, but
this is what I'm saying though, Santos. Listen though, don't put the interview out at all. Don't run it by whoever you got to run it by first, and then put it out. Don't just put it out and then take it away.
Well, he asked him that though. He asked him that.
See, these are live shows. The difference is
That's
these are
not. It
live
wasn't a
shows.
live show, Centos. It's not a live
That
show.
wasn't live. That drink
It's not
champ
a live
wasn't
No,
live.
I'm
show.
That
talking
was
about.
recorded.
No. I'm talking about Fred and Charleston White. That's live. That was a live show. We on the live
No,
now.
but I'm saying,
No, it
he
was
asked.
that wasn't
He,
live.
yes, it was.
That
Oh,
was
it
It
was
live.
live.
was
Charles White.
live.
Yeah, that was
It
live.
It
was
was live.
live, man.
That
It
was
was a
live.
live show.
Hold on.
Wait, why we discussing Fred's show? We on the boxing section.
Well, I am a part of.
Yeah, I know you are, but
Fred's show.
like when people do that though, talk to Fred about what he do. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
but
Why
so
you don't?
no. Because this is his first time being. Listen, this is his first time on the channel, and he came to our channel from Fred's channel. So he was explaining like how he got here.
No. No. How I got here was I heard y'all. It was a late night conversation. I think y'all were just randomly talking. So I didn't know that y'all were like. I just now found out that y'all were affiliated with Fred.
No, it's just the boxing section is affiliated with Fred. We just have all kind of boxing conversations and other conversations. I just don't like to discuss other people and what they do on their show.
No. That's
I
a
just
fact. That's a
that
fact.
don't.
I
Yeah,
had this
so
conversation with y'all might know this boy
I don't
because
know, man. But you keep telling us about people you having conversations with, and you don't be knowing who it is, and we have to figure out who you talking about.
well I'm telling you who I'm talking about. I kind of fell out with this dude over this, and I don't think we should have fell out because we still kind of cool. Like it don't make sense to me. Um
Well, man, you know,
what's
when
the
it
boy
comes down,
from
if you
Baltimore? What's the boy from
We
y'all
don't
got
know,
any?
bro. We don't know. It's a lot of people from the world.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
kind of
Well,
real
all
vague.
I'm
Hey
gonna
man,
say.
stall him out, man. Y'all stall him out, Debo.
But
Damn.
no, they
no,
kind of put you like, bro, we in the whole world full of millions of people on the internet, and we trying to pinpoint somebody down from Baltimore.
Oh, you probably talking about Troy Graham, man. Come on, Troy Graham.
I
Nah,
don't
nah,
know.
What about
nah.
that sponsor, Cal? What about that sponsor, Cal? You ain't hear that sponsor up in a while, man. Can we hear the word from that sponsor, Cal?
Hey, so what
You
word
know
you
what?
want to hear
Never
from?
mind. Let
You
me
want to hear
just
from?
let me just calm down.
You want to hear from Brandon
But
Washington, or you want to hear from Connor Bean? Who you want to hear from?
nah.
Pickle. So pickle time.
It's pickle time.
Yeah, it's pickle time.
Here's a quick word from my sponsors. Shout out to Troy Graham.
hey, I told my hey P, you know my new friend I let you hear from. I told her
I'm from
what goes
Houston, bro.
about. Now I'm talking to Fusions.
Oh.
Yeah, my little lady friend. I let her check out that the pickle deal. You know, I told the story about it after she saw it.
I gotta go back and find that episode, bro.
Oh man.
Hey, it originally started on Mark Nash. Hey, KP, were you over there? Were you over there that night when I first started in on Troy about that?
Nah, I came in the next day and listened to that crazy shit you telling that man he had a colostomy bag.
Oh, you tried this show. You tried this show.
He told the nigga, right? He told the nigga he got pickles on the side of his bed. I said, what the hell is wrong with Six?
He got what?
Yeah, he
Nigga
keeps
said
the
he
pickle
got
jar right next to his spine,
said he
right?
got pickles next to his bed and shit.
Yeah,
That shit's hilarious.
Yeah. When he see, I know for fact when he comes to our show, he's in his boxers playing with himself, and with his other hand he putting pickles out the jar.
Come on, Centos, man.
I'm telling you.
Centos, man, you are way too graphic, bro.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about.
Hey, my man. Hey, my man from Houston, man, you can start back talking now. This dude taking us all.
Yeah, matter of fact, I'm cool.
I ask America, Do not attach any association of this to me whatsoever. I have nothing to do with such idiocy, such blasphemy, such ridiculous nonsense. This is so disrespectful. It really, really is.
Hey, look.
Oh wow, man.
Hey, let me say this. Let me say this. I started liking what's your boy name?
See why you keep doing that, bro?
No, because
I feel shit because I talk all the motherfucking time.
why I started liking him. Y'all might like the same shit. I don't know. So, let
You
me
need
just
to
say,
leave that dope alone.
You haven't. So
He need to leave that dope alone.
well, let me say this. I
I
don't
gotta
listen.
make a call.
I don't listen
I'm
to.
about to get cut
I
off.
don't
Kyle, I
listen
might
to.
need to get back on.
I
gotta
don't
make a
listen
call.
to Nico. I
All right.
listen to the dude out of California called La Russell, and he rap about making music on some boss shit.
Making music on what?
Oh, y'all don't know who La Russell is?
Well,
Yeah, we
Mix
know who the
talked
Russell
about it.
is.
Okay. So I don't listen to the Migos. I don't. And shout out to this dude who just got killed. I don't know him, but I know who La Russell is because he make music on. He talks about being a boss, right? And so this is how I found um your boy. I don't like again. I forget his name because I stopped listening. I stopped listening a long time ago.
I'm sorry, man.
Bro, listen.
Hey,
I understand. I understand.
we forget a lot, cuz.
That's pathetic. Who put you up to this? Who put you up?
Hey, I'm just hey, you know a lot of them, man, but they all your boy though, you know.
This is amazing. This is
Hey
amazing.
man, Brandon
Hey, man.
Washington. Hey,
Hey,
Brandon.
I had no
Hey,
idea.
listen. We got a word from Brandon Washington.
Hey, bro.
Ambiguity that I feel never justifies itself. There's always the pungent odor of life's constipation that surreptitiously conflicts with the detrimental instability hitherto 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate?
Shout out to Brandon Washington, man.
Hey, bro. Don't feel offended or nothing. We ain't feel. We
Nah,
cut up on
hey,
everybody,
bro.
man. We cut up on
I
everybody.
already know what this is, so it's all good. Cause I was so invested, but I had to separate myself. That's all.
Okay, listen. This is what we're gonna do. All right, hey, everybody, leave him alone for a minute. Let him talk. All right. So what was your hey? What was your main problem with Fred though? Like, why'd you stop listening to him because of the Charleston White interview?
Yeah, that threw me off. I can, me personally, I can never understand how you can be so invested into the cause and then let a man disrespect Malcolm X like that. Me personally, Malcolm X to me was everything. Still is everything.
Respect,
And
bro.
so I will never let a man come on and say anything negative on my show. I don't give a fuck if I paid you or not. Hey, take this money and kick rocks. Don't ever disrespect my boy like that.
You supposed to say Al Nutter.
Yeah.
Nutter thing.
Yeah. And so that's what threw me off.
I think a lot of times our people, like when stuff like that occurs, even if I disagree with somebody, I just don't comment on it. It's just not. I mean, because one thing I know, right? Black people kill people over less.
They got his motherfucking ass.
So
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Somebody better get pulled
so this
up.
is what I'm saying though, bro.
Hey, somebody
It's
better
like,
get pulled over right now, y'all. Somebody better get pulled up.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna turn my camera on.
all right. So one thing we know is that like certain stuff really don't matter in the grand scheme of things. There's somebody talking on the internet. That's like me talking to you, the new guy, right? Saying I'm gonna do something to you, but I don't even really know you, and I don't know where you at. So it's a waste of time, right? So
Yeah.
for me to have like a certain amount of feelings about what somebody said about Malcolm X, who's a legend, who's already gone, I mean, I'm never gonna talk to Charleston White. So I don't give a damn. I just don't think he should have disrespected him, but
Well,
I'm not
see,
about to put all my
I know
energy
Steven
into that.
Jackson too in real life. Like I played
Huh?
basketball with Steven Jackson. Um, and I feel Steven Jackson on what he's saying.
Yeah, but
On what
Steve
he's saying
Jackson
about
is a
what?
lot of buffoonery, man.
On
Yeah,
what
it's a lot
part?
of it's a lot of back and
Yeah,
forth. See,
I
see,
agree with
see,
you.
see,
I
see,
agree with
Pittsburgh
you.
T. See Pittsburgh T.
This man.
Well, you got to realize
See,
I know Steve in real life, so we
yeah,
play ball
that's
together.
yeah, that's cool. We ain't saying nothing about that. What we saying is that
So
a lot of back
I'm
and
not
forth
saying
stuff
that
happened
like I'm one
that
that
our
can
people
actually call
represent.
him out when I disagree with him.
So
But
nobody should be able to call people out based on what they do or what they post on the internet.
I'm not about to ride with Fred, even though I disagree with him. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
that's not what we're saying, bro. That's not what we're saying.
All right. So what are you
We're
saying?
saying in the grand scheme of things, if you do something and post it on the internet, right? And then we say everybody got to check in. Well, people checking in now, and people still getting killed checking in.
No,
Is it
no.
Somebody got a
extortion
lot of
or
feedback.
not?
Wait.
Now
Somebody
we
got
agreeing.
a lot of
We
feedback.
agreeing though, bro. But
Somebody got a lot of feedback.
what I'm saying is when that man come on your show and did you agree with him or did you disagree with him? Because I disagree with him.
Listen,
A
you
lot of
can
stuff I
disagree.
agree with. Some stuff we disagree.
We're not gonna agree with everything that everybody say,
Yeah.
and everybody not gonna like you. So the sooner we realize that, the better off we'll be. But the
Facts.
thing about it is, what I always tell people is, just because we don't agree, don't mean we gotta beef. And that's just the facts of the matter, bro.
Yeah, because we can put Steven Jackson in that same microphone with some of that buffoonery he
One of
be
y'all got a
doing.
bad
You know,
echo.
people
Somebody need to mute
checking
up.
and all the other stuff.
That's JD.
Oh my bad. Hold on. Let me
Yeah, just mute when you listen, JD. Just mute when you listen.
Hey, y'all make sure y'all don't
Yeah,
talk
but
about no drugs or anything illegal, man. His shit tapped.
no, but that's the same. We can use that same exercise with Steven Jackson and any of these guys that get on. A lot of that foolishness.
I mean,
I don't agree with that
all
stuff.
good. Like I can disagree with somebody and still say that I still rock with the cause. Look. The way I look at it is this, right? It's many ways to get to freedom. Let's just say we all in Texas, right? But we all trying to get to this place called freedom, called California. There's many ways to get from Texas to California. I get it. So I'm not gonna just like disown you if you rocking with the person that's going east, because I'm going west. I'm going straight there. You see what I'm saying? So I get
Could
it.
we be a little bit too sensitive though? Because like dudes down here in the South talk rough, man. Depending on where you coming from and how you talk. Everybody don't talk the same way, man. Some people be a little bit too sensitive to certain subjects.
Well, I can realize when you're being an opportunist.
What person on this planet don't see his opportunities?
Exactly.
I mean, let's just play it out. Let's play it out, my brother from Houston. Let's play this out real quick. Let me just give you one. Lionel Cohen came on the radio, and they asked him about making money or selling the music that he sells to black people. He said, "I told you, I'm gonna take the talent over this." Look, so what you're saying is that when you see opportunity, you're not gonna take it because you said he's an opportunist.
Well, you got to realize what I do for a living.
I don't know that. That's not in my context. None of us know that. Everything we do produces income, though, right? Most of us, right? So at the end of the day,
What
a
do you
job
do
gives
for a
us an
living, bro?
opportunity. A business gives us an opportunity. Everything's
What
an
do you do for a
opportunity.
living?
I invested in trucking. I invested in trucking.
And you seen it as an opportunity, right?
Yeah, but you know,
You gonna twist yourself up in the presser real quick if you keep playing that game.
no, I'm not gonna toot myself up nowhere. I turned
That
down.
You got me now. You figured me out. You fucking income fucking poop. You figured me out. You got me red-handed. You got me red-handed.
I'm not a hard dude to follow. You know what I'm saying? So I'm at the end of the day, I'll say this. I'm going on a cruise tomorrow. I'm about to have a good time, right? Whatever. That's just me, right? But at the end of the day, I'm having a good time and I'm enjoying talking to you young brothers who are some of y'all are I want to say not followers.
Yeah, because many of us on this panel, my man, we go to different platforms, and some of them don't even agree with each other.
and I hear it all the time. That's what I love about your platform, because I heard y'all getting into it, but which I don't really like that all the time. But whatever, it is what it is.
The people that you see on this panel right now rarely get into it with each other. Very rarely. Primarily, if anything happens, it's something funny, but that's about it.
It's never that personal. It don't never get that personal. Like me and Santos, we talk on the phone outside of this. Like we didn't have people come on here emotional with we talking about tough talk about fighting people, this and that. But that rarely happens. Those people usually run themselves off. We grown men over here, we don't do that.
And I like that.
Also, like, we let people get their room to believe what they believe.
I think a lot of us as black men have to learn to compartmentalize certain stuff, because just because somebody you disagree with don't mean that sometimes they can tell the truth out of what they say. So I disagree with people all the time, but I don't just like cancel them all the way out, you know what I mean? Because that canceling thing is what's getting us in trouble right now. They canceling brothers with millions and millions of dollars.
Well, let me say this. If you say anything negative about the Jews, white, black, or whatever race, they'll cancel you. I think we need that same type of respect. And Kanye kind of said what I agree with the most. He said, hey, listen, I'm jealous of these people, because let me tell you why I'm jealous of them. I'll be damned if in my perfect world, right? In my perfect world, there won't be no such thing as a Candace Owens, because she would get shut the fuck down as soon as she say something bad.
What did Candace Owens do that was so outrageous though?
See, so you're taking away free speech though, bro.
How is that? No, I'm taking away. I wasn't about to say nothing bad about my people.
So I knew that's where this was going. I knew that's where this was going. So we can't tell the truth about what our people do.
Well, let me ask you this, bro.
Or who do you have to be to tell the truth?
I got an answer for it. Go ahead.
Let me ask my brother. Let me ask my brother a question. In your perfect world, you said you wouldn't have any Candace Owens, right?
Yeah, because I'll be damned if they say anything bad about my people who already been being bullied through.
Can I ask you this?
But go ahead.
Can I penetrate her before you get rid of her?
How is that? Like you want to have sex with her? The fuck? Oh my god!
He's a truck delivery driver, bro, and he's gonna deliver. Cento's gonna deliver.
I got to deliver.
my chest. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Oh shit, my chest is.
Yeah, shout out to Caesar, man. Tell him about the Caesar, man.
What Kanye and Kyrie is going through right now? They don't play about that shit. They don't even play about that shit. Why are we playing? We laughing and giggling about our shit.
Man, sit your dumb ass down and shut.
Kanye ain't the one we need to be careful for. Remember, that's the same dude that was on the table and drove off.
Laughing and giggling about our shit. They don't play about that shit. They'll shut your bank account down behind they shit.
Nah, brother, but Kanye ain't nobody to be capping for, though, man. Kanye the one saying slavery was a choice.
We don't even respect ourselves. How the hell we asking anybody else to respect us?
But slavery was a choice, though. Slavery was a choice in a sense.
Man,
but see, you gotta take it out in the context in which he was saying it was a choice. He's saying like staying a slave was a choice. Basically, he's saying like because you could have fought and died for what you believed in. You know what I'm saying? Instead of living in slavery. Now, what I didn't agree with was that nigga saying that Harriet Tubman didn't free the slaves, when clearly nigga she freed the slaves. Cause she got him to Canada. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about with that, but yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't be up here defending Kanye. Kanye ain't nobody that's been defending for us. He get himself in trouble when he do like most black celebrities where he want black people to ride for him. He riding for black people like that, man. Just because you black, just because you black, you get
no. You can't put. Hold on. Now we're not gonna let you put Kanye. We ain't gonna let you put Kyrie Irving in the same breath as
I'm not talking about Kanye. No, I'm talking about Kanye West. It's not somebody. Just because you're black don't mean that we have an obligation to ride for you. Everybody has to be judged individually on what they do.
Hold on. Let me ask y'all something real quick. Did Kyrie bring up like the who were black, or did Kanye bring up who were black first?
Yeah, who was it?
Did Kanye bring up who were black, or did Kyrie bring up like was Kyrie backing up Kanye, or was Kanye backing up Kyrie? I'm confused.
They never said they was backing up each other. Kanye came out Drew Champs first.
Well, Kanye said that I don't know if y'all I don't know how conscious y'all are, so but y'all do know that there are black people that be in New York talking about
we know. Go ahead.
Hebrew Israelites, and
they be all over the place, man. They all over the globe.
That's not just New York.
Okay. So you do know about. Okay, so I just wanted to throw that out there, just to try to see where we was at, right?
But we can't be acting like Kanye has been doing crazy shit and saying crazy shit to and about black people. Just recently.
But do y'all know that
he's not no beacon for black people?
I don't know what y'all know, so I can't really. I don't I'm not a religious person, but I do know this about religion. I do know that Jesus' hair was made of wool. It wasn't blown. I want to know, do y'all know that too?
How you know that? You seen him?
Well, it based off of the Bible. Let's just go off of the book that y'all so-called came up with.
Now that's something that's written in the book. That was written by a different.
So let's go off of the book that y'all wrote.
It's not a fact. It's not factual.
You're assuming that we all agree with it.
You say what? What y'all?
You're assuming that we all agree with it.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to find out what y'all know. That's all. That's it. Because I don't listen. I don't believe in dinosaurs. I don't believe dinosaurs ever walked this earth. Fuck what I was taught.
Well, I'm not a
I,
believer, so
I don't know. I don't know if dinosaurs ever walked this earth because I don't see one today.
well, I would say that that's the better thing to say, that I don't know as opposed to belief. See, belief is like a blind man. When you believe something, you're being led like a blind person that can't see, so you gotta lead them. So
Okay,
when you know,
I like where this conversation is going.
when you know, you know. You understand? So when you, it's better when you said.
Hey,
I like when you said.
hold on, Vance. Hey, mute your mic, brother. When you're not talking, mute your mic because there's a lot of distortion.
Oh my bad.
Can't really hear.
My mic.
Mute your mic. Go ahead,
My
Vance.
mic.
No, not you, Vance. No,
Okay.
not you, Vance. Him. Go ahead. Keep going.
So I would just say that, like when you said that you didn't know, I think that applies better to actuality and reality as opposed to belief. So when you say you don't believe in dinosaurs, and then you said, I don't know, the not knowing to me holds more substantial significance than saying you don't believe. To believe is
No, when I
speculative.
say
That's speculative. When you say you, like in the Bible, when you brought up the Jesus thing, you was like, I know he had hair like lamb's wool. You don't know it because you didn't see him, so you speculate. Speculative thought. So you don't know unless you see it. See, seeing, hearing is believing. When you hear something, you have to believe it because you wasn't there to see it. So if you read something in the Bible and you're hearing the words you're reading, you believe in it. But when you see something, you know it. So hearing is actually believing. Seeing is knowing. So when you see your girlfriend or your wife, you know who your wife is. Why? Because you've seen it with your own eyes. So if a different woman walk into your house, open up your refrigerator, start going through your food, you're going to be like, yo, the hell you doing in my house? Who you? I'm your wife. No, you ain't. How do you know that? Because I know her. Look, because I've seen her every day for the past 5 years. But you've seen it with your own eyes. So you know how your wife look. So seeing is really knowing. That hearing is believing is one of their trick ways of making you believe something that ain't based in true factual evidence. That's
okay.
all.
After saying that, I gotta say this. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe that our people, because what I was taught was forgive that person, forgive this person. Um, me, I'll be damned. Again. Um, uh, when are we going to get somewhere? Uh, in my perfect world, Trayvon Martin, dad would actually be a dad. Sandra Bland parents would actually be real parents. And so in my perfect world, I don't like, I believe in bullies and I believe in the people getting bullied. I don't believe in no world do I believe that we should stand in the street and say Black Lives Matter.
We also got to recognize the fact of damage that we do as far as gang culture. We put you to stop snitching. We're telling people that they snitching, you shouldn't be snitching. Like, that's all celebrities, not just gang members now. We got celebrities such as Steve
That's
Jackson.
very true.
Promoting that
I'm not
nonsense.
disagreeing with that.
We should not be promoting that foolishness. We should not be promoting gang violence, telling people to check in. All that ignorant stuff. That's not part of our culture. That's a symptom of poverty. We shouldn't be embracing certain things. We embrace stuff that we shouldn't be embracing. So when we start trying to dissect and trying to kick people out of our culture, you got to welcome everybody in with open arms, and you got to dissect what you're going to follow and what you're going to believe in. That's up to you, what you believe in. But we can't, because who's going to make that determination of who they're going to get rid of?
Let me also say this too. Let me also say this too. I also agree with a lot of things that Charleston White say. But again, I gotta say this. Muhammad Ali, to me, is off limits. I ain't never gonna let nobody sit here and disrespect him in my face. Malcolm X as well. I don't give a damn if it's money involved. Look, look, on my Adrian Broner shit. I'm gonna do the Adrian Broner giggle. No, I'm not gonna let you disrespect my people in front of my face. I can't.
Yeah, but
And so
that's
that's
not
why I
fair.
gotta draw the line, my brother. I'm sorry.
But that's
I
not
don't give a damn
realistic.
if
Though, brother.
money is
Think about it like
involved.
this. Think about it like this. That's not realistic. When we go to work, people we don't agree with every day. We know these people don't agree with us. We can't fight everybody and convince people to change their mind. People don't have to believe what you believe. You just don't have to deal with it at a certain
I agree.
level. You have benefit levels, so you can't. That's not. You can't even promote that. Like it's a lot of shit I don't agree with a lot of people. And some people I work with and friends that I have, there's certain things that we have hard. We just don't agree, and that's cool. That's just what it is. I'm not finna be trying to convince somebody or something or saying they disrespectful because they don't agree with me. Because I could be
Hey,
fucking
listen,
wrong.
I don't
Whatever
even
you
feel like I'm
want
saying
to
nothing
fuck it
wrong.
up.
I really don't feel like I'm saying nothing
No,
wrong.
no,
I
I'm just
would,
telling you from my perspective. I don't agree with that council
these
thing.
people,
You
these
can't like
people put
can't
their
show
life
things.
on the line, and the least we can do is have respect for them.
Brother, did your mother? Okay, I'll give you another example of that. Now, when people have these hardcore arguments, a lot of people don't talk to their mothers, they won't talk to their uncles, they won't talk to their kids about the simplest shit. For people we've never met, we've never had any interaction with, shit we just seen on
I'm not here
TV,
for the excuses.
people on high. No, that's not an excuse. That's reality. There's plenty of people don't talk to their parents. Plenty of people don't talk to their aunties and their uncles. And don't even, it's been so long, they don't even fucking know why they mad at them. They just mad. Can't even tell you why they fucking mad. So when you start holding this moral high ground, you got to have that same measuring stick among everybody, not just a few. That you want to have these excuses and blame people for shit.
Well, I
Nobody
got
ain't
one
going
more
where it's
name.
going.
I got one more name that me personally, I stick to this moral compass with, right? And that is Kwame Ture. There is nobody in my mind that can tell me nothing wrong about that man. You see what I'm saying? The
Yeah, we
famous
can
Malcolm
definitely.
X.
Hold on, say Cal, KP in the back, man. KP, Cal, if you're on, KP trying to get back on.
Okay.
You back, you back, you back.
But
Cal, you
all
hear
I'm
me?
saying, all I'm saying is I really live by these words. So, if you come in here and you look at my walls, that's all you're gonna see is pictures of Malcolm, and you're gonna see pictures of. So I really live. I be damned, and I want to know. It probably burned that man's soul to hear that man talk bad about Malcolm in front of him. Like, it had
Yeah,
because I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck am I listening to?
but okay, let me ask you a question. You
So
think
what
And
should
Malcolm
you
he
would
might
have
have
not
done?
cared
have
that much?
respect about you
But
might
wait, do
not
you
have
think
respect
Malcolm
about
would have cared
any
that
of the
much?
things, but you gonna have respect about this one.
No, but brother, let me ask you a question. Do you think Malcolm would have cared when he would have stopped his day about criticism? Because he got a lot of criticism when he was going, and he didn't stop when his day was based on criticism of people not liking him. So why would you think you need to do it? If he didn't do it, why would you do it?
Well, shout out to him because I already know what he do. Uh, he do a lot of good for the black community.
No, I'm saying if Malcolm X, when he was walking, he didn't stop for criticism, and he didn't stop and address every criticism, why are you?
You say what now? Hold on, say that again.
You got to mute yourself because you got a lot of feedback.
My bad. I keep muting you and coming back because I'm trying to
Okay,
follow
so
what you're saying.
Yeah, whenever you talk though, it has like a loud echo.
you got feedback. So what I'm saying is, if Malcolm X, when he was walking, he wasn't that sensitive about the criticism that he was getting. Not only criticism, death threats, people pulling up to his house. He wasn't riding around with a shotgun looking for people trying to kill him. He was trying to protect his family. It's completely different than riding around trying to attack people. So if he's not on that level, why are we on that level? Is what I'm saying. Why are we that sensitive?
Well, you got to understand too, who you talking to too, as well, because like I like I invest into underprivileged places where I want these people, like, look, 409 Boxing Club, look that up.
Yeah, but that's not the.
Hold on, that's not what. That's not what, because like if you asking me if I put my money behind
That's not what
what
we're
I
talking
stand for.
about. I'm asking you why we so. That's not what I was asking. I'm asking why you so sensitive about that. If the actual person, wasn't that sensitive, if the actual person that they're talking about wasn't that sensitive when they were walking around, why would you be that sensitive? Is what I'm telling you. But I'm asking. That's my question.
Well, I think what drew me to the guy was he was interested in Malcolm X, and he was making a Malcolm X documentary and going hard for Malcolm X. And so it's tough for me to listen. You know, again, I am a different individual, right? And I'm
I
not I'm
mean,
not, I'm not a fan of nobody. I'm a fan of myself, first of all. And so,
What the hell that got to do with anything, though?
well, don't get offended.
that has
Don't get
nothing to do with the
offended.
question he asked you. You never answered the question.
I'm not a fan of nobody but myself.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you something.
We don't.
Brother, no, but I specifically asked you why you're so sensitive about something when the actual person that you're
Well,
Malcolm X wasn't that sensitive. That's what I'm asking you.
Who is this brother in here talking this Malcolm X Stokely Carmichael talk? Like he's super pro black. What organization do you belong to? Do you put in work in the community? Who is this dude?
I just told you what community I put the work behind.
Man, get the fuck out of here. What it is you a wannabe. I've been listening. You a wannabe. You don't live the lifestyle of Malcolm. Malcolm made 1 meal a day. Do you? All right,
Okay. I mean,
you don't live the lifestyle of Kwame Ture. What have you read Kwame Ture's book? Do you know the name of it?
yo, listen. Anybody who want to support the 409 Boxing Club, y'all can. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but don't get on here. Don't get on here
That's
talking
in
this
my
black
community.
power stuff, and you don't live it, and you trying to shame other people, make other people feel a
No,
certain
I'm
way.
not trying to
No,
shame
no, no.
nobody,
That's what you've been doing because I'm listening to you. You talking about I'm different. I follow Kwame. I follow Kwame Ture. You mean Stokely Carmichael? I follow Malcolm X. You know Malcolm. Dude,
Wow.
you ain't never. Are you a registered member in the
That's
Nation of
disrespectful.
Islam?
That's like saying Cassius Clay, bro. You
Are
don't
you a
say
registered
Stokely
member in the
Carmichael.
Nation of Islam?
You don't
So
say
who?
Stokely
So who do you
Carmichael, bro.
follow? So who do you follow? Who studied? What teachers do you follow? Kwame Ture was Pan Africanist. Are you a Pan Africanist?
Hey, that's a whole nother conversation.
I'm out. I proved my point. Salute to
Wow.
everybody. I love all y'all in here.
Little prick. Hey, salute B Wash, man. B Wash come through with the drive through with the AK chop.
Wow.
Before Brandon Washington goes, I know he wants to. We got one more word from Brandon Washington.
Right, exactly. Okay, brother. Okay. See, all you doing right now is flatulating your liquids. Because I believe it was Homo erectus that said to expose the hemorrhoidal ramification would merely delineate the colonic orifice, thereby separating the gluteus from the maximus. Well, Homo was very deep.
At the end of the day, we can all get to this place called freedom. We might not all go the same way, but we all trying to get to the same place. So I don't question you or your beliefs like that. all I'm saying is I'm going
Hold
this
on,
way.
hold on, real quick. We got a quick word from our sponsors.
Okay. Hurry up, my man. You taking too long.
This is my show. I do what the hell I want on my show.
Amazing.
Man, where Best Freedom is at, man? He ain't said that in 10 minutes.
Amazing. Well, hey man, I'm gonna continue to tune in, man, cause I support y'all brothers, man. Y'all might not be going the same route I'm going, but I know which way y'all trying to get to. Y'all trying to get to that place called freedom, and I agree with that. I just might get there fast.
Free, brother. Freedom start with your mind, brother. We all free. It's freedom when you start with your mind. Mind is the leader of your body. You start with your mind. We all free.
You say we all say that again one time?
You gotta mute your mic, brother. You gotta mute your mic.
Okay, hold on.
I said we all free. It starts with our mind and your body, and the rest of you follow. When you free your mind, the rest of it follow. When you stop following narratives and putting people in boxes. Because like if you can't have a friendship with a black Republican, with somebody who's a non-believer in your religious group, then you're not a free thinker. Because that means people have to believe everything you believe. And you're gonna find out that people in your family, they're Republicans. They don't believe in Jesus Christ. They don't believe in Islam. They don't believe in a lot of that shit. So do you throw those people away? No, you can't. And you might have religious belief where you don't believe in gays, and your kids might be gay. You throw your kids away because they turn out gay? No. So you can't. We can't get into these boxes and trying to compartmentalize people in these damn boxes and shit that people have come up with for us to fight about.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. And hey, listen. At the end of the day, yo, can you hear me?
Oh, we hear you clear, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, so at the end of the day, no, we can't listen to just one person, or we can't throw away one person because they don't believe what we believe. This is true. I agree with what you're saying. We all saying the same thing. Again, some people go a certain way. We going a certain way, and it's this place called. And J. Cole actually said it in the song, which is kind of weird. He's like, "Damn, we came a long way, but we going the wrong way." You know, I don't know. I don't know who to believe, but at the end of the day, you can't tell me that dinosaurs actually existed. Nah, I'm
All right, yeah,
sorry.
you have a right. Yeah, you have a right to not believe that. That's cool. All right, we understand. But it seems like when we keep talking to you, you're going back and forth over your own points, and you killing your own arguments that you was having with us earlier.
You need to leave that dope alone.
You haven't. So
He need to leave that dope alone.
I ask America, do not attach any association of this to me whatsoever. I have nothing to do with such idiocy, such blasphemy, such ridiculous nonsense. This is so disrespectful. It really, really is. That's pathetic. Who put you up to this? Who put you up?
Cal, you wild with the drops.
He don't feel shit because he coked up all the motherfucking time.
Hey.
Yo, that shit is hilarious.
God, wow, man. Hey, yo, man. Look, we don't run people off the panel or nothing like that. Salute to my brother Brandon Washington. But B Wash do his thing, man. B Wash have a low tolerance for goofy shit. And I understand because the shit was driving me crazy too. But I'm gonna say this.
He follows somebody and it is what it is.
No, but can you mute up real quick, bro? So what he was saying is, I mean, Washington is saying like if you're not really living that, Don't come out trying to preach it to somebody else that they should live that. And Bree Wash got mad disagreements with people that we kind of associate with sometimes, and sometimes we don't. So I mean, even me and B Wash have had disagreements about certain things. But a lot of us that get on these platforms, we have disagreements and we just move on. A lot of brothers can't just take the disagreement and move on, and then they go to a place where they start to act like the people that they claim that's canceling everybody else. They say, hey, we should just cancel this brother out or this sister out because of this, that, and the other. Now, I understand where B. Wash is coming from because he's coming from a point of where he believes somebody has committed an act of quote unquote possibly treason or something of that nature. So when you speak on somebody that he knows or he knows about in depth, he's gonna come up and talk about it, and then he's gonna just pop off, and then he's gonna drop the mic and walk off because that's who he is. But it's like you going back and forth with us about issues that we see in the community or we saying about, and then you're saying, well, this is okay because this person said it, and I know this person, and it's kind of like, nah, it don't work like that.
Okay, so all I was saying was, you know, I disagree with that man talking bad about Malcolm X, and I thought that in my perfect world,
I don't think anybody probably agrees with it.
Okay, so
you know what I'm saying?
I don't want to hear nothing else that man got to say, and until we get an understanding, until we get some type of understanding that, and I don't think there's nothing wrong with what I'm saying actually. Until that man understands that, hey, listen, we can't continue this show until we come to some type of agreement. I understand what you're trying to do. Fuck all that. We're gonna get some respect over here.
But that's not the way you have a dialogue. You're not gonna get anywhere progress with that. Because when you have these absolutes where you ain't gonna do this and you ain't gonna do that, how do you ever come? Because we're not like monolithic where all black people think the same. So now you pigeonholing yourself into a small sector of people where you're
Wait,
not.
so you agree with him? Well, what he
I agree with a lot of what he said. A lot of what he said, I agree with. Some of that stuff I don't agree with. But that's the case with everybody on this panel. Some of the things I say people agree with. Some of the shit I say people don't. But they don't fucking agree with. Me and Brandon Washington have been at odds. Me and Santos be at odds. But there's a lot of things that they say that I agree with, and I'm pretty sure it's vice versa. You can't throw somebody away just to stand on these ridiculous principles. I think that's what Brandon Washington is trying to. That way, everybody's trying to drive. We say, I'm not going to let somebody disrespect me. That's like we got past that. We got past that because everybody got all kind of information, and they've got the information. They believe what they believe.
Because Pittsburgh, we know when somebody disrespects somebody, quote unquote, in the streets, what do? They usually kill them. So by you saying that, JD, it's like you're saying, if I was there, I would do something to this person because of what they said out of their mouth. But see, a lot of the times, that's what get us in trouble as black men because your family needs you more than those words the motherfuckers just said.
Well, hold on. Let me respond to that, right?
Please respond to please respond to what I said and don't just
okay.
walk all
I will. And what I'm saying is, Kanye kind of said that he's jealous of these people because they have so much respect, and they will. You can say kill a nigga, fuck that bitch, kill a nigga, fuck that bitch. He kept repeating himself. He's trying to drive this point home. Like you can talk down on a black person. Why? Why is that? Why is that so cool? So we saying the same thing, bro. Yeah, it's just I don't think we all get it though.
Because remember, you're like the same people that have such a problem with Charleston White. They're okay with rappers that are rapping, killing each other, calling people niggas, and selling drugs. They're okay with that. Like they have such vitriol for this dude. But the people who murdered these people over the last couple of years that we can call race crimes, they're still walking this earth, and there's no vitriol against them. Ahmaud Arbery killers, they're walking around here. Trayvon Martin killer, he's literally walking a free man. There ain't nobody chasing him. There ain't no search on him. When I see him, I'm gonna do this and that. No, he's been walking around free. He ain't got no security, none of that shit.
We
So we got to
agreeing.
stop this. We do a lot of shit with ourselves that we don't do. We don't do it to each other. So when you make stances like he can't disrespect this and that, when you got this hard stance, when men don't have a agree, they can't agree to disagree. There's an impasse. The only thing that's left after that is violence. That's the only thing that's left.
Yep. Because if you can't disagree respectfully and walk away, all you know to do is be violent after that. That's what most people are taught in our neighborhood.
That's it.
So we understand that. So that's what we're highlighting, JD. We're just saying, if I disagree with you, JD, online, I'm not going to say, oh, man, when I see you, it's on. That ain't going to be no conversation I'm going to have. And I don't know. Never. That's not coming out of me.
I love y'all brothers, right? Y'all are my brothers, right? Like I said, we might not be going to the same. We might going. We trying to get to the same location, but what it is, I do understand. I understand this. I really understand this. We are not gonna get respected until we stand the fuck up, and it's gonna take men to stand the fuck up. We ain't gotta be no. We ain't gotta. We can't allow certain things. The same thing that they can't allow, we can't allow that shit either. And can I say that? Can I be cool with saying that?
No, you're right. You're right about that. But in order for us to get to that point, there has to be structure and discipline that's set up in the beginning. What we're saying is that we can't accept the goofy things in the culture that's being accepted today. But it sounds like you're not saying this, but you're not saying this implicitly. But if we give you pushback on certain issues, you flip the table on us and say, well, this is this and this is that. Because you was basically defending what Jackson was saying or what he was doing or something like that you were saying earlier. What we were saying is checking in is not something we should be doing. It's a form of extortion, right? So the Migos check in, but then they still get killed in the city they checked in. So who's responsible for that? The people that they checked in with?
Listen, I totally agree.
Just a yes or no question, bro. Just yes or no.
I totally agree with what your like. I agree with that. I totally disagree with this whole.
See, but JD, you know what's gonna happen, JD? It's gonna turn into nobody should snitch. That's what it's gonna turn into, JD. Nobody should quote unquote snitch when we just seen this kid
Except
get
for
killed
a
on
rapper.
video.
Now, unless you're a rapper, you're a celebrity now. You can tell it's okay, but a regular person don't snitch. So if your daughter, your son, your mama, your wife get killed, nobody say nothing. But if it's a rapper, it's okay. And that's the type of stuff that we only saying that because you brought up Steven Jackson like you're endorsing some of his nonsense that he say. He says a lot of ridiculous things. Like
I just brought him up because I know him personally. That's it.
Yeah, but that dude has no place in that. If we're talking about moving forward, that dude has no place in that. He's not part of the solution with some of the ignorant shit he says. Like we can have a problem with Charleston White, that's fine.
I totally agree.
That dude ain't helping. That dude ain't helping nothing. That dude ain't helping shit. That's why you get the response you get, because that dude is full of crap. And for him to be acting like that as though his kids are in the hood, as though his family's in the hood, that's even more asinine because he's promoting some shit that he's not even part of.
I go one step above.
I don't like, it shows Pittsburgh, because it also shows what T.I. going through with his son. Same thing.
Yeah,
you know
I was gonna say D.L. Hughley, all of them.
But they're not promoting that. Like D.L. Hughley's not out there telling you not to snitch. D.L. Hughley's not out there telling you not to snitch. Like it's a difference between him being a kid and promoting.
Let me ask y'all, are y'all going to vote? Are y'all going to vote?
Yeah, I'm gonna vote.
Oh damn!
I vote too.
Oh damn! We ain't
so you gotta give us a solution if you tell us not to vote. Give us a solution.
Well, you gotta demand something for your vote. What are you voting for?
Okay, do you have it? Do you have an agenda that's laid out for black men who we should vote for?
Yeah, I do.
What's the agenda?
Yeah, yeah.
You can drop the link in the back chat if you got it on the
Well,
website. So you
no.
can drop the link in the back chat.
Hold your vote. The same thing that Ice Cube was talking about. Hold your vote.
No, them niggas was running, all the celebrities was running Ice Cube down for that. When he came out with a proposal, the community or the culture, whatever you want to call it, was running him down. Where you get this from? Running his ass in the ground. It was mostly black women too.
I feel like you being petty right now, but
no, it's not being petty. It's what happened. What are you talking about?
That's what happened.
No. This is we saying the same thing.
No, we're not.
Well, I
you
feel
just
like
told us. You told us to hold our vote.
I was being
said,
I was being sarcastic.
We only know you from today, brother. We don't know when you being sarcastic.
So what I would tell every black person is, do not go vote.
Why would we do that? What's the difference in that?
Well, maybe you'll get some respect out of your vote the next time.
But they'll just discount you and say you're not going to vote. So now they really don't have to pay you any attention. So you absolutely have to demand that you're not gonna vote. And everybody does that, and they're not voting. You're excluded.
Okay, let me go off of history. Let me go off of history. If every black person stopped riding the bus, then what happens?
That's the different situation.
No, it's the same situation. We not voting until we get some respect for our vote.
No.
No respect. We don't need respect. We need
ride the bus. That was a financial. Listen. When you didn't ride the bus, that was a financial incentive for them to make an adjustment because they were losing money. If you don't vote, there's no financial incentive for them to make any changes. They're going to do what they want to do and exclude you even more. Because there's no financial outcome that becomes of you not voting. You're just excluding yourself from the process.
So why do they play to black people so much around election time?
They don't play to black people. They play to black women, sir.
Exactly.
Wow. Amazing.
Wait, stop, brother. Let me ask you a question. When have they asked you anything about what a black man needs in America? Let me ask you.
Well, you got to go through the black woman. But
no. See, that's the goofy shit.
Wrong.
That's the goofy shit.
Wow.
What
I won't call y'all no names based off of what I feel like, because I feel like my shit is gospel.
Brother,
you feel like you said you feel like your shit is gospel. Feeling and knowing is two different things. Like what you told you earlier.
Let me say this. Let's keep voting and see what happens. Because we've been voting this whole time.
But what group of people goes through their women to get this? Name a group of people.
Listen, women control everything. What the fuck?
Oh shit, brother. Hey man, good luck, bro. With whatever you got going on. Hey, that's cool. If you put the pussy on the pedestal like that, good luck. Do what you do.
No, it is what it is.
There's no group. You get leadership from men, brother, not women. Women don't lead. Women don't lead coaches and groups side of things. Men,
what you're saying is
not women. So why are you telling us they need to go through our women? You're contradicting with your point.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not right now. Like, this shit is weird to me.
No,
he's not being sarcastic. You sound like you need a mama to tell you what to do.
Yeah, you literally said they need to go through our women. That's what you said.
We just going against what you're saying. This may not be the environment for you, sir.
Who spend the most money? Who do the most? Who tell they men what to do?
Your women do that to you.
What?
No. Nah. Listen.
Joking, right? You got to sarcastic.
This shit crazy. Pittsburgh T, this shit crazy, ain't it?
Your
Wow.
women tell you what to do? Come on, man. What we doing right now,
I'm
man?
just being honest. I'm just being
Hey,
honest.
Pittsburgh T. We already know where that vote going. If he did vote,
Yeah,
No, I don't
yeah,
vote. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you. I'm not
so
one of
did
these.
your woman tell you not to vote? Because that's what you sound like.
No, I do what I want to do, sir.
Well, you just
No,
told
you
us
say
you
your
gotta
woman tell
you
you what
gotta
to
do what the women
do.
tell you to do.
Yeah, your woman
But
tell you what to do.
I know most men listen to they. Hey, whatever you want to do, lady. Whatever you want
Nah,
to
not
do.
the men I know. That's not true, brother. Not the men I know. I don't know
Yeah,
what
Okay.
kind
he
of
just
men I
said
know.
I'm
before
not
he
good.
said that he
I'm
just
not
said
good with
you
that.
gotta go through the women. Ain't that what he just said?
Yeah, that's what he said. I don't know what kind of dudes. This they exist, but I don't hang out. No, I know a lot of dudes that
So
aren't
y'all
real.
don't even know. So y'all don't even know about like what controls a lot of people. Like, what, y'all don't even know the reason racism even exists. It's because white women love black men. Y'all don't even know
Man,
that,
that's
right?
elementary shit,
Give
man. We
women
way
so much
beyond that,
power.
bro.
Yeah,
We're not talking about
yeah,
some elementary shit over here.
yeah. You giving women too much
I'm just
power,
trying to
brother.
understand what's going on
Way
right
too
now.
much power.
I thought
You
we was on
giving
the
women
same
way
page.
too much power, man. Yeah, you giving women way too much power, man.
No, pussy
You
is
can't be
power.
telling women you
Pussy is
giving
power.
too much power, brother. No, Dick make the rules, brother. Dick make the rules. In case you didn't know, Dick make the rules. The roads you riding on, the vehicles you drive, the planes you
No,
get
that's
on,
a fact.
so forth
That's
and
a
such
fact.
built. That's all built by Dick, brother.
That's a fact. But at the end of the day, you stop giving that you stop giving. Hey, listen, we was having this debate earlier today. But hey, listen, man. This is a good conversation. I'm not like criticizing y'all for
It's really
whatever
not
y'all
good
believe
for us, man, because
in.
you took us down a level. We above that shit. Um, we welcome guests, but this is goofy, bro. We way beyond that.
That's not right,
That's why
brother.
That's why Brandon Washington dropped down. But I don't know what you on, my brother, but nah, we don't rock like that. Not over here.
At the end of the day, I'm a leader, not a follower. I just got to say that.
Okay.
But that contradicts you saying the woman gonna tell you follow what the woman tell you to do, brother.
He's been
Bro, did I
contradicting
say
all night, ain't he, boy?
did I say that I live like that? The fuck? What I told you,
You
I'm
said
I'm
you said maybe it's just
I
me,
don't
but
know.
that's what I heard. That's what I heard.
I heard it too, man. So I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on now. He's trying to backpedal. You backpedaling more than Deion Sanders, man.
Yeah, y'all being argumentative. I ain't even trying to be like that. All I'm
No,
saying
we're
is,
not. We're not trying to argue. We're just
We're
saying
not
the
arguing.
point that you made. It seems
I'm
like
not
every
saying
time we
that
come
I
up with a
live like
point
that.
that we
What
make,
I'm
you
saying is,
contradict the said point, and then you say that's not what I mean.
well, let me break it down for you. What I'm saying
I don't
is,
really want to hear the breakdown, man, because you've been
all
taking
right,
us all over
so
the
so
place
we
for a
don't.
while. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you
A
go.
lane to a lane, pussy is power. Do you agree with that?
But we're talking about men. We're not talking
Yeah,
about
of course
lane.
I agree with that.
We're
But go
talking
ahead.
about men.
All right, so what are we talking about then? What else did I say that was different?
You said most men listen to their women. That's what you said, brother. Literally.
Okay, to a lane, pussy is power. But I don't know. I don't know what y'all not listening to, bro. Like y'all, it's like y'all trying to argue. I don't know. I don't know what this is.
Bro,
Who
you
am I
can't
talking
sit over
to?
here and say that most men listen to their women, brother. That's not true. I don't know where you get that from. And then you said that the voting block, when they go through the votes, they're going through the women. Most men listen to their women. That's not true.
Hey man, you know what? I'm gonna just tune back in to the next show because I don't know where this is going. It's like y'all trying to argue with me or something. I don't know what's going on. I'm going on vacation tomorrow, about to enjoy myself. And again, I will tune back in. I fuck with y'all.
Yeah, we don't want you not being here. But like you can't say stuff people don't agree and they're not gonna have an agreement with you. because I don't agree with you, and I'm pretty sure a lot like Brandon don't agree with you. It's just not an agreeable point.
Well, all I've been saying all night is black people need to stand the fuck up, demand respect, stop asking white people for respect. And all I said was I disagree with old boy for for letting that boy on the show. Cause I demand respect for that boy. So respect is everything for me. So all I said, I've been saying this shit clear. I ain't no fan of nobody. I can also say where I disagree with. Look, I'm a fan of Terrence Crawford, but I can disagree with him on how he came out with his video.
Bro, you said you ain't a fan of nobody, but then you just said I'm a fan of Terrence Crawford. That's what we're talking about, bro. What are you talking
You know
about?
what? Again, bro.
That's what you said, bro. You didn't say it.
This is amazing to me, bro. Like I can't even say like what I'm even.
Go ahead, I'm muting up.
I'm admitting that how I can be a fan of a person but still disagree with what the fuck they do. Some people can't separate themselves from being a fanboy of a person. I'm a leader. I'm a whole leader over here. That's all I'm telling you. And so with that, I'll just say that I will still follow y'all, listen to y'all, because I love the debates. I love the debates. I love the back and forth. That's I'm a fan of that. I went to the school of the great debaters, goddamn. But at the end of the day, I can't. I would never blindly just follow somebody. No, not me. And with that, I'll just say that I continue to listen in. And hey, if y'all allow me back, if we talking boxing, I'm gonna try to keep it boxing. But politics, religion, dinosaurs, all of that extra shit, I got my own train of thought. Are we cool? Are we cool with saying that?
Bro, it's free. We free. You can talk how you feel, man.
We free over here. We free over here. JD, we do this all the time. So the thing is this, JD. The only way we get better or we have gotten better is by having disagreements on points and then thinking about them later.
Okay.
The thing I think you're missing is this. We understand you saying we want respect. All black men want respect. The issue is that a lot of us don't respect each other. So if we don't respect each other, like how we having this disagreement and we just talking to each other, and it's never getting blatant to where it's all this argument talking to where we're gonna do something to each other, that's a level of respect.
No, I don't think I never.
Let me explain it, JD. Let me finish it, JD. I might disagree with what you're saying, but I respect you enough not to go there because you're a black man living in America like me, who's possibly went through some similar things that I have. So at the end of the day, if we don't respect each other first, how can we expect other people to respect us?
Hey, I gotta. So after you saying that, I gotta say this, my brother. Like, I don't think I ever said nothing to say that I was gonna like beat y'all up or none of that extra shit.
No, that's not what I said, JD. I was saying that I have a respect for you, so I wouldn't say nothing like that to you. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a respect for you. You're somebody's child. You're somebody's father, possibly. You're somebody's husband, possibly. So I have a level of respect that I'm not gonna say certain things on the internet to you, and what I would do to you, and all this old goofy stuff that people do on the internet. So what I'm saying is that we have to have a level of respect for each other before we start demanding respect from somebody else.
Nah, that's a fact. I agree with that. Hey, that's what. Hey, I would always agree with that. I agree with you when you. I think you said that earlier, and I agree with that right now. Because if we don't respect each other, how the fuck we demand respect from other people? That's a fact.
Yeah, but that respect word, that's a loose term. That can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, man. Respect that somebody else can be paid. Respect that somebody can be the way you think. Respect is it could look like a whole bunch of different things.
Well, I mean, if you out here, if you out here like doing the most, no, then okay, that might be what y'all talking about. If you out here like saying
No, I'm saying like the
fuck
term.
that
I'm just
bitch,
saying the term
kill
respect.
that
I'm
nigga,
just saying the term respect.
no, I don't respect it. But I didn't. I would first of all, I wouldn't even be listening to y'all if y'all was talking like that. I don't even listen to I don't even know who the Migos was. To be honest with you, I listen to motherfuckers like J. Cole. I listen to like these are rappers that I listen to. You would never hear, and people have this conversation with me all the time. I don't listen to people who talk about killing another nigga or like that shit is weird to me.
I mean, like I say, respect is a loose word, and then you got to think too. Like the other part of that is that where we are right now, we have to be able to disagree and do it in a respectful way, like Keith KB saying. We're finna get in this politics shit, and everybody ain't no damn Democrat, and everybody ain't gonna vote Democrat. Some people just gotta accept that shit. Hello, if you still on here?
Yeah, I ain't going nowhere. Pittsburgh, I was moving. Yeah, I'm still here. But yeah, man, that's the thing, man. That's what we were saying in the beginning, JD. We have a lot of these conversations all the time, and there's things that we disagree on, and we go to different platforms from Kyle's to other people's platforms, and we don't have that. The people that you see here on the panel now, we don't have that level of vitriol and disrespect towards one another. So whenever we get on here, it's always gonna be all love. It's just gonna be, hey, if we disagree on something, we just disagree and we just move on. But it's never no animus towards the next man. I can't carry that. When I log off of this, I'm still gonna be grinding and working, dog. I ain't gonna have no animus towards none of them brothers. And I got a few of them brothers' numbers, but nah, it's not gonna be like that. Not at all. I think that's the only way we become better in thought, is because a lot of the times, if you really think about it, where was a place that black men could go and have conversations like these, besides the barbershop? Because the barbershop has been infiltrated now, so shit.
Yeah. They commercialized. All those things are commercialized now. They done ran out the little small mom and pop ones, and they all commercialized.
Or now Pittsburgh, the barbershop got a beauty salon in the back.
Yep. Or they got them at the strip.
So it's only certain things you can say around women.
Yeah, the strip clubs got barbershops in them now. So it ain't the same situation. And I think people got to be ready to have disagreements at this point. Like I say, politics coming up, a lot of people gonna get their feelings hurt when they figure out that the person that they think they're voting the way that they voting and they not.
Hey, speaking of that voting thing, let me say this. I will only vote. I will only vote for a person that has black people, and no, they have to have. When I say black people, I'm talking about they have to have black people at heart, like a history of rocking with black people. So unless you got that, then I don't even think I'm voting no more. You know what I'm saying? My last time voting was I didn't even vote this time. I voted the time before that. And right now they doing mid-elections. They catering to black people so much, doing so much. I don't know where y'all from, but they probably catering to y'all. Like every commercial, y'all can't even watch an NBA game without, you know what I'm saying? These people, no, fuck that. Fuck that. Once
But yes,
And hear me out, y'all. Hear me out for real. Because I really believe this with all my heart. I really believe that once black people all get on one accord, and they say that, you know what, we ain't, hey, look, until we get some type, like, cause y'all can't tell us y'all rocking with us and then y'all give us uh a Asian hate crime bill. You see what I'm saying? Like that shit don't make sense to me. Why y'all catering to us? Cater to them other people. Don't cater to
there's
us.
no real group. But you can't really say that because there's no real group in America that has that kind of unity that you're looking for. So it's not just exclusive to black people. All white people don't vote the same. All Hispanics don't vote the same. So like what you're asking for is pie in the sky. It's not going to happen. It hasn't happened. It's not happening currently.
Yeah, but you have to there was a point in time where and I hear what you're saying, right? You are to the understanding of, hey, listen, um, they don't fuck with black people. It is what it is. But look, I'm not giving nobody my vote until I
No,
get
but
my
what I'm saying
vote.
is not just black people. What I'm telling you, when you go to vote, there's not a block of white people that all vote the same. That all vote the same. The Asians don't all vote the same. So like that's some straw man argument that you're making that's
They
not
don't even
happening. That's what I'm
cater to
saying. That
Asian
doesn't
people.
currently happen. That just sounds good.
No, hear me out. They don't even cater to Asian people. They don't. When the last time you seen a campaign where they cater to Asian people? They was like, Asian people, all my Asian people, y'all come together now. Like we got to get our votes together. They don't do that. It's not a thing.
But they don't have to cater. They don't have to cater to you. They just have to meet something that you need. That catering
They
stuff,
only
you got to
do
be
that to
careful with.
black
I don't
people.
want
Is
nobody.
what I'm telling you.
They're not catering to black people. Brother, when you look at that stuff, you just got to figure out what's good for you and your family, and that's it. All that catering stuff, that's not happening. You just
Nah,
got to
that's a
figure out what's
fact.
good for you and your family.
That's a fact. And somebody asked me what I did. I invested in trucks. I invested in trucks. I used to work for companies and I got screwed over so much. I was the best at what I did. I got screwed over so much. You know, I won a lawsuit uh, when I was in college. I won a lawsuit when I was in college. And so I took that and, I was like, you know what? Let me go work for another company because that company wasn't fucking with me because I was the best at what I did. And I went to the other company. I was the best at what I did. The same shit happened. So from there, I said, you know what? I'm gonna go work for my goddamn self. I'm gonna use my credentials and work for myself. And from there, I just been working for myself the whole fucking time.
Get you. I mean, but the way the economy is right now, when you vote and you look at that situation, you just got to do what's good for you. Because Biden ain't did nobody no favors over these 2 years that he been in there.
That's a
A
fact.
lot of issues that we had before he was in there, he doing the same stupid shit. Ain't nothing different. He's just not control. That's it.
It's just tough, man. It's tough to be in a situation where you fight so hard for people and and like I got people like my parents, they don't give a shit. All they doing is voting Democrat. The Democrats they can't do shit for them, but they still, you know what, is better than voting Republican. So we in a lose situation. As long as that, eh, hold your vote. If every black person hold a vote, just keep that in mind. And the reason I'm a little passionate about that, right? Because I seen it happen. This happened in history. I seen this happen in history.
When? When does it happen? I don't know it. I don't know if that to be effective. When does it happen and been effective? Yep. When has that happened in history where holding the vote has been effective? I don't know that to be a fact. Santos, you still on here? Santos? Yeah, facts, KP, man. I think Kyle's still on here. If you want to come back up, talk about this Spence Thurman, some legit shit. Now just run around in circles, chasing our tails here. Oh, bitch. Nah, Santos, I can't hear you at all, brother. Sure, you ain't muted in another browser. Hey, Kyle, if you on, KP trying to get back on. Kyle or DJ, KP trying to get back on. Kyle, you got people trying to get in here. Just give a minute, KP. Santos will try to reach out to you. Still can't hear you, Santos. Hey, Kyle or DJ, you got people in the back trying to come up.
Hey, man. He's not answering.
There you go. That was something like that. I ain't answering. All right.
You got me now?
Yeah, they got me. That was, yeah, I hear you now. Yeah, they answered that was something else. That was different. That was difficult. What you think about this hypothetical Spence Thurman that ain't been announced yet? What you think about that, Santos?
I think Spence will beat Thurman. I think he'll beat him. The hard part is Spence defeat decides to fight.
Well, Thurman make it to the fight if he don't have an accident or some crazy ass excuse that he come. When the last time he had a fight, man? It's been a while.
Earlier this year, I think. He fought
Was it this
Brandon.
year?
Spence last night. The same dude that tanked me down a lot.
Get some good promotion. Barrios. KP said Barrios he fought. Barrios. That's who he fought.
Yeah. Barrios.
We got a couple people. Kyle, if you up, you got a couple people in the back trying to get on. It's like about some lots. We didn't strain our brains too much with that one, man. Yeah, there's a few people in the back. It's Kyle and Nico. We didn't strain our brain with that conversation. I need to take a break after that one, man. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that if and when they actually have official announcement for that. See if Thurman even ready to go. It's the other side of that. Since he got that whole that injury situation where he's like a glass man getting hurt all the damn time with all these ghost ass injuries. Mysterious car wrecks and trees jumping out in front of him and all this craziness. Yeah, Anthony Davis. Yeah, you're right. JP. Anthony Davis is Keith Thurman. Same dude. One of them just sit on the bench and block the people from behind them from seeing the actual game. That's totally different. Yeah, we got that one. And what else we got? We got anything else coming up, Central, as far as boxing is going on? We got nothing else coming up, do it?
We got no where now.
We ain't got no other fights coming up that's big coming up. Do it.
I know it's about Devin Haney and against possibly one of the top paying guy against the top tier guy. I know they got those fights. We'll have to pay to the manager.
We'll see, because his dad was saying that he don't know if he's gonna keep him on that weight. He might move him up. He was talking about that weight cut during the interview he did with Polly. He was talking about the weight cuts and how the last one did him. So we'll see if he will stay at that weight, especially if he's not gonna get those big fights. He might just push him up. I want to see him get the fighting somebody. Yeah, Carl ain't answering. Carl ain't on here. Out of here.
Yeah. Sophisticated mouse.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, now if everybody chasing that money, them fights are gonna get more and more elusive for us to get to. If everybody just chasing money, anybody trying to lose.
So they see. I'm sleeping on some of them.
All right, you gonna take a nap or you up?
Nah, I'm on my way to my last stop.
Yeah, this travel kind of heavy. I ain't got no sleeping. If I sleep, I'll be in the bushes somewhere. I know where to wake up at. Hey, Santos, you convinced now that Jake Paul is what Cal was saying? He's the face of boxing now. You convinced?
Heck no. Heck no.
Come on, Santos, man. The man Gate, sell it, man. He is the face.
Face of exhibition boxing.
What'd you say?
He might be the face of exhibition boxing.
I mean, but according to Max, he's a licensed boxer. He's a professional. Man.
You don't cook
Oh,
mac and cheese. You don't have three dressing or 2-3 containers of dressing salads.
Well, he wasn't that impressive against that dude that's almost 20 years his senior, old enough to be his daddy or his grandpa. He wasn't that impressive during that fight. Because he was hitting them with the whoop wop and the feints, and it just wasn't looking good, man.
The old man was the main problem. Third, first grade fell out too. I'm half asleep. I didn't get through this. I'm a long range. Yeah. Boys and girls. Man, I'm never getting well sleep. Oh, look, we'll go ahead and close this out since I lost my renegade. My compadre. All right, KP from KC. I really did after school, like some homework.
man. You need a nap. You need a nap, motherfucker. Get this last one in. Understand me? Well, look, we'll go ahead and call it a night. It's wonderful. Excuse me, my man Blue. My man, it's Reggie. My man Charleston White. My Bishop. Never should have hooked out. Together, man. I get pulled over for driving while under the influence.